Recording in progress.
Okay, we're going to get started here. We're going to call the November 12th, 2024 Board of Supervisors meeting to order. It is 9 a.m. Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Gonzalez, can you lead us? Yes. Can I get an acknowledgement of certificate of posting?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That was an aye from me also. Any opposed? Okay, that's a 5-0. Okay, so we have some presentations and recognitions this morning. We have a proclamation, and I hate saying this word because I fumble over it every time. Philanthropy Day. So can I get a motion to approve the proclamation that is declaring November 14th Philanthropy Day in San Benito County?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 5-0. Okay, and I am presenting this morning, and who am I presenting? Come on up. Sorry, I'm cold. Okay, so philanthropy organizations are responsible for enhancing the quality of life in people. In recognition of the role played by the uniquely American tradition of philanthropy in the United States, Congress has designated November 14th as National Philanthropy Day. Volunteer associations formed to address societal needs are an integral part of American society. The history of American philanthropy is filled with the names of prominent citizens and their efforts brought universities, free public libraries, homes for widows and orphans, and volunteer fire departments, to name just a few. In the early 2008, Americans contributed nearly $280 billion to over 1 million nonprofit organizations registered with the IRS. Today, the nonprofit sector affects nearly every citizen one way or another. They include the religious organizations, the museums and concerts our children attend on school-sponsored day trips, little leagues, and 4-H clubs that enrich our youth. The social service agencies that provide food, clothing, housing, and training for help for the indigent. Now, therefore, the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Benito do hereby proclaim November 14th, 2024, to be Philanthropy Day in San Benito County, and urge all the residents of San Benito County to recognize the tradition of American philanthropy as it continues to improve and enhance the lives of all of our lives of all by promoting the common good. I want to add to this because I appreciate everything, especially the nonprofits in our community are truly a backbone to our community, and the public-private partnerships that we build help build our community. So I can't thank you enough for all that you do. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you very much for this proclamation. Continue to support our nonprofits and the community as a whole. Thank you so much.
And I will be attending the event on the 14th, so I will be there. So the next item is approved proclamation declaring November 18th through the 22nd, 2024 as California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Week. Can I get a motion to approve the proclamation?
So moved.
I have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And Supervisor Kosmicki, thank you so graciously for presenting request.
Our honorees don't have to move very far, so that's good. So yeah, we're here today on proclamation of the Board of Supervisors recognizing this week as, actually next week as California Clerk of the Board Supervisors Week. And just briefly, of course, we want to recognize employees here. I don't think most people realize they don't just kind of sit here and make sure that, that the monitors are on and everything. They do a whole lot of work behind the scenes during the meetings, especially these days with the public records requests and all these different things that they have to keep track of. So here to recognize all their work, and I will read some of this proclamation. Whereas California counties provide many services essential to the lives of Californians, whereas the position of Clerk of the Board of Supervisors plays an integral role in the function of California government, and whereas the Clerk of the Board performs many legally mandated functions that protect and preserve the rights of citizens to an open and accessible government. And it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of clerks of the board across 58 counties in the state of California. Now, therefore, the Board of Supervisors of San Diego County does hereby proclaim the week of November 18th through the 22nd as California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Week in recognition of the high level of services bestowed upon the people of San Diego County and the people of California by the clerk. So thank you very much for all the work. If you'd like to say anything, please go right ahead.
Good morning, board and public. I'm Vanessa Delgado, clerk of the board. So I want to thank the board for this proclamation and recognition. As clerks for the Board of Supervisors, we are a vital part of county government as we've been assigned the duty to ensure transparency and accessibility to the public. Among our responsibilities are preparing and managing agendas and meetings, preparing minutes not just for this board, but for committees and commissions, all of which require record keeping for all of those meetings. We create, maintain, and update all records, including resolutions, ordinances, and proclamations, minutes, and much more. We receive, distribute, and retain all board and committee correspondence that we are responsible for clerking, maintain permanent records for all boards, committees, and commissions, and accept all claims, appeals, subpoenas, and complaints. These duties are completed without complaint and with integrity, and I'm very proud to work alongside the individual that makes up our team. Without the hard work and dedication of Aurelia Rodriguez here, who makes up our small but mighty department of 2 people, I truly believe that the county would not be where it is today. Every day I come to work, I feel I am surrounded by greatness, because true greatness is measured by those who serve others. And my team accomplishes this every single day. We take pride in completing our tasks, many of which are legally mandated. We take pride in the little things, the things that go unnoticed and unrecognized, but are vital to keep this county moving forward. Which is why I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the ladies in administration, who I also consider to be part of our team. Dulce, Gracie, Sonia, Rosemary, Henny, Lorena, and the whole HR team have been vital for our very small department to be successful, because they are always willing to drop whatever they're doing to assist us at any given moment. They are a vital part of this county, and they are the reason I come to work every single day. The last year, our office has increased transparency to the public by implementing improved agenda access with Send Agenda, where members of the public can sign up for alerts of when agendas get posted. We've added new video viewing options for Board of Supervisor meetings and various commissions and committees. We've created and implemented new yearly trainings for staff on drafting board agenda items and have continued to work to archive old videos and sound recordings of all meetings to be readily and easily available to the public. We look forward to increasing transparency and accessibility to all in the next year and to preserve the integrity of legislative record management for San Benito County. Thank you.
Thank you for all you do, Vanessa. Okay, moving on, we have to approve a certificate of recognition recognizing Deputy County Counsel Irma Valencia. I'm saying that wrong. Am I saying it wrong? I don't want to say it wrong.
That's correct.
Valencia. Sorry, I didn't want to pronounce it wrong. My apologies, Irma. Unfortunately, Irma is not here to accept her certificate for the 23 years of service, but I am going to present it to County Council on her behalf. So can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? 5-0. Come on over, David. I just want to say a few words on behalf of the board and the county. It's being a public servant is a tough job, and working in HHSA has its own set of challenges, especially in the legal area. Irma has been an outstanding employee that has contributed to our community in ways that many of the public don't know. And so I just want to thank her for her years of service. It is a commitment to be in government that long. It's trying enough when you think that you're trying to get things done and change things and make things for the better. Doing that is a slow process, but what she's contributed to our community is amazing, and to the department. And I just want to thank her for her years of service. And I apologize that she wasn't able to be here to accept this, but David's going to accept it on her behalf.
The only thing I can say is Irma's one of those attorneys who quietly goes about her business. Her clients are very sorry she's leaving, and there's good reason for that, because she's an excellent attorney and an excellent county employee. So thank you on behalf of Irma.
Okay, moving on. We have department head announcements. Are there any announcements, Acting CEO?
We do not have any department announcements.
Okay, with no department head announcements, board announcements and committee updates. Who would like to start? Supervisor Sotelo?
Thank you. So I'll start with, we had a facilities committee meeting, and there was, did you want to do it, Supervisor Gonzalez?
No, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. And we talked about the library. Currently, the library staff needs to be relocated by February of 2026. There's a lot of clean out that needs to happen, so staff will start to be working on that. And they do have a process for the way that they weed out things, and so that will be happening over the next year. The Rosa Murata property, we've talked about that a little bit, and there was previous direction to sell the property. However, based on kind of our current situation with the city of Hollister, fire contracts, and all the things that we have going on here, that staff is recommending that we do not look at that property currently to sell. And so the facilities committee, agrees that we need to save that property right now, and we're going to pause for the moment. There was a lot of discussion around the Bertha Briggs building. That is the building that is at the Veterans Memorial Park, and it has been red tagged since I think 2021. And so there's a lot of different discussions that were happening. Could we possibly rehab that facility? Should we demolish that facility, bring in like a portable, possibly look at you putting the library there? There was a lot of community discussion and feedback and public comment regarding what a special place that is for our community, for Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, for all of the youth leagues that are out there. And there's also interest from our local veterans that would like to have a location and utilize a location. So there's a huge community need. So we are still kind of just exploring the options with that, but just know that that is a topic right now, is the Bertha Briggs building. And then also GIS has created a kind of a map showing all county-owned properties, which I think is really valuable for us to all kind of know what are the properties, and it probably doesn't have everything quite yet, but they are creating kind of this log. It's kind of, those are the things that we touched on with the facilities committee meeting. We have an economic advisory committee meeting tomorrow. We are still looking for members to sit on that. We have gotten a few, but there are still some openings if anyone's interested in that. The meeting is tomorrow. This is kind of a special meeting. We are not meeting in our normal location. We are trying to support Roadhouse, Harvest Roadhouse, which is off of Mitchell Road, which has been closed and will be closed for a few more weeks, and we thought if we could support it, that would be great. So the meeting is 1 o'clock tomorrow at Roadhouse. I sat on the Election Security Advisory Committee this year, and so I just want to say thank you to our elections team. I think they did an amazing job with the election and really handled things swiftly and confidentially, and so just well done to everyone that sat on that, and especially our elections team. I attended some Veterans Day events yesterday, and so thank you to all of our service members. It was a very touching day. It was really neat. I think it was the largest veterans parade we've ever had, and so it's really great to see our community kind of embracing that and really showing their appreciation to all of our veterans. And then lastly, yesterday was the final day of Operation Greenlight, which was something that this board started, and it was really neat. I know the VFW ended up selling over 450 green light bulbs in the community, and so as the week went on, it was just really neat. It was almost like a treasure hunt to be out driving around when it was dark, and you can see all of these green lights showing our appreciation. So I expect that that's going to get bigger and bigger as the years go on, but really wonderful to see all of the support that we have for our veterans in this community. So with that, that's my update. So thank you. Thank you for your update. Supervisor President?
Yeah, thanks. Real brief. We had our annual Aromas Town Hall with the 3 supervisors that represent that area from San Benito, Monterey, and Santa Cruz. It went very well. The turnout was fantastic. Just a few of the issues, traffic, as you might expect, traffic calming, like speed bumps on Cole Road and some other traffic calming mechanisms people would like. And then, of course, illegal dumping is another big one, along with some other issues. So just was a really nice event, and I certainly am communicating with staff and hope to bring back some policy items on some of those items. And then Veterans Day this week, just want to say thank you to all the veterans. Really appreciate all your service, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks for your update, Supervisor. Okay, one thing I want to highlight is we have a lot of vacancies on a lot of committees, and they're all available. All you have to do is type in Google, whatever your search engine is, not advertising a search engine, San Benito committees, and it'll take you to a link of vacancies. We have vacancies in the Public Defender Oversight Committee, Economic Advisory. The Oversight Committee is part of the specific Oversight Committee is a part of rural development agencies that have been dismantled. So that's one that we do still need volunteers for. Fish and Game Advisory Commission, we have 3 vacancies, and so I believe that means they don't have a quorum. So we have District 1, District 3, and District 5 all have vacancies. Park and Recs, District 5 has vacancies. The Council of Government, Citizens Oversight Committee on Measure G, we have 4 vacancies: an agriculture vacancy, a senior/disabled community member, or a senior, a disabled community member. San Benito District 1 and District 5 are also, and they are having problems getting quorums because of this. Social Service Transportation Advisory Council has 3 vacancies. They're very specific on who can apply for those. All of these are available on our website with the applications. If you have questions about these committees, feel free to reach out to either the clerk of the board or our office, and we will be able to tell you more about these committees. I want to thank the election staff. Elections are hard, and people don't realize it's even harder after the election. You're exhausted. There's a lot of intricate details and auditing that has to be done. I just want to thank all of the volunteers, all of the election day staff, all of the temporary staff, and the permanent staff. It is a team effort, and I feel it went off beautifully in the sense that we've had the fastest results that we've seen in San Benito County in years. More ballots counted and released in the first 3 days than historically has been done, especially with early voting. That, I really attribute that to the efficiencies of their facility, because now they're not jury-rigged and duct-taped. So I just want to thank the staff and all the volunteers on that. I attended a math event, and I don't think I spoke about it at the last board meeting. This math event from the Office of Education was so entertaining and fun to watch the young people try and solve. There were, I believe, 12 or 15 tables of math problems, and we had volunteers at each table to help the students understand how to go through the problems. It was interesting to watch the students, how they approach the problems differently. I got very obsessed at my table. I had to solve all of the math problems at my table, or I felt like I didn't fulfill my duties. So I just want to thank all of the parents, the students, the teachers, and the volunteers that came out for that. It was a really great event. The time capsule event for the 150th was completed at Bellato Park. That was a great event. We thank our Girl Scouts for attending, our honor guard, all of the historical park staff that was in attendance, the parents that came. It was really nice to see our young people embracing what could happen in 50 years, and they're going to read these letters in 50 years. So I'm really, we were kind of doing a little joking about who's going to be around. I understand that Supervisor Kosmicki and Supervisor Zanger are going to have a wheelchair race or something like that. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be around, so enjoy that. I will be well over 100 at that point. State of the Region, I attended the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership State of the Region on Friday. It was really a good day. Unfortunately, I feel that we could be more represented there, and I'm working with them for future events where San Benito has a little more of a presence. So that's something I am working on. I attended the Ana Caballero goodbye party from her district on this side of the hill. She is moving over to the valley because of redistricting. Senator Laird is our new senator. It hasn't been certified, but it appears he's going to be our new senator. It was really great to see all of our community members that were in attendance of the event. I thanked her on behalf of San Benito County for all the support that she's given, and hope to work with her continuously, even though she'll be representing the other side of the valley. I attended the Veterans Breakfast yesterday. I have to say, I've never done that before, and it was moving for me. My dad was a Vietnam vet. It was really amazing to hear how many people are still supporting our veterans, but how we're getting more services to our veterans. And I think that dialogue needs to continue. I'm not going to talk about ad hocs at this point because we have it as an agenda item. When it comes to committees, unfortunately, we didn't have a quorum at intergovernmental, so we don't have an update on that. And besides that, I think that's all I have. So without any other comments from board members, we're going to move on to public comment. This is for items that are not on the agenda.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card on Zoom. Please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, we'll start with Richard Gallagher. Okay. Joseph Howard.
morning, Supervisors. I just wanted to let you know of something I've been tracking now for the last few months or so. It's excuse me, the climate forecast medium range climate forecast models seem to project a lower than average rain year, which is ironic given yesterday's storms. I mean, that was just beautiful. I love that the scenery and the contrast of the blue and the white and the gray was just a gorgeous storm yesterday. However, that seems to be the case that while we might get storms like those, of course, with every winter, they seem to be fewer and further, and they'll seem to be the case that it may be fewer and further in between, and maybe not quite as wet in the future. We've all known now probably for the last few months that there's a developing La Nina situation. It seems to be the case that that's pretty much what we're set in for. Over the last few weeks to months, the forecasts really haven't changed for the three main models that I've been looking at, the climate forecast system. Weekly, the next 6 weeks project a roughly 1/4 to 1/2 inch rain deficit per week. 1/4, 1 inch, 1/2 per week. Climate forecast system monthly models can suggest 1/2 to 1 inch, potentially 1 to 2 inch per month deficit at the worst. At the worst point, which would be January, typically our rainiest month. A Canadian model seems to suggest roughly 1/2 inch in December, 1 inch in February, and 1/2 inch in April, 1/4 inch in May. These are deficits, not totals. And the NMME suggests roughly 1 to 2 inch deficit in January and February. This is pretty substantial when you think about it. These are our rainiest months, and they're not supposed to. We're talking about inches of monthly deficits, not fractions. We're talking about integers. The fortunate thing is that by the time summer rolls around, we will no longer see these negative rain anomalies because, well, we don't get rain in summertime, so there's a little bit of gallows humor that you can't take more away from zero. And so I guess my advice, I'm not really an expert on this, but my advice, if I were to be asked if any, would be to, of course, consider this deficit, the rainwater deficits may not only last this year, but into next year or the year after that, for like future developments, the water trucks and all that, and resources, coordinating with the state and stuff like that, and water resources boards. And the last one, and I think this one would be the most effective probably given the situation at hand, which would be to pray to God and beg for mercy. I think that would be, I don't know how well that would work, but I mean, we're looking at the forecast models here, and they don't seem to be really that merciful. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next in chambers, Elias Salinas.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. Thank you for the kind words that were given to Irma Valencia. It's an irony, specifically giving her this recognition after the current county council wanted her to retire because he wanted to take over the county council and have all his employees be his own. So it's an irony. I just feel it's just ridiculous. But you acknowledge her, and yet you wanted her fired, and that's actually why she's retiring. Again, I want to mention that it should be policy before politics. You are the stewards for the county. Some of you are taking advantage of the fact that we don't have Ray Espinoza sitting as the CAO, and we have Henny. Henny is the interim, and she is in that seat. And instead of going directly to staff members and giving direction to staff members, you should be going through Henny. And Henny's the one. You don't give direction. You need to follow your protocols, your procedures, and your bylaws. You don't pick up the phone and you directly order a staff member. A staff member is not going to say no because they're afraid to get fired. I've mentioned it before. You have created a hostile environment. The staff is not comfortable when they're picking up that phone and they're listening to that voice. Most recently, Supervisor Kosmicki, you made a phone call to county council and you asked for the county council to do some legal research. Yet, you failed to contact your chair and let your chair know what it is that you were doing. It was a really chaotic meeting the last time, and it was because of you. And it is because you are making those phone calls, and you are not supposed to be doing that. You're taking it upon yourself to feel like since Ray is not here, you can just pick up the phone and give anybody any orders to anybody. And we're not just talking about county council, we're all talking about us other departments that you're doing the same thing to. There are other supervisors that are doing it, but Mr. Kosmicki, you're the main problem right now with a lot of the behavior and the fear that staff have because they don't want to say no to any supervisor when you pick up the phone and you ask for direction. Actually, you're not even asking, you're ordering, you're giving them, and you want it back by a specific time.
Next in chambers, Steve Umfleet.
Good morning, Supervisors. I would like to address election complexity and transparency this morning. 3 years ago, I made a public records request to obtain the cast vote record report from our elections office. I promptly received a text file that was easily imported into Excel for my analysis. Then, I requested a cast vote record from a county in Oregon that uses Heartland or Civic instead of Dominion. I had to pay $70 for a thumb drive with that report. After plugging the drive into my computer, I found a zip file, which contained thousands upon thousands of XML files. Your average citizen would find it impossible to move forward with any analysis from that point. But I'm a software engineer, able to convert these files into a format suitable for Excel. Meanwhile, in Nevada County, a concerned citizen filed a public records request to obtain cast vote records and audit logs for their elections. Both were denied. So the citizen filed a complaint, and I wrote a declaration to the court in support of her complaint, and she prevailed. Nevada County also uses Heartland or Civic, so the concerned citizen asked for my help to convert her county's XML files, which I did. Then, someone from Hawaii requested similar assistance for their 2022 primary. And following that, Shasta County switched from Dominion to Hart last year. My name came up as someone who could help. So when my Shasta connection obtained the system audit logs from the March primary, I was invited to examine them. I found several matters of concern, one of which appears to be a violation of the California voting system standards. If this is indeed a violation, then one can reasonably wonder what impact this has on any county in the state using a version of Hart Verity in which that same behavior exists. So how does that relate to us, you ask? Well, there might be some interesting things about Dominion too, but there's no time here to talk about that. At a time when many citizens are distrustful of certain election processes, our governor recently signed a law that prohibits election workers from asking voters for ID. He has disenfranchised a large number of voters at a time when I fight to encourage people to vote. In addition, our Secretary of State is changing guidance to counties regarding audit logs and cast vote records. Are audit logs no longer public records? When our state does not verify compliance with state election code, it is left to the citizens to verify. But now we're prevented from looking? The Secretary of State has also issued guidance that requires cast vote records to be released in PDF format. A PDF may look pretty on the screen, but it cannot be imported into Excel for analysis. Why, when our state is already moving in the wrong direction, does Sacramento want to accelerate? What is Sacramento worried about? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Mr. Gallagher?
Good morning, board. Thanks for what you guys do and taking all these rocks that the public throws at you, verbal rocks, so to speak. I have my issue really isn't with the county. My issue is with the state of California. I have a workman's comp case. It's been going on almost 3 years now. It's been one delay after another. I've had 3 different claims reps within the first 4 months of my injury. I had 3 different claims reps. So at that point, I got an attorney. My current issue, I've requested from my workman's comp doctor some orthopedic shoes. Well, that was 4 months ago. I have an appointment to have inserts for these brand new shoes on Thursday. I canceled that appointment because I don't have the shoes yet. When I had surgery for my ankle on October 10th of last year, my knee scooter showed up December 10th. The same time my attorney and the state of California's mediation attorney was being indicted for fraud. So at that point in time, it was comical. So yesterday, I saw Andreas over here at the Vets building, and I've contacted Robert Rivas's office several times concerning issues just like these shoes. But one of the many issues I brought up with the state is I have to drive from San Benito County, Hollister, to Watsonville for my workman's comp doctor. And I've requested, I know government works like frozen molasses, but I've requested a yes or no answer out of Robert Rivas's office, Dominic and Andreas. Don't you think it would be a great idea if San Benito County had a workman's comp doctor here? And I could not get a yes or no answer out of them. And I think I would get a yes out of everybody in this room. We need a workman's comp doctor here in this county. We are lacking that facility. So that's what I was requested by Andreas yesterday, that I come and consult with you folks to get you on board to getting a doctor in the county. When you do contact Robert Rivas's office, let him know I also need your help with these other issues that the state is dragging her feet on. When I got injured, I had badged law enforcement officers on site within minutes. So if there's a workman's comp fraud issue, please, let's settle it now. Thank you. Appreciate your time. It'd be great if I had some help on that.
Thank you for your comments. And on Zoom, Stacy, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much. Stacy McGrady. I live in District 1, and I've lived for over 20 years. A problem that's come to my attention most recently is people shooting guns on their private property as our county has become more residential, especially in the areas of Comstock Road, Fairview, Los Vibros, Santa Ana Valley, Spring Grove, Fallon, and the areas between San Juan Bautista and Mitchell Road and San Juan Canyon and Aromas. It's more residential, more people have moved to our area from more city areas. And what I would like to propose or request is that the county develop a no shooting ordinance that would cover those areas. Maybe, I don't know exactly what it would look like, but a mile off of those roadways, so that people that are in, large tracts of land, over 5-acre parcels, would still be free to practice their shooting skills on their property without endangering those of us who live, in smaller parcel areas. We hear shots being fired regularly. It's very disconcerting, especially I live in very close proximity to Spring Grove School, and I'm very concerned for the safety of the students. So you don't have to enact it from scratch. I know that Monterey County has a shooting ordinance. Maybe that would be something to look at and model it after that. But I'd sure appreciate your help, and thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. And next, Valerie, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Supervisors. This is Valerie Eglin with Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. And this Saturday, as you well know, is the Moonlight Walk on Anza Trail and the Sesquicentennial celebration at including the Old Stage Road. We've had a little disruption in that I have been in and out of hospital with back issues. Hoping to be there on Saturday, though. We've reached out to Supervisor Kuro and Kazumiki about participating in the event without luck. And then sent a request to the clerk of the board to reach out to the supervisors, especially Kuro and Supervisor Kuro and Supervisor Kazmiki. So if we can get a response soon, it would be appreciated so that we can invite other people if you're not available. Thank you so much, and it's going to be a beautiful event. We appreciate the PIO, Rosemary, in posting as much and all the cooperation we've gotten around the county. I think it promises to be a lovely event to celebrate sesquicentennial on the Old Stage Road outside of San Juan Bautista. Have a lovely day. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you for your comments.
And that concludes public comment.
Okay, that brings us to consent. Let's open it up to public comment on consent.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card on Zoom. Please press *9 or the raise hand icon. And in chambers, we'll start with Michael Anderson.
Good morning, Chair Kuro and Supervisors. My name is Michael Anderson with Anderson Homes. My comments are for item 1.13 on the consent agenda, the Santana Ranch final maps. Earlier in the year, we met with the county's ad hoc committee to review this phase, and we worked together to provide additional open space along the north border of the project. We also worked with the state water boards to expand the project basins beyond the county requirements. We have complied with the tentative maps, conditions of approval, and the development agreement. We have a great team, including many local subcontractors and local employees, and we are proud of the community we have created at Santana Ranch. We respectfully ask that the Board of Supervisors approve item 1.13 on the consent agenda regarding the Santana Ranch final maps. Thank you.
Next in chambers, Frank Guerra.
Good morning, Chairperson Kuro and Supervisors. My name is Frank Guerra, and I represent Guerra Shelling and Guerra Hillcrest Ranch. We're property owners of a portion of the Santana Ranch project. Our family has been living and working in San Benito County for well over 100 years. We're local business owners, farmers, and we have deep ties to the community and have been involved in the project since the 1980s. From the beginning, the county supervisors required the landowners to create a specific plan to prevent fragmented development and to provide for a planned inclusion of schools, community parks, commercial development, and affordable housing, amenities that no individual landowner could provide on their own. Pursuing the vision of planned development has been a long and expensive process, but eventually a cohesive plan was created. This plan was approved by the Board of Supervisors in 2010, along with the development agreement, which outlined the developers and the county's obligations. And in 2013, the project received its tentative map approval. The plan included room for a school, construction of a community park, which was built at the developer's expense outside of the project's park fee assessments, a commercial site, and affordable housing, all goals of the supervisors from the beginning. There isn't another development currently under construction in this community that encompasses all of these amenities. The project has had a positive impact on the local economy, and was estimated that an average of 500 jobs would be created each year during the Santana Ranch construction, with many jobs going to local subcontractors working on the project. Concern was raised a few months ago on how local contractors were notified when lots were made available for purchase. It's my understanding that those notifications were made in the same way that the county posts its public notices. If that's true, I would say that those concerns are unsupported. Comments have also been made regarding the negotiated development agreement that the county between the county and the project developers. I can tell you that the county hired an experienced outside firm to negotiate the agreement on their behalf. And like all projects seeking approval, Santana Ranch reimbursed the county for that expense. It's a great project. It's more than halfway built out now. Development has met its obligations and has made additional concessions along the way. And I believe it deserves the project deserves your support and this approval. We'll let it continue to its conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next in chambers, Elias Salinas.
Thank you. 1.6, 1.8, 1.13, 1.15, and I think I said others, but I can't remember. 4? Okay, great. So the 1.6, this is for funds that are going to be additionally given over to the public defender for services. It's almost $152,000, and it says these are additional funds received from the state, and I'm hoping that we can get an answer if that's part of it. I know that some of the money has come from the pilot program. The pilot program is still going on, and it's my understanding that more funds are being requested from the pilot program. But I don't believe that all the $152,000 came from the pilot program. It would be nice if the public could get a clarification on that. 1.8, you're waiving the reading, and you've already, with regards to the ordinance on the camping on public right-of-ways, and you still have not come up with a plan to, what is it that you're going to do with those individuals? Where are they going to go? And I know you're going to approve this, but you also have to, you have a duty to have empathy and compassion for those folks there. So where are they going to go? You're going to go clean the river. Where are those folks going to go? You're going to clean some roadway out in the county. Where are the folks going to go? So please try to have some kind of a plan for that. 1.113, I have a feeling that it might be getting pulled, so I wanted to make a comment on that as well. That there is no other project like the Santana Ranch project, and here's the irony on this one is we need more projects like that, and the folks that came in from out of the county and moved in here are now the ones that are protesting that they don't want projects like this. This is a great project, and now the second, almost there with regards to getting this authorization of the maps. I think you should go ahead and do it. They have completed everything they've done. They've gone above and beyond. There's been a lot of bumps in the road, but those have been cleared and they've been rectified. So please go ahead and vote for consent on this item. 1.115. I just want to thank you all that I hope you do approve this. The community food bank does a lot, and it's under new management, but that doesn't mean that the needs of the folks are not there and that they're not continuing the work. They have come before you numerous times of telling you, I mean, at one time, I find the most amount of people that I remember them helping was like 60,000 people. And that's not 60,000 the entire county, because our population are just a little around there anyway. But that's how many people come back and come back and come back, especially during the winter months when a lot of these folks are affected. So please continue to give money to this great organization, as well as other nonprofits that are deserving of funds that should be supported by the county. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd just like to comment real quick on the approval of those final maps. I have some issues with it. Namely the appearance of the presence of cul-de-sacs, which are one of the least efficient forms of housing, but one of the more expensive ones, I believe. I don't remember if it's the most or if it's just one of the more. Point is, I feel like there are better options available to us, and there's still, even if we can put as many houses we want in Santana Ranch, but the problem is that there's still only 2 points of ingress and egress, and it backs up against a lot of dry brush. As I've said before, we're not expecting the normal amount of rain this year, and that may very well extend into further years. These droughts being the way they are. And at the same time, we're looking at questions of whether or not the county can support a fire service. It seems a little risky to be putting that many houses further out, and all that dry brush. And it also seems a little inefficient to be adding cul-de-sacs into the development map. That's mostly it for me. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
I have no further public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board, are there any items that you would like to pull or discuss?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Supervisor Cosmic?
1.5, 1.13, 1.14.
Hold on, 1.5, 1.
13,
Uh-huh.
1.14.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Zanger? Nothing? Supervisor? And Supervisor Gonzalez?
1.11.
That it?
Yes.
Okay, so I have pulled items 1.5, 1.11, 1.13, and 1.14. So we have 4 items pulled. Can I get a motion to approve the remaining?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, currently, any items that are pulled happen after regular agenda. If we are able to discuss them before we go into closed session or before the public hearing, we will do so. It all depends on how the regular agenda goes. So, thank you for our attendees and public comment. So we're moving on to regular agenda. We have item 2.1. And County Council, are you presenting this, or I'm assuming you're presenting this? If there are questions, is anyone presenting from staff on the item itself?
I guess I can.
Okay, would you like to at least introduce the item?
Hold on, let me pull it up.
While you're pulling it up, I'll just start it off with, this item was brought forward as a way of looking at succession planning for the position of CAO. This recommendation was brought to us after discussion with County Council and HR. And the items on this are creating a new position, reviewing and or approving a new agreement with the CAO, and directing staff on the CAO job description and potential recruitment.
I'm almost there.
Okay, I was filling in the gap.
Okay, sorry about that. This item is presented, is to review and discuss and consider approving a job specification for senior executive advisor. Set the salary at the current CAO pay, which is $25,802.98 per month, plus benefits. Place a position on the county's position allocations, review and approve an agreement with the CAO, accepting a position as the senior executive advisor, and then direct staff to begin update the county administrative officer job spec, the current spec that we have. It would be also an update on that.
Okay, so before we continue, let's go to public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the board for the discussion.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 over the raised hand icon. And in chambers, Elia.
Thank you. So this has been, this individual has been on the payroll since he left back in March, I believe. And you have had numerous meetings in closed session after closed session after closed session. You've had special meetings, you've had everything in, and it's always been under evaluation of the CAO, County Administrative Officer. And it's been going on, and he's going to come back, he's not going to come back, he's on bereavement leave, he's on whatever leave, okay? It's been costing San Benito County since March. You have been paying his salary, and you have not been able to make a decision. Are you going to let him go and end his contract, and now you've decided that you're not going to do that? You're going to change his title because now you want to use the word succession to be able to train somebody. Well, if the individual had died, you did not have a succession in plan, and you would have had to replace him. And you would have been going through that for the last few months to be able to replace him. That's not what has happened here. You continue to give a man a paycheck. He continues to get all his benefits, and you refuse to pull the Band-Aid. You are the stewards of the finances for this county. Supervisor Kosmicki, you are constantly saying, I want to save taxpayers' money, and I'm going to do this, and I'm not going to say no to this. You and I discussed his contract before it was signed, and you said, well, why didn't you complain about Barbara Thompson's contract? Why are you complaining about Ray's contract? Which were two completely different issues. At the time, it was Supervisor Dirks. Oh, he's a really nice guy. Ray Espinosa is a really nice guy. That doesn't mean that you continue to allow him to control what is going on with his title. Good grief. It's extortion. It's legal extortion. You're allowing this individual to continue. You're not doing this for secession. You're doing this as a benefit to him, and it is not a benefit to the county. Please say no to this.
I have no other public comment.
Okay, with that, is there any comment from board members or questions for council?
Yes, I do.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
This whole process to get this item before the board today has been a very laborious process. It has been agonizing. It has been frustrating. It has been difficult. And if it were up to me and I could decide how this contract is, or how this position is going to be terminated, I would say that we terminate immediately, pay out the contract amount, and then just be done with it. And as the speaker said, take the Band-Aid off, just rip it off right away, and just, let bygones be bygones. But when you come to a situation where you have no options, or no options that are feasible, and the terms aren't in the best. You have to accept what is, and unfortunately, through conversations that I can't divulge because there's closed session, this is the best that we can do in moving forward. And I know that there's some caution and some concern from some members, county employees and members of the public, but this is the best that we can do. And please understand, we are doing the best that we can with the votes that we have currently. And so, that's it.
Any other comments? Can I get a motion? I move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? 5-0. Okay, moving on to item 2.2. 2.2 is receive a presentation on encampment cleanups and discussion with staff on budget needs.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. Joining me today is Rebecca Mojica with County Council. Today's encampment cleanup policy presentation is a follow-up requested by the board at the October 15th special board meeting. We will be providing you with general updates and an overview of the senior admin analyst role and job duties, which has been compiled by the encampment cleanup working group. We've done our best to put together cost estimates and a timeline for discussion. As for updates, staff has proceeded with contacting City of Hollister to more formally discuss collaboration on the San Benito riverbed cleanup. It was noted by their staff that they already have policies and procedures in place to conduct encampment cleanup work, so adopting a similar policy such as ours might not be needed or necessary. We anticipate further discussion with the city manager and any applicable departments later this month. The working group has developed an updated trespass authorization form to be notarized and obtained from each private property owner that enables county staff to access and to eventually remove the encampments for a time period of 1 year. We will be proceeding with communications to the private property owners this month. We are proceeding with the recruitment as well for the IWM Code Enforcement Officer and are hopeful for a smooth recruitment process. This role would support these efforts in the unincorporated county. And the working group continues to research and seek guidance from neighboring agencies. And we've had brief discussions with the county's grant consultant, California Consulting, regarding funding opportunities. California's Housing and Community Development Department has made competitive funding previously available under the Encampment Resolution Funding Program. We anticipate another round of funding in the new year. And if applied and awarded, this could provide additional services and support to provide to people experiencing homelessness in encampments. In order to submit successful grant applications for additional funding and to proceed in a timely manner with the riverbed cleanup, the staff feels strongly of the need for a lead agency staff member in the form of a senior admin analyst. The working group discussed thoroughly the urgent need for a lead staff in the county administration to facilitate these encampment cleanup efforts. Ultimately, this position would lead the administration of RFPs, contracts, and overall encampment cleanup projects. Their role would include the coordination of interdepartmental and interagency communications, as well as direct coordination and outreach to community-based organizations and the cities of Hollister and San Juan Bautista. The role would provide quarterly updates to the board and could provide ongoing updates to other entities. Their duties would also include preparing and administering this program's budget and grants. And lastly, the position would support personal property coordination and overall pickups from the county storage. And with that, I'll pass it on to Rebecca.
So, excuse me, I am a little sick. I will just preface that. But there were some unknowns going into the total costs. For example, as far as contractors to do the entire project, they were requesting to come out and do a site inspection, which wasn't able to be coordinated as, for example, like the river has a flood portion that's on private property. And so pending those authorizations to get them out there to do a complete estimate for that project, unknowns. However, some things that are known, starting at the bottom, while we weren't able to have them come out to do the estimate, we were able to get a comparable contract to look at from the city of Salinas, and they do spend roughly $250,000 a year. That does include the noticing, the cleanups, bagging and tagging of personal property, and providing the bags and tags. We also know that our prior cleanup cost was approximately $252,000. That's including $165,000 of cleanup costs, approximately $12,000 in towing, which, for your information, is that towing contract is set to expire the end of December 2024, as well as approximately $75,000 in staff time, but please note that is only HHSA staff time. We also know that for in-house storage, it would be $3,000 to $7,000. We already have the property, but for the large conics storage containers and smaller sub-containers within that, that's our approximate costs. We also know the cost of sheriff deputy and senior admin analyst, and both of those include benefits for the full-time positions. And looking at it a slightly different way, we organized it here. So something to note is our current ongoing costs being invested into this. So for initial outreach, for contact with the homeless and providing resources, we have our behavioral health, HHSA, going towards this, as well as the code enforcement that we're anticipating to be bringing on soon, and the sheriff deputy. Breaking up the storage, so contracting out would be roughly $160 a month for just a 10 by 10 space, where this in-house could be 1 to 2 depending on the quality of the container, 20 by 8 with large Conex containers. So just so you have that comparison. The bag and tag is actually flipped, so if it's contracted, it would be included in the contract. Those are in the wrong columns, but the in-house would be the initial purchase of the bags, tags for a large quantity, and then having those for as long as they last, and then needing to ongoingly purchase them. For coordinating pickups, that would be something included in staff time if we did it in-house, but it's unknown if we contract it. That's not something that's included in the contracts that we're seeing, meaning when someone has something after the fact and wants to come and call to pick up their items, coordinating them to open the space or having a designated time isn't something that's part of the contracts. As far as the lead agency and coordinating between the departments, it's not recommended and not typically seen in other counties for it to be just a contracted out solely to coordinate between them. It's not, we can continue to look for that avenue, but it's not something that's currently recommended if we're not seeing a lot of that. For the cleanup costs specifically, as I mentioned before, it's not currently known, and as far as our people in staff doing it, it's not currently recommended as far as our HAZWOPER certification or familiarity with the process or with physical cleaning for that. And as far as the timeline, there are some ongoing efforts already, but from now through through April 2025, as we currently don't have a set person that's coordinating this, so the timeline, as you notice in the top, is without the senior admin analyst. It would be a group effort to try to work through these things, but what we have ongoing is working to obtain the notarized property trespass authorization forms, and we are working to continue correspondence and collaboration with cities and community-based organizations, recruiting and hiring the senior admin analyst, the code enforcer, and deputy sheriff. However, something making this unknown and less certain is the fact that we don't know as far as hiring times and getting someone on board. Also moving forward with circulating an RFP and retaining the contractors for the initiation of cleanup efforts. The review of the policy and making sure it's the most effective is something that would be ongoing as the efforts are initiated, and that goes along with, as we mentioned, the communication and correspondence with the counties or with our neighboring cities or large cities. And also unknown is the contractor availability, but once they're retained, when they would be able to start for either a larger project or for the ongoing things if they're able to do both in that. The time frame isn't yet known. But that is all we have at this time, and we will open it to you. So let's open it up to public, unless you're adding something? Yep, go right ahead.
if we have a moment, we didn't quite have time to meet with the rest of the working group before this presentation was loaded up. So I just didn't know if any of Manny or maybe Amanda had any additional thoughts to add regarding our meeting. Or present to the board. If you'd like.
Feel free if you'd like to add. And this was the original working group.
I just wanted to add on behalf of the HHSA, good morning, Honorable Board. We feel strongly in this senior admin analyst position as being a key and critical component to really the ongoing efforts of executing this well, right? And making sure that we have the administrative infrastructure and support to really do this as a county to help serve lives and to enhance our overall coordination between these departments. Everybody's committed. We have fantastic subject matter experts locally that know our community, that are engaged, and we just feel strongly that that is going to be a critical component to really making sure this project is successful. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, so we're going to open it up now to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, we'll start with Pat Lowe.
Thank you. Good morning. You must feel beat up by the time you go home at night. I was sitting out there listening to this meeting. It brought back some memories. I'm sorry, I'm probably going to be one of the negative people, though, but where is our humanity? These are people. We do not really believe it is okay to kick someone when they are at their lowest point. Just moving these people will not solve the problem. Isn't it time we work on the problem? What about the county's responsibility to provide housing for all income levels? There is one project that I know of that was to provide over 100 affordable units. How many of these units have been built? Has the county done anything to ensure these units be built in a timely fashion? If you direct staff to come back with how many units have been built by different developers and how many were to be built, I believe you'll be surprised. The point-in-time survey shows over 60% of the homeless state they became homeless because they could not afford the rent. Amazon sells tiny homes for under $9,000. Have you instructed staff to look into purchasing or put a program together for the tiny homes on land owned by the county? It is time the county start thinking outside the box. What has been done in the past is not working. Homeless numbers have swelled to 600. It is time to get all the players at the table. Health and Human Services is not equipped to handle looking into purchasing or building units. The county has collected fees from developers who have not built affordable housing. How much money is in that pot? It has to be over $1 million. You could use that money to purchase tiny homes and provide other services. Maybe there are developers that would like to do some public-private collaboration, but the county must be serious about solving the problem, not just criminalizing the homeless. The county has worked with a nonprofit group since 2018, where according to their contract is to provide things like outreach. You have spent $3 million with this nonprofit. Do you know what you bought for $3 million? Maybe it is time to look at all the different contracts and get an accounting on how the money is being spent. I did a public records request, but that was a waste of time. I could not get the information. Homelessness is a huge problem, not just here, but on the whole West Coast. It is time we tackle the problem, not just move the problem down the road, because it will come back bigger. 20 years ago, when the community came together to form the Homeless Task Force, there were 20 homeless people in the community. Today, we have more tools and more money. We are talking about people.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay, I just would like to say, and this is so important for our community's humanity.
Thank you for your comments.
Next in chambers, Linda. Nancy.
morning, everyone, and I know this is a difficult job, and I know that a lot of time and effort and money has gone into this, and all I could say to Pat Lowe is ditto, ditto, ditto. Hollister Community Outreach, our mission statement is, and it's not just a statement, it is what we live and breathe, to change the face of homelessness. And I can't change the world, but I wasn't planted in the world. I'm planted here in San Benito County. When I came to San Benito County 23 years ago, I thought, what a beautiful little community. But underneath the surface, behind the veil, there was all of this human suffering. And when I worked in big metropolitan areas, you could see people in the streets. And then what happened, the river was cleaned out and everything exploded and people were down by where the, on San Benito Street, etc. And oh my goodness. But it was good that it happened so that we could see. So to change the face of homelessness, the way the homeless person views themselves, the way they view others, and the way others view them. You see, if you think that you're worthless, you're going to become worthless. If you think you're not worth saving, you're going to believe that. And the way they view others, the way people say, get a job, bum. Well, if you don't have an address, you don't have an email, you don't have a phone, how are you going to get a job? And the way others view them. When we say the homeless, do you want to be called the ridge marker or the sunny sloper? These are people. And I'd like to quote you a little poem when I was a little girl in Tennessee, and it stuck with me forever. An old Hank Williams song. Some mother's darling, some mother's son. Once he was fair, and once he was young. Once she would rock him and sing him to sleep. But they left him to die like a tramp on the street. That stuck with me forever. And when I see somebody on the street, I think about some mother's darling, some mother's son. But more importantly now, how do we help them transition? And I want to share with you, we have helped 292 people that we know of off the streets permanently. Now, there's others that I'm sure, and I'm about to run out of time, but you know what? I have never been invited to the table to discuss what's going on, and I want you all to look to see how much money you've ever given us. We've done it off of our Social Security checks, off of private donations, off of our sales at the thrift store. And we have seen these transformation changes, lives changed. We're better than that, San Benito County. Invite us to the tables. We have a method that's working. And you know why I think it is? It's because we care. But the other thing is, maybe there's no money in what we do. And I'm sorry to be so judgmental, but guess what? I have to speak for the voiceless. Thank you, and I love you, and I know you have a hard job.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Next in chamber, Elia.
Thank you. So there's a plan for a cleanup and there's a plan for storage. And Salinas was contacted and asked how they did it, so you don't reinvent the wheel. So I would like to know what is the answer to, what is the percentage of the property that is returned to these individuals? Because once you clean up, where are they going to go? You take their stuff, you're going to store it, and for how long are you going to store it where they could come and reclaim it? If they have nowhere to go, they have nowhere to take their possessions, and these people, that's all they have for possession, is whatever you're going to take when you clean up. It's my understanding that I believe from the report that was done a couple of meetings ago that the homeless increased by 69% in San Benito County. And we have the tiny homes out on Southside Road. I've gone out there and I've seen them. I've seen the foundation for them. And for the money that was spent, I have been coming here and telling the Board of Supervisors that there were tiny homes that could be purchased for like $30,000. And then I came here 2 years ago and I talked to Ray Espinoza and I met an individual from an incubator up in Silicon Valley, and they offered to build tiny homes for free on municipality property. Only thing they wanted is, if you're going to rent them out, then please pay us. If you're not going to rent them out, you don't have to pay us anything, because they were just getting started 2 years ago. And I never heard from Ray. This was something for free, not costing anything, and there we are today. We're about to have even more people moved out of the river. You have all those trailers that the money was spent from FEMA for the individuals that were flooded out, and you evicted them even though they had nowhere to go. And some of those people right now are also unhoused because they're living from place to place to place.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no further public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any questions, comments from board members? Supervisor Cosmicki?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, a couple things. Just looking at the policy again, section 6A mentions, I just want to make sure we're all clear on the private property owner side of this, where private property owners shall bear the cost of ongoing cleanup efforts, potentially through a reimbursement agreement, and the county alternatively may pursue code enforcement action and seek reimbursement. So if somebody trespasses on the property and the property owner reports it, the property owner is essentially liable for removal of the items. It sounds like in the policy. I just want to make sure that we, because I think there's kind of a gray area there, or whatever you want to call it. But I just want to make sure that we're doing significant outreach at the outset of this program to the private property owners. Primarily, I think we're talking about the riverbed private properties for the most part. I don't think you're going to see people camping on lawns. But I just want to make sure we're doing significant outreach so that they know that once anybody trespasses on their property, that they should immediately call the sheriff's office to have them removed, because this is just trespassing. And I am somewhat, from a principle standpoint, troubled by the idea of a private property owner having to pay for items that are being left by somebody who trespassed on their property. That is obviously a unique situation, but if we don't address it, I just want to make sure that that is a priority, that we're contacting all those private property owners to make sure they're aware of it. And I think we should look at this as we go, because I don't want this to become something where private property owners are penalized because people are choosing to camp out on their property. I think we have to, I said they're not going to camp on lawns, but I think you have to sort of look at it that way, because if somebody camped on one of our lawns, I'd expect the police to come and remove them, and I wouldn't expect to have to pay for the removal of stuff. So that, and then the other part, section 10D2, a file should be created for each encampment removal and be retained for 4 years, physically or digitally, and should contain, and then it goes on to list 9 sets of data. So do we legally have to do this for 4 years is my question. This seems extreme to me. We're cleaning up illegal encampments on public properties, and the individuals should be aware what they're doing is illegal. So it just seems like an excessive use of resources to have to maintain all this for 4 years.
So the plan is to use GIS and save everything there from the encampment, so all of it would be photographed and just documented within the same app. It's not a separate report that's being written up. And because all property that's being either stored or disposed of is wanting to be very clearly documented, I'm just keeping it all in the same place, and so it's each encampment is kind of kept together that it was done. Does that answer your question?
It does, but it doesn't. I mean, I'm still concerned about the notion of the county putting in a policy that we have to maintain all this data for such a long period of time. I don't know if 4 years is necessary, maybe 1 year. I don't want to add to the burden here. We're talking about staff positions and all these things, and I'll get into my thoughts on those things later, but I think we're almost creating more work than is really necessary. So if I just would ask for some consensus at some point when I'm, that potentially there's consideration at least. I just want to throw it out there, consideration to look at that part of the policy because I just think it's excessive for us to.
Definitely, you could shorten it if it is preferred, but as far as anticipated or potential future litigation, just having those retained for as long as they would have a right of action would make sense. So I can double check that if it's the minimum is 3 or 2, that it be brought down to 3 years.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. And then it was listed, the costs were listed as all general fund. So I have, just to reiterate, I've requested that we look closely at, as soon as possible, at how we can shift outside ARPA funds to help pay for this, especially the cleanup costs. To me, this is a top priority. And we definitely, in my opinion, should be using those outside funds as much as possible to prevent the use of general funds. And if that means that we have to look at other ARPA expenses, then we have to decide what our priorities are in the end. And if we're doing something discretionary with ARPA funds that isn't as high of a priority than this, then I think we should be using ARPA funds to fund this to the extent we can. And then I've asked, at the last meeting, I think it was in the motion, I asked for multiple options for administrative help, including the potential to use existing staff, contractor, or to add staff. And the recommendation, as far as I can tell, was just simply to add staff. So I'm wondering if somebody can address whether we can look at other options, including contractor or using existing staff and see how things go.
I can answer that. So I contacted a couple other counties just to look at their models as well. Overwhelmingly, a lot of them had stated that they use admin analysts in their admin office so that they could have a little bit more oversight in that sense. Using existing staff right now, we are spread thin, so that is why we put in the recommendation as a senior administrative analyst to get a higher level analyst in place. A contract, we didn't look at that, but if that's something the board wants us to do, we can look at that as well. Again, this is a highly, I think, complex project, partly because there are so many entities involved, and that's why I started with the senior analyst position. We could go to a lower analyst position, which would be less, for pay, but again, we're looking for expertise and somebody who can start running with this project. That's what we looked at. Also, with reviewing other counties, any coordinator for homelessness has been very complicated for them as well. They've had recruitments that failed. It took a while to get the right person in, including starting in health and human services departments, and then it moved back to administration and then back to human services. There's been a lot of things with homelessness. It's very difficult. So, I think that the recommendation is we go for a higher level to find that expertise. I believe there are people out there that are willing to do this, but it's a challenge. I think the challenge is if I share this with this assignment through the staff, it would be probably not as effective. And so I think that's the reason why we came with the recommendation of the senior admin analyst.
Okay, thanks for answering that.
Just to add to Henny, we have reached out to some jurisdictions about if they have used a contractor, and we just have not had any luck yet in finding that type of work contracted out.
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, and so I do not believe a full-time administrative position is necessary for this. I understand there's going to be a relatively significant amount of work at the outset, but we're facing very serious budget issues, and I don't see this as a full-time permanent role as far as once we get down the road here. So I again would prefer to look further at a contractor while the current administrative staff takes on this issue. And if that means that other issues are deprioritized, then that means that other issues are deprioritized. We just can't keep throwing money around, and I'm very concerned about additional costs we're going to be facing potentially in the next budget. We all know what those issues are, and we're going to be in a really problematic situation if we keep doing this. And so if that means other priorities go down the list, then that means other priorities go down the list as far as I'm concerned, but I cannot support a full-time administrative position. I'd rather have, admin prioritize this. And then as stated earlier, I do support the sheriff's deputy, and I think it plays into the reason why I don't see the need for a permanent full-time position, because once you have the sheriff deputy patrolling the riverbed, theoretically you're not going to have encampments crop up, and we're doing this to solve a problem. We're not doing this so that we expect there to be encampments here forever. So to have a full-time permanent analyst is basically assuming we're never going to solve the problem. So we're here to solve a problem, which means we hire the sheriff's deputy, they come in, they're patrolling the riverbed, we expect them to be patrolling the riverbed on a regular basis, so therefore we expect there aren't going to be encampments. So I just don't, again, I think if you bring in the sheriff's deputy and they're doing regular patrolling, you don't need to have all these additional staff members. This, as again, a lot of the work is at the outset. You know, and I don't think, I'm a little perturbed by the talk of without an administrative analyst, we might not get this going until April of 2025. Let's just get it done, basically, is going to be, if you want to use my quote, let's just get it done. And, you know, let's prioritize this. And we can start working on recruiting a sheriff's deputy now. Sheriff Taylor has committed to this, that he's willing to go start right now. So he says he can allocate existing staff to get the process started. Let's just get this riverbed cleaned up, and then hopefully this plan that we have in place works out and we don't have to keep returning to the issue. And then I just want to remind everyone, this is not just, you know, these are public spaces, and there's a particular reason why the riverbed is a concern. We've had years where, you know, we do have erratic shifts. You know, I know there was a forecast prediction earlier, but we don't know what that's going to look like. We could have another monsoon sort of winter, and we could have the riverbed flowing. We could have people's lives being put in danger. And on top of that, we have a wildfire season that is now 12 months out of the year, and we have 12 months out of the year where we have serious risks of fires from people who are committing criminal activities in the riverbed and starting fires and putting my constituents at risk every single day. So to me, this needs to be a priority. I'd like this to have a sooner timeline than what's been stated, and then also would like to have us, with the changeover in city leadership, to revisit the collaboration after those folks are seated in December. And then I want to also remind that I requested previously, just to make sure it doesn't fall off the radar, that the county look at renovating the conference room at the homeless shelter to add beds to the homeless shelter. I think we can get at least another 25 beds there. And again, if we're talking about priorities, is it more important to have a meeting space that's used occasionally, or is it more important to have beds for people to sleep? Thank you.
Okay, other comments? Supervisor Zanger?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, thank you. So, the question, Selena. We talked before about having the folks that were being moved sort of cataloging and tagging the items they actually want stored, so we're not stuck just grabbing everything, piles and piles of stuff, which could be mostly trash at that point. Are we still going through with that plan, or are we just going to pack it all up?
No, not everything will be packed up. There's a specific list of certain item types that should be stored for personal property. But of course, if they're available in there, we would be asking, or the staff would be asking them, what is it that you'd like to store? And then that process would occur.
Okay, just want to make ssure we're not storing like not-built shopping carts, which I've seen in the river, stuff like that. So I agree about the full-time position. I'm confident our staff can either absorb that work, or we can look into a contractor, which I'd like to see how that pans out. You see numbers on contracting the work out, see how that goes. Last time, Sheriff Taylor, we were joking with him that the deputy would essentially have an office in the river. Like, that is going to be his job. That's going to be his full-time home. So ideally, yes, he's down there, and this isn't a ongoing issue forever. It's an issue at first, and then it's like a small maintenance issue going forward. It's sort of the idea. I really don't want to overcomplicate things. I'd like to get going, as soon as we can with this. And I do think it's important. We need to sort of rid this notion that the county is responsible for providing free housing for everyone that wants to live here. It just doesn't make any sense. It's absurd on its face. The economics of that just would never work. So we need to think like that. We need to realize that we are trying to solve a problem, and if we continue doing the same things that we've been doing, it's not going to get any better because the state spent $10 billion, I think, last year and it got worse. So we do need to act. We do need to get things in motion and try things differently. So I do want to push this forward, but I don't support a full senior staff member being happy. So that's all.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
While I sympathize with the public comments, that where's the humanity and where are the homeless going to go? And given what my fellow supervisors have said that it's not our responsibility, I disagree. My concern still is the question that I asked when this item came up previously. Who's the lead agency? What's their responsibility? What's their role? And to me, that has still not been specifically designated. Granted, this is a nice little report, but it doesn't answer all the questions. And I hear my fellow supervisors saying, we got to get this done, we got to get this done. But think of the old adage, haste makes waste. And that's what's happening. We're pushing this through without a plan. We keep talking about a plan, but there's no definitive plan on how we're going to take care of this. And while I agree that we can't allow the homeless to occupy spaces in public parks, in the river, because that becomes a health and safety issue for residents that encounter that situation. But I just think we've been negligent in our housing numbers, availability in terms of low to moderate income, the climate, the economy. It's going to force more people into this population of unhoused. I mean, I look online and rent is in the neighborhood of $2,500 to $3,200 for a 2-3 bedroom unit here in the community. Who makes that kind of money? Who can afford that? And for us to push this ordinance forward without looking at all of the factors, we're just going to make a bigger mess than we already have. And so I would prefer to slow the timeline down until we have all the answers addressed and all the concerns that are addressed. I know this has been an ongoing issue that we've been talking about for at least 4 years. But this is not the answer. And pushing through an ordinance is not the answer. As I said, haste makes waste. And I don't agree with this. I want to make sure we do it right. If we're going to do this, just do it right. This is not right yet. Thank you.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Thank you. So I think that we really need to approach this with care and compassion, and I appreciate the work that you all have done. I do have a couple of questions. So how long do they do? I mean, I think I've read people have 90 days to reclaim their property if it is bagged and tagged, or what happens in the instance that somebody doesn't? I mean, do we have any exceptions, or is there anything, or at 90 days, that's kind of it? Because I saw it says 90 days, but then there was nothing. You know, sometimes people fall on circumstances that are really, unfortunate. And do we have a way to kind of deal with those unfortunate circumstances?
Yeah, at this time, we've never done this before,
Right.
and so I think it's going to be learning as we go. And whoever at this time, we were talking about the senior admin analyst being that point person who would have set days and times to allow individuals to pick it up. But we can definitely keep that in mind as this progresses.
I think that we do need to kind of keep in mind the humanity side of it, right? Like, yes, we have to get working on this, but at the same time, these are individuals. And so we want to approach it with kind of care and compassion. And with saying that, I know you guys have done an amazing job with your working group, but is there any possibility of us inviting some of kind of the fierce advocates that have been working on this issue for years in our committee, or in our community, that could possibly sit on this working group with you all to really help us even do a better job, right? Like making sure that kind of, I truly believe that like that public-private partnership is just such a key to kind of success. And so I think that if we possibly have that voice as well, and there's just sometimes we're not thinking about some of the different considerations, and it's just another kind of another voice that would sit there that, have you thought about this? Oh shoot, we didn't think about that, and could maybe help us avoid some of the missteps as we move along on this process.
Yeah, the working group at this time has just been primarily the county staff, and we have invited some of the city of Hollister staff. But then at some point, the hope was that this working group would transition to that homeless task force, believe there are some CBOs here today that have participated in those meetings.
And I get that, and I appreciate that that's the direction that we're moving, but as we're developing this plan, I think there might be some really valuable input that we're not receiving right now by keeping it just county staff. Oh, well, we've opened it up to the city. It's still all government, right? We don't have an advocate of, that are people dealing with unhoused. Yes, we do on the, is it not the homeless coalition? Homeless task force. And I love the direction that we're moving with that, but as we're developing this plan, I just think there might be some considerations that might be valuable. And if you don't want it to be the full working group, maybe just even some side conversations might be helpful as we're thinking about some of these things. They may be able to, give a little bit of input. So, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
I would just add that, part of the reason why the senior admin analyst is critical is it takes a lot of time, effort, and energy for complex collaborative initiatives, right? And as we've seen by the policy, there's multiple county departments, multiple city agencies, and then you add the community-based partners. That level of complex coordination requires extensive administration and time, which staff are already adhering to their legal mandates and all other things that they have to accomplish and do, right? So this senior admin analyst would be responsible for helping those coordination efforts both with our community-based organizations, city, and county staff. And so that's kind of a critical component.
100%. And I totally support where we're going with that. But I think that's where we're going, right? And like where I'm talking about is like right now as we're developing this, I think that there's a missing component in not including the community-based organizations is all that I'm saying. I think there could be some valuable input in including them. I get where we're going, and I'm supportive of a senior admin analyst. I would just ask, was it the item right above this was for a senior executive administrator and working on special projects. Is this possibly a special project that we could put on that individual to help execute and help move this forward? We're already paying. Could that possibly be? I don't know if it works, if it doesn't work, and just throwing that out is something for us to think about. It is somebody in administration. I do like someone from admin being on this and making sure that no balls get dropped and they're working with every single department. And so I really like that idea. So just throwing that out there, is that something that we could utilize or not? I think we should at least look into that as an option.
Absolutely. That could be a project assigned.
Let's see, what else do I have? Oh, I was just curious. Again, I appreciate the work on this, but have we given any thought? I mean, how are we going to handle, I'm just imagining we're going to have an increased need for additional bed space. Do we have any plan to deal with the increase in, additional people needing a place to stay? Is there, looks like you've thought about it, so.
Well, I will say that the shelter currently is not at full capacity, right? We still have beds available currently. We do have, our, Enrique Ariola, who's our deputy director of our CSWD, and he, we have, there will be a need as we continue to roll in. I think it's really about, what we value as one person at a time and really seeing what that support looks like. That might be local housing, that might be supporting folks to re-engage with their community of origin, right? And so really understanding those numbers, it's a little complicated until you really get out there, start doing the work and seeing what those needs are in the community. But we do currently have shelter capacity.
Will you remind me, and I apologize, I don't know this off the top of my head, how many beds do you have at the shelter again?
I think it's 44.
And do you know kind of like what is the current capacity right now?
We currently have, I think there's around 30 to 33 individuals in them.
Okay. I agree with Supervisor Kosmicki that I think we need to do everything we can. Maybe there will be a need, maybe there won't, but I would like to be prepared, and I would have no problem in transitioning a conference room if that's what it took for us to boost beds or, kind of whatever we need to do. So anyways, those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, I think that brings it back to me. So one, I want to thank staff because this is a complex topic, and even though there is a wish to move quickly, if we move efficiently and address the hurdles as we get to them, we're going to be more successful. I recall there was a cleanup how long ago in the riverbed? What year was that cleanup?
That, 2020, between 2023 and 2024, we've done cleanup of the abandoned encampments.
You've cleaned up abandoned encampments, but there was a full cleanup of the riverbed years back. You probably weren't here at that time. But there was no plan what to do next and how that cleanup affects our cities, our incorporated cities and other areas. So my number one concern is the wraparound services, which it sounds like you guys are looking at. What are those wraparound services? I don't feel like it's a go in, do this, and all of a sudden everybody's out of the riverbed. And it is an ongoing, and I do fully support a full-time deputy, but the deputy is not the one doing the wraparound services. The deputy is not the one that's addressing the problems and the individual, these case-by-case issues, because each one of these individuals may have unique services that they need, and how do we ensure that they're not just being pushed away? On the other side of that conversation is ensuring that our waterways are safe, that life safety is a priority, that we are not getting contaminants in our, I mean, when you see some of the stuff coming out of these riverbeds, it's appalling, and that's our water supply. And so that's very concerning to me. So my number one issue, and it's a great start, but I like what I'm hearing when you guys say, but we're going to have this grow as we grow, because you're not going to have everything in this policy to address every situation, and rules might get dropped. That's why the importance of a lead individual and an expert in the area. Now, it's an option that could be discussed, what Supervisor Sotelo recommended on this new position that's advising the board. But I feel like it's a subject matter expert that is more needed. And that subject matter expert is being able to not only work with all of the departments and agencies, but also working with the nonprofits. The nonprofits need to be included in this conversation, whether it is shelter or food or clothing. They need to be part of this, because this isn't a government fix it and it'll go away. As you can tell, we've thrown way too much money in this state to solve a problem that has yet to be solved. So I agree that we have to do something different and we have to think different, but humanity is our top priority. But life safety is right up there with it. So where I'm also concerned is if we don't have a lead individual coordinating this with expertise, maybe a consultant is a better idea for starting it. Maybe instead of it being a permanent position, maybe a consultant, or the only thing that I don't like about consultants in this situation is they're not connected to the community. They're not connected to the people. They're very black or white. We have a lot of gray areas of what we need to address, and that's where I feel like someone in our staff and departments that takes this. What I am also concerned with is ownership and seeing the momentum of bringing departments together right now is great, but it's not going to stay that way unless we have that common thread of the person that is assigned to keep that continuity going. I thank you, Selena, for all that you've done. You know, ownership is something that I don't ever have to ask of you. You own it when you take on projects. So, but we need that ownership on the entirety of this project, and it can't be on you. It doesn't seem that that's the right fit. I do also like the oversight being in administration. I think that gives the project a lot more support from the dais and from staff, so that it's understood across all departments. This is a department, this is a county goal. So my biggest concerns are the wraparound services, ensuring that when they are being removed, the notices at the end of this, sorry, going all the way to the end, this draft notice. The one thing I noticed about this, where is the outreach? If you're giving a notice that you're taking their things, why can't we include how they can get help?
That's within the policy. So
That's in the policy, but it's not on the draft form. So it did say subject to change, it's a sample. But I think we really need to take what the policy is and incorporate it in that notice to the individuals. Money is going to be tight. I mean, we all know next year is going to be harder than ever, and we see how the state's budget is going to start really truly affecting us, not just our budget. How we're going to fund this and doing a one-time cleanup is not going to solve it. We need to fund this as an ongoing project and policy. So I really need to see more on the funding side. How are we going to fund it? So I agree pricing out consultants, but bringing back real funding options, whether that's impact fees or grants or whatever we have in our arsenal, which I know is not much. Supervisor Kosmicki, I know you want to make a comment. Oh, comment. I thought you had a question.
Sorry, I'm just curious, when we're talking about the funding, is there any opportunity for us to use some of the subvention funding? You know, like a position from HHSA, I know they would be, we're saying kind of out of admin, but could you use, I mean, it's for the purpose of homelessness and stuff, which is what HHSA and behavioral health deal with. Is there any way, because of the subject of what they're working on, that position could be partially funded or potentially fully funded out of those departments at all? Have we looked into that?
I think we could have a discussion with Health and Human Services and Behavioral Health. I'm not sure if Amanda's still here. So I think that it could be, but I think it has to do with like tracking time, and because this person's 100%, I don't know, you know, again.
But even if it paid three-quarters
Sure.
of it, it's so much less of a hit on the general fund, and that's what kind of I think all of our concern is that there's very little general fund dollars left at the end of the day, and so adding another cost to it is, I think, where we're all a little nervous about. So if there was a way of funding this position, being that this is the bulk of what they'll be working on, it just might be a good option for us to look at funding it.
If you don't mind, I'm going to add to that the life safety component and the deputy position. Could we also be looking at Prop 172 funding?
We can certainly look into both those topics that
Okay.
you've both brought up, yes.
I think Supervisor Kosmicki wants to make a motion unless there's other comments. Okay.
Give it a shot. I'm going to go number by number in the staff recommendation.
Sorry, before you make your motion.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to the time for retention of the items for 4 years, it's the initial, so I understand, because I want to make sure that I'm understanding, in the initial documentation of what you're doing and putting it in GIS, that's the work. The time of storage in the GIS system is the 4 years. It's not like we're adding more to a removal. So just so I totally understand, you have given notice to someone, you've taken photos, you've itemized the items that have filmed or photographed the items. You have put it into the system so that it is in a database, but then you're done, right? We're not saying don't do the documentation. We're saying how long is the storage of that documentation? And that's in the GIS system. So my only concern there is keeping it 4 years covers us more for litigation purposes. If we have a database limitation, I think that should be brought back to this board if we have to start buying, more space. But if it's not more space and there's no more cost, then I would recommend the 4 years of retention just for protecting the county. Go for it.
Thank you. I'm going to leave that part out.
Okay.
Yes, so staff recommendation number 1, if desired, to adopt resolution adopting encampment cleanup policy. I'm going to recommend we follow staff recommendation. 2, provide staff direction regarding future agenda items addressing costs and staffing needs. My recommendation would be to have this as a standing item, perhaps once a month, where we're bringing back updates on looking at potential for outside costs and collaboration with other partners. And then, three, to not approve the addition of one FTE senior administrative analyst and to assign administration to continue looking at the potential of a contractor and or use of the senior executive advisor position to oversee this. Four, yes, to approve the addition of one FTE deputy sheriff, and five, direct the CAO to amend the schedule of authorized positions. And then six, direct staff to pursue alternative funding sources. I think that's what we just mentioned, and looking at again at ARPA, if that's not a deal breaker, but at least having that on the table along with other options. And then seven, I don't want to kill the deal here, but if it's a deal breaker, I'll pull it out. But to bring back a plan to renovate the homeless shelter conference room to add bed spaces at the homeless shelter.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay, is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No. Okay. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item, unless we would like to take a 5 minute. We got 5 minutes before 11. I would love a little coffee refresher. So let's take 5 minutes and we'll be right back for item number 2.3. gonna wait for acting CAO and we'll get started. Okay, so we're gonna come back and we are on item 2.3. And this item, actually, I asked for it to be on regular because I did not want any speculation as to why we were changing a voting delegate for CSAC. My understanding from staff is that Supervisor Gonzalez, that is our main representative and voting delegate, is not available, and Supervisor Zanger, you're not available either. The good news, I'm on a panel, so I was already attending, and I am on a steering committee that will be reporting out to the board of directors. So this is to request that I get authority to do the voting on behalf of the county.
So, is there gonna be any presentation other than what
Nope,
you just said? Okay.
that was just so that it wasn't speculated that I was trying to somehow take over the world.
And actually, I approve of you sitting in this position as delegate because at the CSAC conference, they will be installing, and they usually put their roster of members, and it's usually all conducted by the December meeting, so that way the books are available for incoming members. So I would definitely support you doing this, and the reason I do that is because of your involvement in NACO, in RCRC. You've been attending the CSAC conferences and events, and as speaker in some of the panels, and so I think you're the perfect supervisor to step into this role. I don't think I've heard a desire from other supervisors on this board to attend CSAC or even any kind of training. So because you have put yourself out there, I think you are exactly the person that needs to serve on this
Thank you
as a
for your
delegate.
comment. Any other comments?
We're doing public comment?
Public comment. Thank you. Team effort.
I'd like to make a comment in chambers. Please provide a speaker card on Zoom. Please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
With no public comment. Now do you have a comment?
No, sounds good.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Move to approve for staff recommendation.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Nice, easy item. Thank you. So that's 5-0. Okay, so now we're moving on to, I believe it's our last regular agenda item, which is receive an update on ad hocs, review the list of ad hocs to discuss continuation or elimination. And staff's going to do, I believe, a presentation on this. You have a PowerPoint for us?
Yes, quick PowerPoint for you. Good morning again.
I don't know if it sounds very low.
I need to get closer.
Yeah, you got to get closer.
Good morning again, board and public members. I'm just going to briefly go over the current ad hocs, and then staff will come up and provide some updates as well. So we have the 150th anniversary ad hoc that was created to celebrate the county's 150th anniversary from February 2024 through February 2025. And their update is that they've had a series of celebrations throughout the year for the celebration, and they're currently recommending that the ad hoc continue until February 2025 so that they can finish all the celebrations and bring a final presentation to the board in February 2025. The financial ad hoc was created to look at contract management and workflow, and they've been meeting regarding the purchasing policy and ARPA updates. They will be providing an ARPA update presentation at the next board meeting on November 26th. So they've recommended to continue the ad hoc until December this year to align with the ARPA deadline. The communication infrastructure ad hoc was created to enhance the safety of communication infrastructure. They have evaluated many options for radio communication infrastructure and have decided to proceed with the California Radio Infrastructure System and executed an agreement that will become. So the recommendation is to eliminate this ad hoc as the committee has been formed. The drought and water ad hoc was created and required by SB 552 to facilitate drought and water shortage preparedness for state small water systems. domestic wells and other privately supplied homes within the county's jurisdiction, and to develop a plan demonstrating the potential drought and water shortage risk and proposed interim and long-term solutions for state small water systems and domestic wells within the county. This ad hoc has created a plan draft that's currently under review by the task force, and they have recommended to continue the ad hoc until April 2025, when the performance period for the grant will end. The healthcare Hazel Hawkins Hospital ad hoc was created to discuss options to support and save Hazel Hawkins Memorial Hospital, and they have held meetings throughout the year, and their recommendation is, if Measure X fails, to create a standing committee. Santana Ranch ad hoc was created to provide updates on basin work, plan, and construction timeline. They are currently no longer meeting, so they recommend for the elimination of this ad hoc. The board rules and procedures ad hoc was created to review and update board rules and procedures. They have met with county council to discuss potential options for revisions to the San Benito County Board rules. The recommendation is to wait for the upcoming board changeover with the new supervisor taking office in January 2025 to have relevant discussions and consider making changes to the board rules. The sanitary solution options ad hoc was created to look for options for the future of the landfill. Staff has met and they continue to evaluate regional disposal options and potential partnerships. And these efforts include evaluating the feasibility, potential design, and cost of a transfer station. And they recommend to continue this ad hoc until February 2025 to have staff provide a presentation in January or February to present on findings. The cannabis ordinance ad hoc was created to update ordinance and discuss cannabis sales tax. And this ad hoc has met several times, and staff has proposed several amendments that have been presented to the Planning Commission, and will bring updates to the ordinance in December of this year. So they would recommend to continue the ad hoc until December, to have staff provide a presentation to the board. So before I continue, I'm going to have Dulce Alonso provide an update on several of the ad hocs.
Good morning, board. I just wanted to go in a little bit more detail on the 150th. That the ad hoc included as both Supervisor Zinger and Supervisor Gonzalez. The county's 50th birthday was on February 12th of 1987. I just want to highlight some of the events we've already done. So going to June, we participated in the saddle horse, and we had a booth there. July 27th, we held a 150th celebration at the historical park. Just recently, last week, on Friday, November 1st, we did a 10 capsules in collaboration with the Girl Scouts, UFW, or Girl Scouts and Clampers and Historical Society. In addition of hosting our own events, we've collaborated with many outside groups, so I want to highlight that as well. The Arts Council, we did a Cinco de Mayo Latin dance downtown. November 16th, we collaborated with REACH to do a sequential acknowledgement on the Moonlight Walk, and that's going to be held on November 16th at 3:30. We also did a collaboration with Downtown Association, and they facilitated a Dia de los Muertos event where they, funding for the 150th, assisted them in being able to buy additional resources to provide free arts and crafts for the community. And then we are also partnering with Spirit of San Juan, and through the collaboration and funding, they're going to be hosting a series of events. I want to highlight that. There's going to be Small Business Saturday, which is coming up on November 30th, Merchant Open House. They're going to be decorating the State Historical Park, and then they're also doing their own parade with lights, and that's coming in the beginning of December. So with that brings us to our recommendations for all the committees. Okay. Or I could answer any further questions on any of the committees that I've staff has been supporting, such as the cannabis one,
communication infrastructure, that the board will be ratifying a contract with the state of California for the CRIS system, and hopefully as we get closer, we will be presenting timelines of implementation of that project. Other than that, I take it back to the board. Okay, are you going to add?
Yeah, I was just gonna go over the recommendations.
Go
But
right
we also
ahead.
have Chris Mangano here and Selena Stotler in case you have any questions on their particular ad hocs. So recommendations are to receive the updates, eliminate the communications infrastructure, public defender ad hoc, and Santana Ranch ad hoc. Continue the 150th anniversary, financial ad hoc, drought and water, sanitary solutions option, and cannabis ordinance. And then review and discuss recommendation options for healthcare Hazel Hawkins Hospital, with one option being if Measure X fails, to create a standing committee. If Measure X succeeds, provide staff recommendation. And the board rules and procedures, wait for the upcoming change in supervisor next year, or adopt the rules and procedures recommended by county council, and then provide staff recommendation after that.
Okay, thank you for the presentation and collaborating on getting all this information back to us. So let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And it looks like I have no public comment.
And with no public comments, questions from the board members or comments from ad hoc members?
Yeah, Madam Chair, on the cannabis ordinance, I just want clarity that, I think the expectation is for it to come back, the amended ordinance, as opposed to just I think it's sort of more broadly stated, maybe a presentation or an update. It's expected, as far as I recall from our last meeting, to go to the planning commission relatively soon and then be back to the board relatively soon before.
So my understanding is the planning commission already heard the cannabis proposed changes, and Ariel's here who can probably provide more detail, but the plan is, for the board's consideration, is based on that ad hoc's recommendation for tax. They're recommending for the cannabis to allow certain businesses to be tax exempt, specifically cultivation, and the board would consider that through resolution until it could be brought forth to the tax for the vote of the people in June of 2026. And then as far as amending certain parts of the ordinances, I invite Ariel to provide an update on that.
Staff will be bringing that at the next board meeting on the 26th for consideration of amendments to that code.
Okay, great. And then just on the board rules, just to reiterate the short memo in the staff report, that the recommendation was just to wait until 2025, just out of simple courtesy. It just seemed like a logical step. We did look into potential options. I think it can certainly be a productive discussion, but any incoming supervisor would expect, I think, the same courtesy, so we can get off on the right foot. And then as far as, I think it's good practice to look at rules and adjustments, but I don't see necessarily a pressing need with 2 more meetings left in the year. I know we did get this earlier in the year, but there was, this was something that was on the county board's plate going back to 2022, and it was deprioritized for quite a while, until April. So I think at this point it just makes sense to have that discussion in the first quarter of 2025. Thanks.
Supervisor Sotelo.
So I kind of disagree on the board rules and procedures. I think there's been quite a few instances this year that these needed to be in place, and I think that it's a good starting place for us to have some board rules and procedures. And I think had we had them, I think it could have helped us with some of the issues we went through this last year. And so there's nothing saying you can't bring it back next year and have more discussion about it. Add, eliminate, whatever needs to be done. But I do think that we need some board rules and procedures. I've been, unfortunately, kind of disappointed in some of the things that have happened up here. So I would like to see us take a position on this right away. Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez, any comments from your ad hoc?
Not particularly my ad hocs, but just to follow up on Supervisor Sotelo, I would agree too. I know that County Council has given us a draft at one point of the board rules and procedures, and that should probably be something that we should seriously look at implementing and not delaying it.
Any other comments? Supervisor Zanger?
No, I don't have much to add. I mean, I was part of the ad hoc for the board rules, so that was our recommendation. So that'd be my recommendation, and I'm fine with, everything else that staff recommended here.
Okay, one, I want to thank all the board members for serving on these ad hocs. I especially want to point out, even though it seemed like an uphill battle on the communications ad hoc, I really feel like we have made some headway that we were not making before. So I just want to thank staff and the Sheriff's Department for taking the lead on that and coming up with a real recommendation that looks like will have the full support and benefit of the state system. So I'm hopeful of all of that happening. When it comes to the finance ad hoc, on the finance ad hoc, we have a meeting scheduled, I believe this Thursday. This Thursday, Supervisor Zanger and I have a meeting, and it is to discuss ARPA and that funding. So hopefully we can solve some of that with some of the conversations we've had up here on some others. But also I'm expecting, an update from County Council on the contract test pilot of the department. I believe it's the it's the probation department that is the test pilot department. So I'd really like to get a comprehensive update at that meeting so that we can bring it back to the full board and give our recommendations and an update on where we are with that. On the hospital district ad hoc, I just want to thank our consultants. We wouldn't be able to have done what we have done without them. I'm going to get the acronym wrong. Is it ECG? No. Did I do that right? Okay. I always flip the letters around. So ECG and Cecilia were instrumental in uncovering for us what the options are. And once the election is certified, I kind of feel that we need to look at what's happened and make some next steps. So I would recommend one more meeting this year of that ad hoc and not dismantle it until we have that kind of final election results and then the report back from our consultants so that we can bring it back to the board. When it comes to board rules and procedures, I had hoped that this year it would be a more aggressive push to getting these back to the board and discuss, especially in light of the grand jury report. The grand jury report made it very clear, since we are not following Rosenberg Rule of Order or, what's the other one? Robert's Rule of Order, sorry. We don't have any of that in our board rules. It really is not a standard way of conducting meetings. After having to go through an experience with our board rules and do things that seemed really awkward and not the way we should be doing stuff, after reading our board rules again that are in existence, it really feels like they have just been mangled up into how the former boards and current board were dealing with situations. And so I really do feel this draft set of board rules from County Council is a comprehensive step forward and a foundation. It is not the all answering. There's a lot of areas in there that need to be addressed further, and I do agree that the new board needs to do that. But starting with a foundation of rules that gives a basis that is from a non-biased, it's from County Council and their experience in board rules, I really feel like this foundation would be a good sign to show not only the community but the grand jury that we are responding to their concerns. So I would be recommending that we adopt these rules and that the new board bring them up sooner than later with any amendments or alterations.
Madam if I may just add, and I was fine having a discussion about the proposed, I was part of the push to have board rules changed in 2022. I just put it on the record, Supervisor Gonzalez has been adamantly against changing the rules until now. And so there are just some things in there that I think would be wise to look at if we have that discussion about these rules or Rosenberg's or Robert's rules. We do need a solidified foundation. We do need to set in stone rules that ensure as much stability as possible. But there's just some small things in there, like the 15 minutes, the chair limiting talking time to 15 minutes on an item. That just seems to me like it's not enough time. There's a lot of items that come up that I don't feel like, Robert's rules versus Rosenberg's, for instance, in doing the research, there's some flaws with Rosenberg's rules that maybe Robert's rules would be better. Like it pulls some of the authority away from the chair a little bit, and no offense to any prior chairs, but like having the board decide on, like if you're going to extend the amount of time or minimize the amount of time, like the 15 minutes in particular was just one that jumped out. I was hoping to have a discussion about that. That basically means it could potentially only be 5 speakers at 3 minutes or 15 speakers at 1 minute. And then things like the e-communication, I think, is a little bit outdated. If my wife texts me with an emergency during a meeting, I'm certainly going to respond to that. And under our rules, I technically am not supposed to do that. I think that's unreasonable. And then just things like the late supporting documents, to have it in writing. I would, for staff, when there's something that comes up late, I would think a verbal just small things would be fine. And then I don't feel like there's a need to survey. There's things in there, basically is what I'm getting. I don't feel like there's a need to survey, and this is all in recollection after 2 years, because we didn't get a chance to actually have that substantial discussion 2 years ago. Surveying the board members, having a requirement to survey board members on if there's a request to pull items off of consent. I think that's probably unnecessary. Board members can just choose, like we have, whether to pull items off consent. So those are just a few that I'm fine. I'm not, this isn't like a controversial thing or anything. I'm fine with these. I think it's a good practice to look at the board rules, and I think once we get to 2025, just to look at, maybe amending a few just small things, if that's, hope that the board's okay about it. Thank you.
Any other comments? Supervisor Sotelo?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just curious, is it appropriate for us to take action on this today, or should this, I mean, I'm just looking at it and I'm just trying to think about it from the public's point of view and their perception and kind of the transparency of it. I want to be careful that we're not jumping the gun and taking a action on something that maybe we need to let the public know that we're going to kind of be taking action and let them provide feedback on it if they so choose. I'm just wondering is it appropriate for us to take action today, or should this be moved to the November 26th meeting as an action item so that the public has an opportunity to review because it was kind of buried into this presentation. So I just want to be careful that we're being,
Yeah, there's no action item to adopt policies today.
Okay, so it would be just to move it to a future agenda for potential action is what we're talking about then today.
Right.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
And with that, any additional comments? I agree that this would need to be a new item coming back to the board, and I hear your concerns in areas and am totally open to that conversation about removing certain things. And I would really like to have this brought back on the 26th as a foundation. It's not a win-all or it's not a finality. It's a base to be able to start the new board on something that will have a real impact and will allow the new board to really look and dive deep into this. I look back at these prior rules and the prior amendments of the rules, and it is just messy. So if we could just agree to bring them to get a base so that we can start the new year with something other than the past practice rules that have been there.
Madam Chair, it does actually have on here, the recommendation is to adopt the rules, potentially to wait for the upcoming board changeover or to adopt the rules and procedures. recommended by the county council. And I'm not so sure why the public has had an ability, like this isn't exactly a controversial item. I don't really see this. I mean, we've approved bylaws with terms and things like that, the public, we didn't get extra time. I don't understand why this necessarily would be something that needs to be dissected by the public. I think we should just move on, get this done with and move on. It says we can either adopt the rules or wait for the board changeover. And if we want to look at changing the rules, it's again, we have 2 more meetings left in the year. I just think we have a lot of meaty items, I guess is what I'm getting at. And to spend more time on board rules after today, I think would be probably not the best use of our time. I would just prefer to either make a it sounds like the majority is going to want to adopt them. Just to either wait for the board changeover or to adopt the rules and procedures. And it is explicitly stated in the staff report as an option.
Council? Do you have a comment?
Unfortunately, it's not stated in the agenda item. I wouldn't know that.
It is in the agenda item. It's in the staff.
Correct, but the public doesn't always see the staff report. They look at the agenda and decide that.
No, it actually is in the agenda item.
What?
It's in the agenda item as an action. Under 4B, it's either wait or adopt rules and procedures recommended by county council.
I think what council's saying though is on the agenda itself on item 2.4.
Oh, on
the heading is receive
summary.
updates from ad hocs, review list of ad hocs to discuss information. Right, so it doesn't say anything about taking action.
We've had time to review these board rules, and it seems like there were members that were ready to approve of them. I just don't want us to spend more time than necessary on something like this because it's just not. Again, we have 2 more meetings left in the year. I would say if you guys want to approve the amended board rules, approve them, and then we can come back in January. And again, this isn't like rocket science here. This is
In light of the comment from council about the actual subject line not being accurate, I would recommend that we bring these back as a consent item, unless there's comments or amendments you'd like to recommend now.
I don't have any, no, and I just don't see why. It's not overly complicated. I don't.
Then let's bring it back as a consent item, and then if it's pulled and action is taken, it's at that time. Otherwise, it just goes through and it doesn't impact the meeting. That would be my recommendation.
Madam Chair, I just got to say, I'm just a little bit concerned about over dissection of board rules and potentially taking actions on board rules that are drastic right before the January changeover. And I just want to put that on the record that I'm concerned about that. And I don't think this should be something that is, I don't think that this is something where we should do anything substantial before the new board changeover. We've already had putting in terms on committees and things, and I'm a little concerned about just changing the rules. Right, I'm not a little concerned. I'm very, very concerned about changing the rules in a substantial way right before a new board takes office. And I just would ask for clarity from the county council on, we've talked about, and that's why I don't think it's really worth spending a lot of time on it. And I imagine it is going to be pulled from consent because folks are going to talk to other folks in the community, and there's going to be something, I promise. So can you just clarify again, county council, on a prior board? We talked about this in the past. A prior board cannot bind a future board essentially to anything. That a future board, and that's why I think we're wasting time here, because the future board can come in and just change the rules back or do whatever, they can put in new rules, and that's literally two meetings away. But can we possibly comment to that?
Supervisor, that is correct. I mean, the new board and the first meeting in January could take action to change anything that is within the board's jurisdiction.
Thank you.
So, can I ask a question?
I'm going to start with Supervisor Gonzalez and I'll continue.
Okay, I just wanted to know, this document that we have in front of us that says proposed board rules, were you not on the committee or the ad hoc to draft these?
I would be fine moving ahead with these rules right now, yeah. I was on that committee.
Okay.
I was leery about, out of courtesy for, if I may, Madam Chair, since she asked, I was leery about, out of courtesy for if I was an incoming supervisor and there were rule changes going on right before I came on the board, that would be an alarm bell for me. And I think anybody on this board who's coming on, if you were coming on as a new supervisor and all these rule changes were happening right before, out of no coincidence, let's be frank, there would be concern about that. So yes, I wanted, I think we tried to get rule changes approved in 2022, and the board majority at the time was against it, and you were adamantly against it, and then the rule changes came back. We're still on the plate in 2023, and only in April of 2024, after the March election, did this come up again as an issue. So yes, I am concerned, and I just want to put it on the record again that I think we're wasting time here because
But you're the one having the conversation about
yeah,
this.
so
and
I
you
would
were actually
assume
on the
just let's
committee.
just approve the rules and move on. And
I would, if that's a motion, I will second that.
yes, that's a motion.
Since I have a first and a second, I just want to ask council, what is the risk of the agenda item wording versus the action item on the agenda? Is there a risk of?
The risk is very minimal. I mean, somebody could challenge it as a Brown Act violation, and all you do is redo it at the next meeting.
Okay.
As a suggestion, just to counter that possibility, if the board votes to approve the policies today or the procedures today, it can come back on the consent agenda next week. It's just an item so that it's covered. And if anybody was challenged it, I mean, they have to give you 30 days notice, and I don't see a lot of danger in that.
Supervisor Sotelo has comments.
Thank you. I guess I just don't understand what the big deal is with putting it on consent. And I don't disagree that we're very close to the new year. However, I guess this ad hoc was put together in April, and if it was after the election, I guess I just would have maybe appreciated some honesty at that point with saying, why are we doing this? Let's just wait until next year. I didn't even think about that at all, other than I feel like there have been, let's go back to June. We had a very heated board meeting, and we got a lot of, pressure from the public and that we were doing something incorrectly. And I just feel like had the board rules been done, had they been in place, we maybe could have avoided some of those things. And so it is absolutely not trying to set a rule so that we're making things harder for incoming board members or anything like that. I guess it's just to, for me, sitting here, it's just so that we can function at like the optimal level, right? And so the delay in getting this done, and I guess in hearing your comments, I just wish you would have been honest from the beginning, saying you had no desire to work on this or do it, that your desire was, because it was after the election, to wait until the next board. And so I'm struggling a little bit with that right now. And so I don't see what the big deal is in putting it on consent and making sure that we're as clear as we can be with the public. I don't see that there's any harm in that. It won't be me pulling it from consent. I typically always talk with staff and with the public before a board meeting and get any of my questions answered. I actually have never, I don't believe, maybe once, pulled an item on consent. So it won't be me pulling it from consent if that's the concern. But I just think in light of being very transparent with the public, giving them the opportunity to review this, why not just stick it on consent for the next board meeting? But that's it.
Madam Chair, if I may add, since you addressed my comments. There was not an honesty issue here. We did actually meet. We discussed it. Vanessa Delgado was also involved, taking notes. We looked at various options, and it just at some point it became apparent in the middle of the year, third quarter of the year, that wait a second here, this isn't a pressing issue. This isn't really a huge priority. So why don't we just give the courtesy of changing the board rules later? I think board rules can be changed as you go. That there wasn't any sort of honesty issue here. It was just, a courtesy issue, and that's all I have to say. But that's all I have, and I think there's a motion on the table.
So, with no more comments, the only amendment I would say, just for Brown Act purposes, is to make sure that we don't have any risk, is that we amend the motion to approve now with it coming back on consent at the next board meeting, just for, so we don't have any litigation potential.
but it's in the agenda.
It's in the agenda,
staff
but it's not in the
direction.
heading, and that's where county council says there's a risk. And if you guys are fine with the risk, then I'm fine. I just don't want it held against me by not bringing it back on consent.
Yeah, I don't think there's a risk, Madam Chair. It's in the.
I still don't understand what the issue is with giving it 2 more weeks to let the opportunity for the community, if anybody has anything to say with it. If we're gonna put it on consent anyways, what difference does it make?
Madam Chair, if I may, it's on the agenda. They could have reviewed this. You could have told whoever to look at it if you.
I don't have anybody in particular
No, I'm
I'm
not just saying as an example, any of us could have told, hey, if you want to take a look at this. This isn't like, the most controversial, shouldn't be controversial. I'm concerned about it becoming controversial. And, the board rules are, I think they're fine. They can use some tweaking, but I just don't want us to dwell on this basically. And there has been, I think you said you supported them. Supervisor Gonzalez said she supported them. If you guys wanted to come back to consent, I just think we can just approve it now. It's on the agenda. It says give staff update from ad hoc, review list of ad hocs, discuss continuation or elimination of ad hocs that are no longer needed, and provide staff direction. And then within the report, the recommendation is either to move till the 2025 or to approve the amended board rules. It's literally in the agenda, so there is no Brown Act issue.
Okay, so with that, I am still doing my friendly amendment to have it on consent so that we do not have any litigation issues. So the motion was to approve today. I have asked for an amendment to bring it back, to approve today and bring back on consent so that we don't have any issues. Is there a second to my amendment?
I will second that.
Okay, any comments on the second?
Council, can you verify is that the proper process? I guess if it's the maker of the motion.
No, we're dealing with,
Semantic.
it's a fine line in the Brown Act, but.
No, I mean the process of the amendment, the friendly amendment.
After a first and a second, having me make a friendly amendment, is that following board rules?
I think we have to vote on
or
it.
not?
You have to vote on the motion.
We have to vote
itself
on the
first.
motion. Okay, so
The maker of the motion approves the amendment.
in our current board rules, or is it, I believe it is, if you look at the current board rules, it says on the amendments,
Madam Chair, if this is an indication why the item as a total needs to be tabled today and brought back for November 26th for consideration on consent, I don't know what is. We are wasting our time right now.
I'm gonna
I'll
agree
second
with that. I'll agree with that. So I say that this is continued to the consent agenda for the next board meeting. And in light of not having.
Madam Chair, you have a motion.
So, Madam Chair, if I may add, I'm just gonna put on the record, if you committed to not pulling this from consent, I'm gonna put it on the record that I'm gonna be extremely disappointed and will not, if something just is pulled out of the hat here on November 26th, because I'm very concerned about what we've seen here with this trend and track record of rules being changed right before 2025. And, you all had time to prepare for this meeting. You could have read the rules. If you didn't read the rules, then that's not my fault, but.
I am very prepared for this meeting. It is not about me. It's
Okay,
providing an opportunity
Madam Chair,
for the public.
sorry, Supervisor Sotelo, he has the floor.
Fine,
Please.
I'm done, thank you.
Okay, since we have a first, a second, and a friendly amendment that I will withdraw my friendly amendment, in our current board rules, do we have to have a vote to remove the first and second? Or do I just need to take it to a vote?
You just take it to a vote.
Okay, and the friendly amendment would have to, if I do a friendly amendment, it would be voted on, correct?
Yeah.
So if the friendly amendment now, because I withdrew my amendment, is to continue this to consent so that it is available for the public at the next meeting, that needs to be voted on by this board.
Let me read the board rules. I
Madam Chair, if I may, I believe what needs to be voted on right now is Supervisor Kozmicki's motion, the original one, which would be adopting today and just moving
Okay,
forward.
gotcha.
So let's go to that.
Okay, so we're gonna withdraw any of my amendments. We're gonna go to the vote. We have a first and a second on adopting the rules today. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. Okay, it passes, so we will not be bringing it back. Okay, with that, that brings us to, I think we're gonna go into closed session now. Okay, so let's open up, we have several items on closed session, and then we have a 1:30 public hearing, multiple public hearings. Let's open it up to closed session for public.
You mean public comment for closed session. If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
With no public comment, we will be back at 1:30 unless we're able to come back early and do consent, the pulled items from consent. But we're gonna do this because I believe we have 5 items that we're doing in closed session.
That's correct.
Okay, so if we are able to come back early, it will be for consent that was pulled, and I apologize. I know we have people in the audience that are waiting, and how can we notify people if we're coming back early for consent items? I think we need to just have consent after the public hearings to be able to allow the public to know it'll be after the public hearings. Unless right now you guys would like to go through consent items. Do we have time?
Yes, we don't have any consultants on.
Oh,
line
if
or
we don't have
anything, so
consultants,
okay.
we
could do that now.
Then let's go to consent so that you guys don't have to stay here any longer than you have to. So we had 4 items, if I recall, that were pulled. We had 1.5, 1.11, 1.13, and 1.14. We're gonna start with 1.5, which was pulled by Supervisor Kozmicki.
Yeah, I'll be as brief as I can with these, just because of the magnitude of the cost that's involved, and there's a mention in the staff report about, thank you, Francisco, about a potential for 60% reimbursement from other jurisdictions. Can you talk to the word potential, and just, it's not written in stone, I guess, that we get the money back, that we're gonna request the shared cost?
Yeah, so a great question. So ultimately, that's more of an estimate overall how much money I'm going to be able to recoup for our costs. What I need to do as soon as the election's over is overall do a simple formula where I cost out how much the entire election itself costs, what each jurisdiction registration is at the time of the election, and then I start pricing it out based on things that I can charge. So what's election specific and what's not election specific. Once I do that, then I'm able to go and tell the jurisdictions what's their percentage of the cost. Ultimately, it always ends up being about 60%, depending on how much material they have. So for this election, for example, the majority of the voters are within the city of Hollister, so they're going to ultimately obtain the largest portion of cost. Then it's going to go to the healthcare district, city, San Juan Bautista, a smaller portion, and it keeps going that way. The county as a whole is responsible for the majority of the costs, election-specific, non-election specific costs, as we have to pay for the federal, state, and other congressional races, the Measure B and then Measure A as well, those costs. But one of the big things for this election, just to point out, the main cost was this right here. It's so many pages, it's so many words, and ultimately it has to be in the larger size, and there's mandatory language that have to be in there. That's why the cost is so expensive. We've also traditionally done some things a little bit different, that moving forward, we may have to remove those historical practices to save money. For example, we include this in every voter guide. Our surrounding counties don't do that anymore. They mail this separately. But that's something that's going to be a big hit for our voters when they've been experiencing this for the last 10 years. But to go back to your question, I think I diverted a little bit. Yes, we are going to get most of the money back, and 60% is a good percentage overall. City of Hollister is going to, they're going to be the main beneficiary of the invoices I'm going to send out. The high school as well, because they have 2 bonds, and the health.
I think you answered it though, that we are going to get the cost. Yeah, that was my main issue. So thank you, Francisco. That was all. Thank you. Second.
So I have a motion to approve from Gonzalez and a second from Kozmicki. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's 5-0. So we're now.
And I'm sorry, but for the record, I was kind of whispering to Colin
Oh.
that Supervisor Kozmicki, was that a move to approve? Since he was
Oh,
on
I thought that was a
approval?
motion
That-
from
That's,
you.
that's okay, so
Are
I
you
was
still
just-
good with the motion to approve?
Yes, so that's
Okay.
fine.
Okay. Item 1.11 was pulled by Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes, and this goes back to, I was receiving phone calls from employees as well as department head to make sure that we have assured that public services are going to still be provided during this time frame. And I know there was some concern. So I had a meeting with Henny Ring regarding this, and I have been assured that these issues have been resolved. So I just wanted to make sure those of you that reached out to me understand a conversation was had, and things should be copacetic and on par with all other departments, right? There's no preferential treatment in any one department.
No, they're all, again, this calendar schedule is similar to last year. I will be, asking department heads for their main contacts for their departments if anything happens, so that any emergencies that occur, that we have a process in place. But this schedule is, pretty much the same.
Yeah, because the last 4 years, I've always pulled this item only to make sure that we have insured coverage for the community and the members of the public. And so if that has been assured and taken care of and addressed, then I will withdraw my opposition and move to approve item 1.11.
Is there a second? Okay, the second was by Supervisor Sotelo. I just want to make one comment. Posting of closures needs to be very clear, because that has come up where it's not clearly posted in advance, or it's posted the day prior. So if we could just make sure that that is also addressed. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so that's 5-0, and that was on 1.11. So now we're moving to 1.13, which was pulled by Supervisor Kozmicki.
Yeah, thank you. I'll wait for Steve. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna rehash some of the just questions I've had in the past, with moving forward on these final units, but, wanted to ask about the development agreement itself, and my understanding is the development agreement was extended, for this at some point recently, and that it was extended, for relatively, if you could maybe clarify, was it 5 years, or it was a fairly long period? And I'm just wondering, how that works, and maybe if it's something we can, look at going forward as far as, I guess it sounds like it was in the original development agreement that, if there was some sort of emergency or, a storm, and you could extend it, but I'm wondering why the determination was to extend it as long as it was extended, and if that has any implications on the project going forward, especially in light of the fact that we're considering whether to approve these last units.
If it's okay, I'm gonna answer on behalf
thank you,
of
Ariel.
Steve and, for staff. Under the DA, there is a section, relating to essentially like an act of God, if there's some circumstance. And so COVID was essentially fell under that exemption where you could exceed, and part of that, in the DA, it listed out that it had to be for, the amount of days that it was affected. And so, the state had issued, how many days, it was like 1,000, maybe 97 or something around there, days of state of emergency. So that was what was used. So it was approximately, I believe, 3 years that it was, extended, the DA.
Okay.
And it's it's essentially one of, it's within the DA to, allow for that. It was reviewed, by county
Is there an
council.
explicit interpretation that COVID would fall under that, and that, that 1,000 days just seems, just from a reasonability standpoint, just seems like a lot. I mean, building didn't stop during COVID. Construction still was going forward, so I don't really personally see the nexus there, but can you explain if there's actually something in writing that says that this is an allowable use of that?
Yes, there was a letter, drafted, reviewed, by county council. There is not specifics within the DA that says, oh, you can't extend or exceed a certain amount of days. And so what was used was, okay, how many days was it actually a state of an emergency? And I can provide that to you right after this meeting, if you like. I would, DAs are kind of negotiated, and what is included in them to be allowed. There wasn't such a specific that it couldn't exceed, a 1-year time frame or a 6-month time frame of extension. And so there was kind of an interpretation that had to be used on what was the state of emergency for COVID, what was deemed. Originally, the applicant requested 5 years. That was not granted.
Thank you.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yeah, as long as you're done there. Yeah, I too don't feel the need to rehash all my thoughts on issues that I've seen with the project, but I will say we met as the ad hoc, Supervisor Curro and I, and for the record, I never really expected this agreement to not come back to the board. I kind of thought that was the procedure. I guess I was wrong on that, and I would just say with projects of this magnitude in the future, I think probably the board should kind of see that and review that before it gets approved, just as far as lengths and issues like that. I guess that's pretty much all I have to say at this point.
Any other comments? My only comment is, wasn't there an essential services only for the period during COVID? And affordable housing was the only essential services in construction. All other construction was halted per the governor's order. Is that factually incorrect?
I'm not trying to understand the question.
So the question is, during COVID, construction did not continue on all projects except for affordable housing because it was essential services. There were projects that were not affordable housing that were stopped, and then the supply chain issue happened because of COVID. So I just, the statement that was made that all construction was continuing during COVID, I don't think that that's accurate, but that's my only comment. So if you don't know that, then I will do my own research on that. So
Yeah, we'd have to do our research on that.
Okay.
A question on that. Then, Steve, did the applicant, did they stop all building for that period, do you know?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they stopped all building. We could have the applicants discuss or mention how much this building needed to be constructed or not constructed if you want to turn into it. It was definitely affected. I mean,
Regardless, I agree that we need to be looking at DAs a lot differently in the future and with amendments to DAs. So I'm totally supportive of that. My only comment was, it's not just that construction was stopped on a lot of projects. Also, supply chain caused a major issue and is still to this day causing issues.
That's
so, that was my only comment.
And Madam Chair, if I
Yes.
may, I'm just referring to the 3 years because I don't believe construction was halted or forced to halt for a period of 3 years.
I didn't
understand
state
you have
that.
to use a time frame of 1,000 days, but just wanted to clarify that. And I think that's it. Thank you.
And this DA is not actually, I mean, what we're approving is the units, the maps, and an action authorizing staff to approve, to submit the final maps to the recorder's office. That's what this action item is, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, just
I do
making
have-
sure.
I forgot my other question.
Oh.
Staff did have discretion to sign off on the development agreement? And is that the stated discretion? And if so, I would like to revisit that because the Board of Supervisors approves of a development agreement at some point. So I'm a little bit flummoxed as to why it wouldn't come back to the board.
That was done through County Council's office, so I will actually give it to David about whether that can come back or not. I apologize, I'm not sure.
So I believe the question is, do development agreement extensions have to go through through staff or the Board of Supervisors for those extensions? I would assume it depends on how the agreement is written, but I'm not an attorney. Hold on, we can't hear you.
The development agreement policy needs to be rewritten. I don't, at this point, even I don't understand it. We're doing a training on this, and with the intent that after that training, we get input from both the planning commission and the board and move forward on adopting new policies for development agreement. But the board should be looking at them.
Okay.
And what implication, if I may, back to my original question, what implication does the 3-year time frame have on these units? Does it even matter? Sort of a thing.
So, we followed the way the DA was written. So how that extension worked, I believe it was, I even written that the extension, could be done through the director. I could pull it up. I don't have it in front of me, but it basically was language that said, to the length of, that emergency was, taking place, then that would be, the length of an extension. The best interpretation of what was that amount of time was how the state had determined it as a state of emergency and using that length of time. If I would again go through council if, that should be re-reviewed. It's going a little bit beyond.
Well, right now, I don't think that's the item that's on this agenda. On this agenda is about the maps. And I agree with council that the process of DAs and the process that staff goes through and approval process needs to come back to the board. And I'm happy to hear that there's going to be this training and that staff is moving to correct the situation. So unless there's additional comment? Okay. We didn't have a motion, right? No. So is there a motion?
Move to approve for staff recommendation.
Okay, so that was Sotelo as the second and the first was Gonzalez. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay, so it's a 3-2. Thank you so much, everybody. And I believe that was, 114.
Yeah, if it's out.
Sorry, real quick, this was Supervisor Kosmicki, and I believe Steve is...
Yeah, so this additional cost that we have for the EV charging stations, and I have had some concern, I guess. I know it's not the highest priority issue, but about the EV charging station back here, as far as public usage for, as far as I know, for no cost. And so I would want to take this opportunity because now we're seeing there's this relatively, it's not nothing, there's $4,000 something that we're paying for this EV charger, and just wondering how did it fall through the cracks as far as is this just something that's going to come up, these costs every once in a while with this sort of infrastructure?
So essentially these were just unpaid invoices during the last couple of years, and the reason they were unpaid, they were for services provided, was because county staff had reached out to ChargePoint, the service provider, and asked them to essentially reformat their invoices so that we could issue a purchase order and have auditors pay, or send us a revised contract format so that our auditors could say, okay, this is a contract that is legally signed per our standards and we can pay. It was just a payment issue. These two bills were just unpaid over the past 5 years. That's all.
So it does bring to light, the question of why are we allowing public use of an EV charging station in a county lot at no charge, when my understanding is that we got this through a grant and that there was a given period where there was a requirement to offer it at no charge. But the way things are in today's world, I don't think it's standard for people to get free EV charging. And so there's this select group of people, let's just say they're neighbors of this area, that are aware of this perk, and they're basically not only using the county's electricity, which isn't cheap, but they're taking up a parking space every day. We have parking issues, basically. So I just want to either talk about or bring it back as far as either limiting this EV charging station parking spot to county employees, or starting to charge the public a reasonable fee that covers the cost of the electricity and the infrastructure service costs. Thank you.
Okay, and I think acting CAO Henry has a comment here.
Yes. Yes, I just wanted to address the, UV stations in the back. We will be bringing that back next year to kind of put a policy in place, whether we keep it open to the public and charge them. It's been a project for administration. It's just, we've had a lot of things in the last 6 months that we weren't able to get to. So I would anticipate to see this next year at some point so we can discuss what is the best options for, the county.
Okay, thank you.
And I completely agree with Supervisor Kozmicki. If it was a 1 year because of the grant for the public and we didn't stop it, that's in-kind gifts. So I don't support that. So I appreciate that being brought forward. The fact that this is a contract makeup, that we're not able to pay the bills because there was some sort of agreement that was made previously by who? Who agreed
So
to this?
It was our grounds and facilities manager. However, for this type of agreement, he did not have authority to sign it. And so we've been trying to work with ChargePoint to just either revise the contract a little bit or have their invoices formatted legally in a way where we could pay them. And I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, that does. Okay, so again, this will come back to the procurement process and ensuring our procurement procedures are being followed.
Correct.
Okay, so with that.
Madam Chair, real quick before motion, can we make sure to bring back if there's an estimate on the cost to the county of the electricity as well when we have that discussion?
I would support that.
Yeah,
I
we can
think
certainly
need
look
to
at,
the
we
whole
can put that
thing.
together
Okay.
with the agenda item.
Thank you.
And what we have one station that is broken right now, we haven't fixed. So there's some things that need to be addressed back there.
Okay, good. Appreciate that. I'll make a motion to approve the recommended.
Okay, the first is Kozmicki, second is Sotelo. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay, so that's a 4-1 with Supervisor Gonzalez opposed. Thank you, Steve. And with that, we are now going to open up public comment to closed session.
We already did. And
Oh, we did? Sorry, my apologies. Just making sure because we're going into closed session. So we're going to go into closed session. We have public hearings that start at 1:30. If we do not complete closed session, they will continue after the public hearing. So we'll be back at 1:30. Thank you. Is anything to report out or acting CAO?
No, there's nothing to report out.
Okay. Microphone, please.
There was anticipated litigation discussed, information was given, and direction to staff was provided. In addition to that, there was a conference regarding existing litigation, no reportable action on that. And there was an also regarding initiation of anticipated litigation, information was given and direction to staff was provided.
Thank you. Okay, there has been a request that I received from staff for item 3.2. Is there any concerns to have it at the end of all the public hearings? It was a request, I believe, because of a conflict with a attendee. If we're good with that, we're gonna go 3.1, 3.3, 3.4, and then 3.2. So with that, we're gonna start with item 3.1. And this is a public hearing to adopt a proposed lobbying ordinance entitled An Ordinance of San Benito County Board of Supervisors adding Article 11, lobbying, to Chapter 3.01 of the San Benito County Code, effective February 3rd, 2025. Provide further feedback and instructions if desired. Welcome back.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, as mentioned before, this is the second public hearing for the proposed lobbying ordinance. As addressed in the first two initial meetings, all the updates have been provided. This will go into effect as of February 3rd. Initially, the first month of January, we'll do a lot of outreach, a lot of seminars and training, and identify any individuals that have come forward or those that are brought to our attention. We will reach out to them with a letter and notice letting them know that they've been identified and they are required now to file under this lobbying ordinance if they're going to continue doing any sort of practices that may be under the lobbying definition. And with that, that's all the information I have.
Any comments from, so do we need to do public comment? Public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the board for questions. Okay, so open it up to public comment, please.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have one up in chambers, Joseph Howard.
Good afternoon, supervisors. It's been a while. Actually, no, it hasn't. But I just want to say, great job with this ordinance idea. It's wonderful, and a special thanks to everyone who's involved in drafting this ordinance and seeing it through. This is something that I didn't realize was on my wish list, but now that I think about it, yeah, it's a little bit of a Christmas come early kind of thing. I love to see a lobbying ordinance that would work for the county, and I really, really hope that this information would be publicly available on the internet or county website, so I could so people like me who are interested in what's going on can see what's going on. That would just be really great. And I mean, this ordinance is just wonderful. Thank you so much, guys. It follows a continuing upward trend in democracy and transparency, and that is wonderful to see. That's really it. That's really it. Just pass the ordinance and for democracy. I mean, thank you guys so much. This is just wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
I have up. David Rodriguez, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, no, thank you. And just to echo what the previous person has mentioned, thank you so much for implementing an ordinance. And I'd like to see that maybe we can build on top of that to make sure that we do as much as we can for the community and reestablish maybe more funds to go towards community projects. That's all I have. Thank you.
I have no further public comment.
Any comments from board members? Seeing none, can I get a motion?
Move to approve for staff recommendation.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's 5-0 on 3.1.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for all your work, you two, and all your team. Okay, so we're gonna move on to item 3.3. This is hold a public hearing to consider an appeal from September 25th, 2024 Planning Commission discussion regarding PLN 240026, a minor subdivision, with said appeal challenging the San Benito County Planning Commissioner's approval of a vesting tentative map, adopt the resolution to deny the appeal and of PLN 240026 minor subdivision tentative parcel map, subject to the conditions and approval found in the resolution.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Jonathan Olivas. I am an associate planner with San Benito County, and this afternoon I will be presenting PLN 240073 and 74, the appeals of PLN 240026 minor subdivision at 9644 Bedabao Road. The project site is located approximately 5 miles northwest of downtown San Juan Bautista, about a half mile south of the Bedabao 101 interchange. The project is located in a rural area surrounded by mostly agricultural land uses and some rural residential uses. The image on screen shows the project site looking southwest from the opposite side of 101 along Y Road. The image shows the project site looking northwest from the opposite side of 101 along Y Road. And the project site is currently composed of 3 parcels totaling 111.68 acres. This subdivision proposes new lot lines and 1 additional parcel, which would result in a total of 4 parcels. This subdivision separates the commercial land use and agricultural land use onto separate parcels. It is worth noting that the addition of 1 lot does not intensify land use beyond what is already allowed with or without the subdivision, which remains 1 dwelling unit per 40 acres and 1 ADU. The area indicated in green is Zone C1, Commercial Thoroughfare. The future development on these parcels was approved in 2022 as part of Conditional Use Permit PLN 210054. On September 18th, 2024, the Planning Commission held a public hearing to review minor subdivision application PLN 240026, which proposed subdividing the property's existing 3 lots into 4. During this hearing, concerns about environmental impacts were raised by Shute, Mahali, and Weinberger LLP on behalf of the Amamutsan Tribal Band and Land Trust. To address these concerns, the item was continued to a special meeting on September 25th. At the special meeting, the Commission carefully reviewed all testimony and evidence, including an addendum to the Environmental Impact Report for PLN 210054. This addendum confirmed that the original EIR sufficiently analyzes the subdivision's environmental impacts. After thorough consideration, the Commission adopted Resolution 2024-16, certifying that the current proposal falls within the scope of the original EIR, satisfying the county's obligation under CEQA. Following Planning Commission's approval of PLN 240...
Please, any phones, please have them turned off. Thank you.
Following Planning Commission approval of PLN 24026 subdivision, appeals were filed by Protect San Benito County, the Center for Biological Diversity, and the Amamutsan Tribal Band. The appellants argue that this approval violates CEQA, citing reliance on an inadequate EIR addendum and claiming improper notice for the September 25th special meeting. They also contend that the tentative map circumvented voter intent and alleged deficiencies in the staff report, questioning the subdivision's alignment with land use policies. Additionally, they argue the original EIR certification is invalid, with ongoing litigation challenging its approval. The staff's response to the assertion made by the Amamutsan Tribal Band and Amamutsan Land Trust that the project's vesting tentative map circumvent the intent of Measure A, which has since passed. However, Measure A does not impact the project's existing approvals. The Conditional Use Permit, or CUP, PLN 210054, was approved in 2022, establishing vested rights for the project under California Civil Code Section 3. Since laws do not apply retroactively unless explicitly stated, Measure A cannot alter the existing CUP or affect the project's vested rights, which are legally protected under the zoning in place at the time of the CUP approval. The appellants assert that ongoing litigation will ultimately invalidate the project's environmental impact report. However, it is premature to assume any litigation outcome. Under CEQA and California Public Resources Code, Section 21168, agency findings, like those supporting the CIR, are given deference unless there is substantial evidence of noncompliance. Since no court has invalidated the EIR, it remains legally sufficient. The appellants argue that the staff report failed to address land use consistency. In fact, the proposed parcel adjustments align fully with current zoning. The staff report confirms that the project complies with both the Subdivision Map Act and suitability standards, ensuring lawful alignment with county land use policies. The appellants claim that the project failed to comply with CEQA. However, the county prepared an addendum to the original EIR in line with CEQA, the guidelines 151.162 and 151.164, and not an exemption. An addendum is appropriate when changes to a project do not introduce new or more severe environmental impacts. Allegations of piecemealing are unfounded, and the Beta-Bow project has been comprehensively evaluated as a single project, and the addendum addresses all modifications. Tribal consultation under AB 52 was also completed during the original EIR process, which the county certified in 2022. The appellants argued that the county failed to meet notice requirements for September 25th meeting. The agenda was posted 25 hours before the meeting, satisfying California Government Code, Section 54956, which requires only 24 hours notice for special meetings. Additionally, the item was a continuation from a prior meeting publicly announced under Section 54955, which requires no further notice. Therefore, the meeting was properly noticed and compliant with the Brown Act. Staff response to the assertions made by Protect San Benito County and Center for Biological Diversity. On the assertion that the Planning Commission improperly relied on the Deficient Environmental Impact Report, or EIR, to approve the tentative map. The Commission's reliance on the EIR is both legally and procedurally sound. Under CEQA, the Commission can utilize an addendum rather than reopen the EIR when project changes are minor and do not introduce new significant environmental impacts. This addendum, prepared according to CEQA guidelines, Section 15164, confirms that the project changes do not create new impacts or increase previously identified ones. Although there is pending litigation, it has not resulted in a court decision invalidating the EIR. Without such a ruling, the Commission is fully justified in relying on the certified EIR to support its findings and approval. Furthermore, the appellants overlooked that the EIR has been nationally recognized for its accuracy. The EIR received an award from the Association of Environmental Professionals, which speaks to its high level of technical rigor and commitment to comprehensive environmental analysis. This award further supports the EIR's adequacy under CEQA standards, indicating that it has been reviewed by experts and found to meet or exceed the criteria for thorough environmental evaluation. Staff recommends adopting the resolution to deny both appeals, PLN 240073 and PLN 240074, and uphold all conditions of approval for PLN 240026 as approved by the Planning Commission on January 25th, 2024. Questions?
Okay, before we go to questions, I believe we have the opposing side able to come up and speak. So is there someone representing the other side that would like to come up and speak on this project, on this appeal? Sure. Okay, I'm gonna give a minute. Yeah, this is not public comment. This is the opposing side able to come up and make they have 10 minutes. You don't have to speak for the 10 minutes, but you have 10 minutes as the opposing side.
Signed up. Sorry, I had a bit of a cough attack. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Our attorney had submitted a letter, Mark Wolf, regarding this. I don't have the letter right in front of me, but he pointed out that this, should be denied because the EIR is not sufficient. And I don't know, for those of you who are not familiar with the history, there was a lawsuit regarding the EIR not being sufficient. It was filed by the Ombudsman travel ban, as well as our group Protect San Bernardino County and the Center for Biological Diversity. We're represented by Mark Wolf. The other side is, other parallel complainants were the Shute and Holly Weinberger attorneys. So anyway, we believe that this case should proceed, as the appellate court actually upheld the fact that this is a valid CEQA lawsuit. And the Bedabel developer appealed that decision to the state Supreme Court. They denied that, and so it's going back now to the local court as a valid CEQA lawsuit. I think we should allow that to proceed right now instead of stopping the process. This is a legitimate CEQA process, and I think to preempt that is really not we think legitimate. And so that's why our group appealed the decision of the Planning Commission. We felt that the complaints, especially filed by the Alma Medicine, that there was not sufficient cultural study. I don't know if they'll be here to speak about it, really is justified. The other thing I wanted to point out is, there's a little bit of history here. In March of 2020, our group did a referendum on the Highway 101 nodes that included Bedabel, and 60% of voters voted against that development, Bedabel development and others. And what was really frustrating to our group is that the supervisors allowed the Bedabel developer to come back with a slightly different zone. It was originally, our referendum was on I think it was a C2 zone. The supervisors allowed them to come back with a C1 rezone, and we really felt that was wrong. And so that is what led to a number of the lawsuits that our group has been involved in. So we think that Measure A, which really we believe will pass, it's currently at 54, almost 55% of the vote, and 67% of the votes counted. We believe that we should honor the will of the people. They've expressed their feeling that the Highway 101 corridor, which is a really important wildlife corridor, as well as a sacred corridor for the Alma Medicine, should not be developed. There's a lot of benefits to our county to not develop that from many perspectives, traffic, as well as we think historic reasons, cultural reasons. And so we think that both the vote of the people in March 2020, which is 60% of the voters in San Diego County who chose not to allow that area to be developed, that wildlife corridor, and then the more recent vote just a week ago, on November the 5th, of voters who, it's also part of Measure A, which is to not develop the wildlife corridor. You should probably allow that to proceed, respect the will of the voters, and not preemptively allow development, which is what this project is, this resolution is really about. It's really to push forward a project that the voters have not wanted, and we think that's really wrong. So I hope you'll honor the wishes of voters. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And we have from the Bedabel, is there anyone from the Bedabel project that would like to speak?
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Ann Hall. I'm with Benito Engineering, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Ray McDowell. And there's another person here. I'll only take a small portion of the 10 minutes and let him finish up. We prepared the tentative map, and I think my point here would to say, although I know there is opposition to the project, the applicant can only operate under the approvals that have been given, what is in place right now. He has an approved use permit. He has an approved zoning, and this map is bringing the property lines into compliance with that approved zone. So I know there might be other things happening, there might be other things, but this is what we're dealing with right now, is the zoning that's in place. And what's in place is 3 parcels, all of which have mixed zoning. They're part commercial, they're part ag. Our change here is to create 2 completely commercial zones that comply with the parameters of the zoning that was approved, into completely agricultural parcels. This solves a couple different problems, but one of which would be right now the zoning that was approved is not surveyable. It's not reflected in property lines. The only place, it's defined in the approval notice. But this would help going forward to ensure that any commercial development stays within the boundaries of that commercial zoning by establishing a property line that goes around the commercial zone. And so whether or not you like the previous approvals, this doesn't change those approvals. This is merely moving the property lines to be in accordance with those approvals. And it's simply a tentative map. All the conditions of the use permit remain the same and move forward for the project itself. This is merely moving the property lines. So I would request that you uphold the decision of the planning commission. And if you have any questions for me on that.
Good afternoon, Supervisors, Madam Chair. Peter Prowse, attorney for the McDowell family. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and speak with you this afternoon. I also appreciate the ongoing hard work and diligence of staff. Really grateful for the years now of effort put into this project, and appreciate the responsiveness and diligence throughout the process. Many of you already know about the history of this project. Several of you were on this board 2 years ago when this project was approved. Just for those of you who are newer than that, this project was inspired by the McDowell family's late son, Errol, who picked this site on his weekly trips to and from his cancer treatments. He conceived of this project as a way to raise money for children's cancer research so that other families would not have to suffer the kind of terror or fear that the McDowell family suffered in his fight, which was ultimately unsuccessful. Errol died at 18. The McDowell family wanted to see his legacy live on, so they purchased this site. They spent hundreds of thousands of dollars cleaning it up, without the assistance of the appellants, I should add. But with the help of Herman Garcia and his environmental group Cheer, who we're very grateful for working with them in their partnership in cleaning up the site, seeing steelhead return to the river in this area. The board approved this project and certified an EIR 2 years ago. I'm grateful for that. When this project is built, it is poised to become the largest source of private funding for children's cancer research in the entire world. And the county's own studies show that this project will raise millions each year for the county and provide dozens of jobs for the county. Again, the county's already approved this project. We're here today just to clean up the property lines. This is essentially a ministerial approval. We agree entirely with staff's analysis of the issues presented in the appeal, such as they are, and would ask that the appeal be denied and the planning commission's decision be affirmed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mary, if you'd like to come back up, you can do a rebuttal. You have 5 minutes. If you'd like to, you don't have to.
I just wanted to clarify, because I terminated my speech a little bit short. I wanted to make sure that you understand that we would like you to uphold our appeal and not allow this project to proceed prematurely without the EIR process being completed. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I understand we have 4 right now, public comments that have been received. 6, we have under 10, so I'm going to stay with the 3 minutes on this item.
Okay, just gonna have some more jumping on Zoom, so we'll have to go 8.
Okay, we're still under the 10. Okay.
Okay, we start in chambers with Linda Lampy.
Good afternoon, Supervisors and Madam Chair. So many times we hear the need for additional income in our community and for jobs. And not only that, the opportunity to benefit humanity. And here we have an opportunity to do all of that and bring good to this community. And I understand wanting to protect the land I understand wanting to protect our community. So everything I've heard about this project, though, would do all of the things that we talked about. It would protect the land. It would provide income. It would provide jobs. It would provide hope. And it would give this family an opportunity to live out their dream of honoring their son, but not only honoring their son, but providing for children all across America. And so, yes, this is an emotional appeal. I don't have all the numbers, statistics, data, things of that nature. But I believe all of us are motivated actually by our passions and our motivation, whether it's for or against. And I know you all have a very difficult job. But what I am confused about, if it was already approved, then why are we back here? I haven't been able to figure that one out. So thank you for your time. And I'm in favor of. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next in chamber, Joseph Howard.
I was initially not going to speak on this, but I realized that when I heard about the courts that this probably should be addressed. That we should wait until the court makes its ruling. That's what on the principle of checks and balances, that if there's a problem with the EIR, if there is, then that should be decided on by the courts. And so we shouldn't proceed forward with this because we have no idea. I don't know. Okay, maybe someone has an idea, but I have no idea of what the risks and costs are of losing that lawsuit. And that, after we begin developing, or after this process goes to a point where it's of no return. If that lawsuit ends up coming back saying, hey, you guys didn't do this right, and it's like, well, we're already 2 years into this, and what does that portend to us? The courts are God, but it's as far as we're concerned. So because they're undecided yet, and the majority of voters have rejected this project the majority of times, 2 out of 3. I think it's a little premature to be moving this so quickly. And a couple of insufficiencies with the EIR is that it was finished in 2022, as to my understanding, and the conditional use permit was approved in 2022. Since 2022, we've had a series of powerful and vicious floods that have burst the levee over down in Pajaro, and I want to know if that can come back to bite us in the butt legally. Can people sue from Pajaro from future issues? Now, it shouldn't be an issue in the near term, as we've already discussed. We're subject to an incoming drought. But afterwards, the first couple years after a drought, the ground's all hard and dry, rain comes in, pushes right off. And so I'd like you to respect the wishes of the voters, the wishes of the tentative wishes of the courts, especially given the potential legal liabilities involved. I mean, I haven't brought up the Alma-Lutzen yet. If we do run into Native American artifacts, or God forbid remains, what kind of hell can that bring upon us? I think it's just a little early to be moving forward with the project, and I think that if we can find a point where we can kind of slow it down a little bit, let the courts catch up, I think that's the path we should be taking. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next in chambers, Fallon.
Good afternoon. My name is Fallon Gray, and I would like to say that the Board of Supervisors should honor the vote of the people. There's been 2 votes rejecting the Bethel, and 1 vote just last week where Measure A passed, where the voters have said they don't want any more developments. The 101 corridor is impacted with commuters. Having a Bethel stop is going to just create more congestion and difficulty. And so I would just really like to see the Board of Supervisors respect the vote of the people. That's why we have elections, so that people have a vote, have a voice, and I would like you to honor it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next in chambers, Bob Tiffany.
Good afternoon. My comments will be brief. I'm speaking to urge you to deny this appeal. To begin with, as has already been stated by the staff and the project applicant, the Betterville project was approved over 2 years ago when actually I was on the Board of Supervisors. It was approved because the majority of the board at that time felt it was an outstanding project. So it would not be appropriate or legal, in fact, to have it now subject to the requirements of Measure A. Secondly, what came before the Planning Commission was really a very minor amendment, and there is no reason for your board to do anything other than deny this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next in chambers, Valerie Harmson.
Hi, I'm Valerie Harmson, and we're talking about a child that had cancer, and this is his legacy, I believe, or something. Nobody would want to have a child that had cancer and have to die from it. I understand that. Maybe the money would be better spent on a children's cancer center in our own hospital. That to me makes more sense than a truck stop. As far as the truck stop's concerned, where they've located it is behind a high school or in front of a high school. Do you imagine your children trying
I'm sorry,
to drive?
I think you're on the wrong item. That's item 3.4. This item is the Betterville project.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll talk about Betterville.
Okay.
I can talk about anything that has
Okay,
to do
great.
with 101 corridor.
Keep going.
honestly. So I'll go ahead and talk about that now. Yes. As far as Betterville is concerned, yeah, it was approved 2 years ago, but that was before I think the people of this county got involved. They didn't know what was going on, and it was approved. Now they know what's going on, and they've already, said Measure A passed. Why did it pass? Because the people in this county do not want it. How hard is it to get to Salinas, Monterey? You want to go shopping, you want to get on 101. You can't even get on it, and it backs up at Betterville horribly. Why are we putting ourselves through that? I mean, why do we want to have a less quality of life? That's what it amounts to. So that's all I have to say about Betterville.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay, so we'll start with Zoom. First up, Athena, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Athena Hernandez, and I am the General Counsel for the Amamutsan Land Trust. We're a 501c3 nonprofit organization dedicated to the promotion of the cultural resources of the Amamutsan tribal band. I just have a few comments that I'd like to highlight on Betterville. I realize that Shoot Mahali and Weinberger has submitted a letter this morning also regarding this exact appeal. So first, I just want to say the subdivision relies entirely on the original Betterville EIR, which is currently the subject of litigation. The Attorney General of California intends to intervene in the actual lawsuit because of their concerns about the EIR's flaws, especially with respect to treatment of tribal cultural resources. Rather than make another approval to be litigated here today, the board should deny the application. This is particularly prudent because neither the applicant nor the county has identified what the reason is that they need to move forward with the subdivision on this project. The only plausible reason here is to lock in the commercial general plan designation so that Measure A does not affect the project. This is contrary to the will of the voters, as many other commenters have mentioned. Thank you.
You have 3 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon. Just want to mention that we really need to uphold this appeal and reject the project for multiple reasons, especially the EIR, and also to include the land conversation, I think was underscored by the previous speakers that this would greatly affect the surrounding businesses because of the traffic congestion, and would all impact Monterey County, San Benito County, and Santa Cruz County. So pretty much it's a nail in the coffin in terms of business um, that we depend on within the community. So other things that by this board bringing up this matter definitely creates enormous stress within the community. So I hope that you would honor the people's vote and show some courage and not and push back when this is brought to your attention. Um, I think that's about it. I appreciate your one of the main items also, just real quick, is the native artifacts that hasn't been thoroughly vetted, and also the land conservation. So with those two items and the impact that it would have on the local wildlife is just way too great. So I suggest that the family that this is part of find maybe plan on to honor their son in a different way other than a truck stop. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay, next is John Freeman. You've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is John Freeman. I'm speaking as a citizen and not as a city council person. First, I'd like to just take the big picture here. The county does not have enough money to provide basic fire protection for its citizens. And that is a job. It is critical that you do so. Commercial development has the opportunity to provide the county with much needed money. The development, as I understand it, would include a hotel, which includes TOT tax, that stands for Transit Occupancy Tax, which is a room tax paid not by county citizens, but by people visiting our county. And I've always said the best taxes are taxes that are paid by somebody else. And this is a tax paid by somebody else. And it would do a lot to fund our fire and sheriff's departments. And that's critical. As to Betaville and traffic, I drove by Betaville this morning. There is very little traffic there. I can tell you, I drove it for 20 years as a commuter. The traffic does not slow down at Betaville. Whoever was speaking for me, they have the wrong intersection. There are intersections in San Benito County where the traffic does slow down, but they are not the Betaville intersection. Also, it is not proposed, at least to my understanding, to be a truck stop. So I am urging you to approve this or deny the appeal and approve the project because the county needs the money. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
I have City of San Juan Bautista. You've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. This is Jackie Morris Lopez, City Councilwoman from the City of San Juan Bautista, County resident in District 2, longtime resident of San Juan Bautista. I'm speaking on behalf as a resident. I think that you need to not preempt the court's decision. You are here to represent the county and your constituents. We expect nothing less than adhering to the law, the rule of law, and this is now litigation. It's been taken up to the higher court in this state, the AG. It has not been settled. I understand that this is like the second time. That's my main point, is that we let this go its course. My fear is that if you go ahead and approve this and the courts then decide down the road that it was warranted, that they did not have the proper findings in the EIR, then you're going to be faced with some more litigation. And does the county really want to spend its money on that sort of funding? I mean, honestly, is that where we want to put our monies? As a taxpayer in the county, I would say no. I would say be fair. That's one point. Let the courts decide. But also, more importantly, your constituents voted over 60% in 2020 that they did not want this. People that live in my town, the majority, unlike the former speaker, did not want this project, and they still don't. My heartstrings are where this is a historic El Camino Real scenic Highway 101 route, the only portion that runs in our county, that portion of our county that can claim that. We can capitalize on that. We can enjoy it. Once it's gone forever. Right now, the current owner has a hideous looking fruit stand. There's weeds that are growing around it. And I would think that if you took pride in representing memory of your deceased son, you would at least get out to your property and mow down the weeds and make it look presentable. I fear what it's going to look like once it's fully developed. It's nothing that fits out there aesthetically in that rural piece of land on that historic highway. And also, I commute every day. I'm speaking from my office now in Gilroy, and I can attest to you, I commute Monday through Friday. Some days I start at 7, get off at 5. Some days I come at 10, get off at 7 p.m. And there is traffic on that stretch of the road. Sometimes it's backed up. It's starting to get a little backed up on Fridays to the Highway 29 exit, and the cars start to slow down before the Bettable exit.
Step on Zoom is Stacy McGrady. You've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you so much. I just want to say that I strongly encourage that this project go forward. I think it's important to remember that we live in community. Therefore, the needs, the benefits, the welfare of the whole of the community outweigh the desires of the individuals. As everyone knows, San Benito County is horribly fiscally impoverished. The roads are falling apart. I drive home on Shore and Fraser Lake right now. And honestly, with the time change, I cannot see the lane markers, the fog line on the road, and it's pretty darn scary. Highway 101 is the very best opportunity, the very best location to develop for revenue generating businesses. There is no more appropriate place than along the Highway 101 corridor. And I beg that this project go forward for the benefit of all of us, for our law enforcement, our fire, our schools, our hospital, and our residents' safety. Thank you so much.
Elia, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to remind the board that this is simply a lot line adjustment. The project has already been approved. This is something that doesn't make any difference on the project. There's a financial reason for the lot line adjustment. That is the only thing before you. The project has already been approved. Just a reminder, a lot of the speakers have taken this subject off track, and the only thing you're here for is simply a lot line adjustment. It was a 2-2 vote. Unfortunately, one planning commissioner was not there, and that planning commissioner would have made the difference because the other 2 did not understand that this was simply
item. That is on the other item. So you can continue. You still had time on your clock, but the 2-2 vote. I just need to make sure that you're talking on the right item. This is on the Bettable project. Did you please bring her back?
She can unmute herself.
You can unmute yourself, Elia.
okay. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Yeah, anyway, the better about this project is a financial benefit to San Benito County. There are thousands of vehicles that come through, millions of vehicles a year, and this is simply to take advantage of nothing between Santa Clara County and to when you get to Prunedale. We can have a place where people can stop and they can have something to eat. They can go to the restroom. They can visit the center and find out more about San Benito County, and maybe that'll entice them to come even into San Juan Bautista and spend some money. This is, I said it before, I'm going to say it again, and I know I got some sarcastic looks from Supervisor Kosmicki, but wouldn't it be great to have a Casa de Fruta in San Benito County? Santa Clara County has gotten millions of dollars in sales revenue, and we should be able to do the same thing. We need a fire contract. We need sheriff deputies. We need a lot of infrastructure, and this is what's going to help San Benito County. Thank you.
Next, I have Dr. Parveen Sharma. Go, you have 3 minutes. You need to unmute yourself on your end.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Dr. Sharma. I've been a resident in the area for 30 years or even longer, and I have great respect for the Board of Supervisors as it's represented at this time. But my question is, why are you so bound to pushing through an argument, an agreement right now that clearly has been invalidated by the mandate of the people taken 7 days ago? Ask yourself, is this the type of action your constituents expect you to take, or just a surreptitious means to undermine the will of the constituency that you vowed to represent, knowing it will end up in litigation costing the county much needed funding that are already inadequate? The project is going to add a lot more to the traffic. As it is, we have a problem on our roads in San Benito County. As Supervisor Colin Kosmicki already knows, the roads are very badly repaired, and this will add to the congestion in the area. And I would really request you to consider it again and not vote for it. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
For your comments. Next up, Annette Perez, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you, Supervisors. I would just want to say, I don't think you should rush the decision to deny this appeal. I believe you should wait until the lawsuit has been decided. In 2020, a referendum was voted on, and 60% of the people voted not to go forward with these developments. I'm not sure that a gas station, a motel, and a fruit stand and a visitor center is an appropriate place right there. I say, please don't rush your decision. Let's wait. Let's wait till the courts have decided and wait to move on and let the will of the people speak. Thank you so much for your time today.
I have one more on Zoom. Celeste, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I was just calling under my own free will, but I wanted to let you guys know if you can please not go along with the appeal and go ahead and continue to approve this project. This project was before my time, and as far as my understanding is that the EIR was certified, the CUP was approved, the land use designations and zoning changes were also approved, and it's just a great opportunity for our county to receive revenue. Unfortunately, the small group that's there is just against any revenue for our county. So, like the other project that's will be coming in, they are also they're also against it. So please don't let this project be denied again, and let it go forward, just like the Planning Commission approved it. Thank you so much. Sorry about that.
Thank you for your comment. I have one last one in chambers. Mr. Katz.
I just want to talk about the traffic. It's nonsense to say there's no traffic at the Bedeville interchange. Bedeville interchange has long entrance ramp and a long exit ramp. People use it to get around the traffic. I have done it myself. I admit it. I don't think it's actually against the law either. But people are getting off there and right back on just to get around the traffic. And I didn't invent it. I saw many, many people doing it. So clearly there is plenty of traffic. The other thing I know you're going to see here, because we've seen it, I live in Aromas, and I used to commute over to, not very far, to Prunedale. When they improved the exchange in Prunedale for San Miguel Canyon Road, the traffic increased dramatically. Everyone started using that as the way to get from Salinas to Watsonville and around that way. More recently, maybe 10 years ago, we put the exchange in on San Juan Road at Highway 101, and let me tell you, the traffic on San Juan Road is double. We need a traffic light. That's Monterey County's problem, but it's really changed it. And you're going to see, as soon as the 156 is complete, and we're still a minimum 10 years away to widen 25, people are going to be using that new highway from Hollister. Instead of going through the traffic on 25, they're going to go around on 156 and 101, and you're going to see a lot more traffic on 101, and there's already a problem. Lastly, I just want to address one thing about the small group of people who are opposed to this project, and nobody, I shouldn't say nobody, but almost nobody is opposed to the county having more revenue. I think we're all in agreement on that. It's the costs that might that might be higher than the revenue that's gained. The cost, you're going to have to provide fire protection out there. You're going to have policing out there. And then these are kind of out there. They're not just in town where the sheriff is already based. That's the concern, is costs, economic and environmental, and to the quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That concludes public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any comments from board members? Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yeah, I'll go first, sure. Yeah, appreciate you coming back up. Can we step away from the planning lingo and just get down to the basics of just got all these people here? Why is this being subdivided? What is the true intention here?
From what the project submittal says, essentially it's being subdivided just because the commercial area currently overlaps into two parcels, and it's just essentially cleaning up the lot lines. It doesn't really change too terribly much as far as what could or couldn't be done prior to. The previous approval is honestly really not on the table with this. This is just the subdivision itself. It's addition of one lot.
Well, I heard a comment about financial motivation.
If it were approved, they could potentially sell off a lot, one more lot that they couldn't sell today. However, there are some conditions of approval that are also a part of this that kind of make that a little bit trickier. So,
okay, I wanted to get that on the record. That's kind of where I was going. Appreciate that. So, look, I want to repeat the fact that obviously childhood cancer research, nobody is going to be sitting here arguing that that's a negative. I've been very consistent since I've been on this board, though, that using childhood cancer research as a pitch when it comes to land use is wildly inappropriate. I'm offended by it, actually. I don't think we should be making decisions up here based on, being tugged emotionally like that. And if there's an intention to potentially sell a portion of the property for financial gain, then I think the public has a right to know and should have known that years ago when this all started, that was the true intention here, that it wasn't necessarily just about childhood cancer research. So I just want that to be clear. I'm going to be consistent. I've been consistent on this from the beginning. I said the same thing I just said 4 years ago. Going back to 2022 when this was approved, I requested a compromise alternative. You know, everyone always talks about wanting to compromise, and I requested a compromise alternative. We know that there is not a small group of people that are against this. The community is relatively divided. There have been votes related to this, and I asked for a compromise alternative and it was presented in the EIR that there were these other scaled back versions of the project that we could have looked at, and the majority of the board ultimately disagreed with me at the time and approved it. And I also had argued that there was, you know, we fixed it since then, but there was I was very wildly opposed to the inappropriate use of a loophole in the law that allowed for this very large building to be built without permitting, because he referred to it as a fruit stand. And it's not a fruit stand, it's not a farm stand, it's a very, very large commercial building. So I'm just gonna be consistent here. I'm gonna be voting against this, but I just wanna put that out there. I had concerns from the beginning that this wasn't just about childhood cancer research, and I'm concerned that maybe my concerns are gonna be coming true. Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
What I see with this item is, per your report to the community, is that this was just a minor amendment of a lot line adjustment, correct? Okay, which could have been decided ministerially within your office and not even come to this level, correct?
No, it is actually a subdivision because it does add one additional lot.
The small lot line, the adjustment that we're talking about?
And that has to go before planning.
And you did say that the conditional use permit that was granted in 2022, it's not an issue regarding that?
No, the existing approval, this doesn't really affect too terribly much of that.
Okay. And then I know this is probably before your time, but didn't the county receive an award for our EIR for this project specifically? Because we went above and beyond, and we crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's, and we were recognized by the state for having exemplary EIR for this project?
That is correct.
Okay, so I don't understand the concerns that are being expressed right now in the room about the ERI being deficient or whatever. I mean, I pride myself in being on this board when the county received that award for having exemplary EIR report. And so I am going to ask that we uphold the planning decision and that we deny the appeal for this matter. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Supervisor Zanger, you want to speak next?
Yeah, thank you. I was a little confused myself as to what exactly was going on here. It didn't seem like a big deal until I did hear, the comment about a financial incentive. So I guess if this happens, then the owner could sell off part of it, but if not, then that wouldn't fly. That wouldn't be able to happen.
It would essentially be one additional parcel that they could potentially sell off. However, the conditions of approval that are in here would still apply to those parcels, even if you were to sell it off.
Okay, has there been any indication that he's going to be selling it?
The applicant has actually indicated the opposite to me.
Then why would they do this then?
That would probably be a better question for the applicant.
Okay, that's all right. No, that's all right. I appreciate it. That's my concern basically is I just feel like it's one of those things where everything, it seems just a little thing, it's not a big deal. And then it's like, okay, well now some of the theories from before are panning out where, okay, this was just, part of this is just to sell off and make some money here. So the whole thing, it just seems a little, I would say dishonest from the beginning, that's all.
Supervisor Sotelo? Thank you. So before I start, I want to disclose that I have spoken to the applicant and I've also toured the property at least twice with Herman Garcia. So I wanted to make sure whenever I vote on something that I really understand it, and I've actually gone out there. And so I think I hear all of the concerns, and I really am considering it. That being said, we've got a revenue issue here. I hear the concerns with San Juan Bautista and the concerns for, impacting your businesses. I think this might be an opportunity
to bring business actually in. This could potentially, people could stop there, they could learn about our community, and then, oh my gosh, the mission's right here, it's only a few miles away. I feel like we've heard numerous times since I've been on the board, objection to different projects and things of that sort. And there's always these, well, do tourism, do this, do that. And they're all wonderful ideas, but this could be a tip off to tourism as well, right? Like, this is a location people from the Bay Area are traveling through. They're not stopping in our community. This could be a place they stop. They learn a little bit about our community. They learn about our history. They learn about the wonderful businesses and the gems that we have here. And so I think that this could be an opportunity. And I would, as much as you all are reaching out and saying, hey, wait a minute, listen to us, I also, I ask for the same respect in that we have to be willing to give things a chance here. This project is already approved. That's not what we're doing here today. And so I am in support of this project. I'm in support of moving it forward. I think we're the only community not taking advantage of this. And this project also, it's not just about a commercial opportunity. It also, in touring the property with Herman Garcia, all of the cleanup that's been done along there. And this also creates opportunity for recreation. There's going to be walking trails. So I think this could be an opportunity for our community. And I understand the hesitance and I understand the concern. I think we've gotten burned previously on some different deals. But I'm hoping that together we can see this come to life and we can see this be a positive and a win-win for our community. So thank you.
If there's no other comments, I'm not going to repeat. I agree with Supervisor Sotelo, and especially with the fact that what I'll add is that I respect, even if I don't agree with decisions made by past board members. Those board members approved this project. Everything that I have, and also I have to disclose, I did also do a tour. I have spoken to the developer just to understand the project more because I wasn't on the board at the time. So getting an understanding of it and then meeting with county staff to have more understanding, meeting with legal staff, understanding the processes that we're going through. All I want to say is I do fully respect the vote of the voters. This community is divided, and it is quite sad that we are so divided and can't get behind the fact that we do have a project that was passed by a prior board. This is a lot line adjustment. This is potential future revenue for our community. And that's really, truly all I have to say.
Madam Chair, I have just a logistical question to staff, that's right. So I understand the project's not before, so what would happen in either scenario? What happens if this doesn't get, we don't approve the lot line adjustment? Is that
So if the subdivision were not approved, then what would happen is that the project would just continue as is, and it would have the existing lines that are there today.
So it could go on without, and then we'd remove this extra parcel that's created, and it wouldn't stop the project.
Yeah, right. Essentially, the fourth parcel would not get created.
Got it.
And Madam Chair, can I follow up? So essentially, this would just be opening the opportunity for the owner to sell the parcel, and that's essentially all we're essentially dealing with here.
Essentially that, with the addition that there are some conditions of approval that would initiate some measures that have been mitigation measures that would come in and would be permanent to the land. So there would be that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, why do we keep going back to this incentive for financial incentive? I don't see it. You said yourself that the property owner his response was to the contrary. He's not planning on selling it. His attorney, is he right, your legal counsel? Can he then speak on behalf of his client to tell us to see, are there plans for a sale down the road? Is that possible for?
If we could keep the audience respectful while we deliberate.
We just keep confusing the issue. This is a simple lot line adjustment. It's not revoking the project. It's not stopping it.
I'm going to say it one more time. Thank you. I apologize.
No, that's okay. You're the chair. So I was just wondering if it's possible if we can have the attorney come up and speak to the question of future revenue for the property owner or the intent to sell, because I would really hate to be deceived if that is the plan. I don't believe that it is the case, but I would like to hear it from you, and I don't want to put words in his mouth.
Thank you. There are no sales plans. The subdivision, I mean, there are multiple commercial buildings that are.
I apologize.
I'm sorry.
I will start to remove people if we can't keep the conversation out in the lobby. Please respect the process. We've respected every one of your comments, whether you're for or against. Please respect the process that we're going through up here. Thank you.
This is not being done for the purpose of selling any additional lots. The client wants this project to proceed, to generate the revenues that this board approved and intended with the use permit that was approved 2 years ago. This is to clean up the zoning so that it matches the property lines. This will enable septic to be attached to the right pieces of infrastructure. That's what we're trying to do here. It's an engineering project, not a prelude to a sale to some other developer.
And then one other question. If we don't deny the appeal, is that going to change the plans of what the conditional use permit that was granted in 2022?
No.
Okay, so this is just a formality then.
That's right.
Thank you.
Good. Okay, so just to be clear, the recommendations for this appeal, it includes the resolution to deny the appeal of the minor subdivision tentative parcel map. So this would be denying the appeal, and so a vote in favor would deny the appeal. A vote against would leave the project as is and not approve this subdivision map.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure everybody knows how the voting is going. So with that, can I get a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we deny the appeal per staff recommendation.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
3-2. Okay, thank you for all of the public comments. So we're moving on to item number 3.4. 3.4 is hold a public hearing to consider a planning commission recommendation of PLN 240037 Johnson, Wheeler, and San Benito Holders Development Agreement and the applicant appeal of the Planning Commission's recommendation and either adopt the resolution with the findings to deny the request of the ordinance for a development agreement or adopt an ordinance providing the development agreement.
Good afternoon, Chair, fellow supervisors, members of the public. Thank you so much for coming out this afternoon. My name is Ariel Gisby. I'm the principal planner for the County of San Benito, and I'm here to discuss the Johnson Weiler San Benito Holdings Development Agreement under County File PLN 24037, and then also the appeal application that was submitted by the applicant, County File PLN 24071, to the Planning Commission's recommendation. The project is located on Cerro Road at Highway 129. Just a little bit of background on the subject properties proposed as part of the development agreement. The final parcel map under County File PLN 200001, July 22nd, 2022 was recorded in the same book 11, page 89 of the parcel maps, and concurrently with the county's review of the zone change. In addition, the 21.25 acre parcel number 012-010031, subject of the parcel's property commercial area, described as Lot 1 on that final parcel map, is now designated as a combining district of rural and commercial regional under the county general plan, with its implementing zoning designation of commercial thoroughfare C1 pursuant to zone change under County Ordinance 1016, which was adopted back in December 15, 2020, which became effective January 15, 2021, as described in Section 2503.006 of the San Diego County Code. The application for the use permit that is on parcel 1, 21.25 acre, was submitted to the county in November 2022 and is still ongoing through the planning process. So the development agreement for the vested rights to the development on the 21.25 acre, it includes all the vested rights of the existing general plan and designation of rural and commercial regional, and all the vested rights under the zoning commercial thoroughfare that was previously adopted under ordinance 1016. And the 126 acre parcel, all rights will remain under the rural designation under the general plan and zoning, and all vested rights with the rural zoning. So the public benefit that was included as part of the development agreement was a $500,000 deposit to fund county traffic improvements and public safety. It was discussed in two sections. The first is that $100,000 would be executed as part of the development agreement, and $400,000 of that would be in 4 annual payments of $100,000, commencing to the county's approval and certificate of occupancy for improvements to the 21.25 acre parcel. In addition, it also included a 30.4 open acre space and wildlife corridor easement. It did include architectural theme review on any future development, and it was for a term of 15 years. So eligible development projects include, and what the applicant submitted to was under B2, it provides provisions of the transportation system management plans to include greater availability of public transit opportunities, carpooling, van-pooling, staggered work hours, and or staggered work days, thereby reducing roadway congestion during peak periods, and 4, accelerating or increasing dedication improvement parks and open space in excess of current requirements. Here is the open space easement depiction that provides the 30.4 acres. So just to go through the Planning Commission meetings that happened both on September 18th and October 16th. Public notice for the Planning Commission hearing was provided on September 6th and October 4th for each of the prospective meetings. Property owners were notified within 300 feet. It was posted on county offices, and hearing was scheduled for the 16th, and then a follow-up hearing for the October 16th was done. On September 18th, the Planning Commission made a motion to approve the recommendation to adopt the development agreement with the amendment that the $500,000 needs to be paid at the execution of the agreement and not contingent upon the conditional use permit approval of the application. That motion failed with a 2-2 vote, with one commissioner being absent. Effectively, it was making a recommendation for denial. As part of the development agreement code under section 1911-008, the Planning Commission is to make findings supporting its recommendation, to be written findings. So the item was brought back to Planning Commission to support the failed motion from the September 18, 2024 meeting. During this meeting, it was brought up by commissioners, and under the procedures for the transaction of business for planning commissioners, if there is a tie vote, the Planning Commission is to make findings for both sides and state those findings in the record. Although the resolution is still for denial, it did include findings for both as part of the record. And to discuss that further, those findings for approval included discussion of the needed revenue that would be brought, that it would not entitle the applicant to a use permit for the anticipated project, that the county could attach additional conditions to the project as part of the use permit process, that the development agreement would enable trucks which are currently known to park on the side of the road to be parked at a more suitable location. I believe this comment was really referencing if the use permit was to move forward, and that there are limited truck stops in between Dover and Salinas, and a need for anticipated project. Findings that were made in denial and not support of the development agreement, a lot of the discussion was around that $400,000 portion of the $500,000 payment, and that it be contingent on the use permit being entertained regarding that revenue for the county. As part of the applicant's appeal, and wanting to be made clear here today, the applicant is not in support of the Planning Commission's recommendation to modify that 400,000 the Planning Commission's motion had been, and to keep it as the original ordinance was proposed if considered today. The payment is to be, in addition, Planning Commission's findings included for the payment to the county was insufficient, that the development agreement seeks to circumvent the will of the electoral considering Measure A currently on the ballot. Since then, there have been results coming in, although the election is not certified and they're still counting votes. It appears that Measure A will pass. And so, again, goes to this Planning Commission finding. In addition, the architectural theme requirement does not provide substantial benefits to the county and could not be secured through conditions of approval attached to the use permit. The proposed wildlife corridor could be sought as a mitigation measure in the use permit process. Concerns regarding safety and potential crime related to truck stops, noise impacts to neighboring properties, absence of the environmental impact report raises potential secret concerns such as noise, traffic, and water runoff. Limited law enforcement resources may hinder rapid response to emergencies, and consideration of the development agreement prior to the use permit may prevent full understanding of facts and impacts relevant to the use permit. So the applicant submitted an appeal to the Planning Commission's failed motion decision on the September 18, 2024 decision. In that appeal, the applicant's claim was that the Planning Commission erred in not approving the subject development agreement for insufficient public benefits and confusing its approval with a separate project not before the Commission. So analysis of that is that discretionary authority on public benefits. Essentially, state code, local agencies have discretion to assess whether development agreement provides sufficient public benefits, and is further described in required findings in San Benito County Code 1911-008 on factors like public health, welfare, and economic or social benefits, confirming that the Planning Commission must verify the agreement aligns with those county economic, social, environmental, and planning goals. In addition, the fiduciary duty to uphold public interest mandates the development agreement promote public health, safety, and that has to be made. In addition, project-specific considerations requires transparency and consistency with the chapter's framework. The findings cited in project-specific deficiencies, clarifying that discussions of other unrelated projects did not affect the denial decision. And again, to one of the points on the applicant's application was that there was confusion about it being tied to the use permit. However, one of the public benefits of the 400,000 was related to if the use permit was approved, then there would be the issuance of the remainder 400,000. So staff's recommendation is to both consider Planning Commission's recommendation under County File PL 240037, the Johnson Weiler San Benito Holdings Development Agreement, and the applicant's appeal of that Planning Commission's recommendation. And you can either adopt the resolutions with findings to deny, that was included as part of the packet today, and request or the request of an ordinance for a development agreement, or adopt that ordinance approving the development agreement, which was also included as the packet. And I can answer any questions at this time.
Okay, we're first gonna go to the, it would be the appellate, the appellate for the appeal will speak first, and then we'll hear from the opposition of the appellate, and then we'll have a rebuttal period of 5 minutes. So we're gonna do the 10-minute 10 minutes and 5 minutes. So is the developer here? Or represented? Oh, okay.
He's online.
On Zoom.
Honorable Chair.
We can hear you.
Oh, fantastic. Honorable Chair and honorable board members. My name is Greg Weiler. On behalf of the Johnson family and the Weiler family and the San Benito Holdings, which is the owner of the 22-acre parcel at the corner, I have a few comments, which if we have 10 minutes, we don't need 10 minutes, just a few minutes, but maybe more than 3 minutes. But as we have expressed to the Planning Commission and also as previously presented by the staff to the Planning Commission and I think now to the board this afternoon, the development agreement does not seek approval of any development or project, including specifically the so-called truck stop that's been subject of a lot of publicity. We don't know why, but respectfully, any comments on the future development of the project that are not before the board today are out of order, and they really prejudice us because we're not proposing any development, no physical activity, no actual development. The development agreement doesn't seek to make any physical change to anything, but only seeks to maintain the existing land use status of the properties that have been around for I think 8 years at this point, and to provide stability in processing the development of the property. Likewise, County Council has already expressly determined that the approval of the development agreement is exempt from CEQA and the need for an EIR because it doesn't do anything physical, but merely maintains the status quo. At the Planning Commission, we heard from a number of people that we need CEQA compliance and an EIR, et cetera. And it's just legally, it's not the case. I'm not speaking for the County Council, but I think that's been determined. Also, given the passage of Measure A, we're almost certain to hear that the public has spoken. Well, the truth is that the development agreement seeks to respect the voice of the people and the developer's reliance on the voice of the people from the opposite results from the former Measure Q 2 years ago and a different measure prior to that, and the Board of Supervisors decision on the 2016 general plan itself, which rezoned this property to commercial, and which we've been relying on in investing almost $1 million over 2 years in processing expenses. Such expenditures were based on the applicant's reasonable investment-backed expectations and in good faith reliance on the general plan and the zoning of the property. Likewise, the applicants have applied for the subject development. We applied for it at the beginning of 2024, long before a campaign on Measure A, based upon the fundamental fairness of seeking to maintain the status quo of land use rules applicable to the development process in light of the vast expenditures of funds that we've already expended in this development application. The benefits to the county of the development agreement are manyfold. $500,000 in actual public facility contribution. This $500,000 is in addition to any funding of mitigation that may be imposed in a future project. This is completely new independent money. The county remains fully available to impose actual mitigation costs when a development is actually proposed. It's also providing for 30-acre plus wildlife corridor across the property that's adjacent to the commercially zoned property. It's being offered, it has no connection to the 22-acre development. It's an independent, one-time benefit to the county that won't ever be there again. If anybody's been on the property, and I think the staff has, or some staff members and board members, it's an incredible piece of property that's being offered independently for this development agreement. It's also providing future tax revenues to the county in excess of, it's been estimated in a study that in excess of $1.7 million per year from any reasonably anticipated commercial use. Such revenue stream has a reasonable valuation of approximately $34 million in present value, $34 million. It also avoids a nasty fight over whether or not Measure A, if it is approved, is a regulatory takings, an eminent domain, which would be obviously in the millions of dollars. It should also be noted by the board that approval of the development agreement still preserves to the county full lawful discretion in approving any future development, whether it's the so-called truck stop or any other development. It can be denied, it can be conditioned. It's not approving anything today. It's just being fair to the applicants. I guess in sum, the development agreement has nothing to do with the so-called truck stop. It merely preserves a commercial use on a property fronting highways 101 and 129 that has upwards of approximately, I think, 250,000 vehicles already passing by this intersection each week. It avoids a huge eminent domain claim that could lead the county into insolvency. It provides a place for trucks to go, which are already here and are already parking on the sides of our highways. And lastly, it's just the right and fair thing to do. We respectfully ask the board to approve our appeal and to approve the subject development agreement as presented by the applicants for all the many reasons I just discussed. We would appreciate the opportunity at the end of the hearing to address any inaccuracies or questions presented to the board during the hearing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Going to bring the opponent against the appeal. You'll have 10 minutes, and then there will be a 5-minute rebuttal for the applicant.
Good afternoon, Chair Farrow and members of the board. My name is Christine Kemp, and I'm here on behalf of the Burke family. I know there are other folks that are also in opposition from the Indian tribes as well as local groups, so I'm not particularly speaking on their behalf, but I am speaking on the Burke's behalf, and I think a lot of our comments align with their comments. I know Mr. Mark Wolf sent a letter in to you on behalf of the residents, which aligns with my comments as well. I am here on behalf of the Burke family. They are the closest landowner immediately to the south of this property, and they have grave concerns about what's occurring. They've owned their property since 1963. It's a farming community, it's a rural community, and they have major concerns about a huge development that will be facilitated by this development agreement. The development agreement does secure the land use zoning that allows this project to go forward. The project is in the middle of an environmental impact report that was sent out in October. I've submitted a letter to your board and attached that notice of preparation. The notice of preparation says that it's clear there will be significant impacts from this project. I wanted to address the eminent domain question of Measure A. There's very unlikely that eminent domain would be found because you have to remove all viable use of a property. And when the property remains rural, remains an agricultural use, you've not removed the viable use of the property. So the Measure A concern is not one that should guide your decision today. But the Measure A decision should guide your decision with respect to the people have spoken, and the folks, you're elected to represent the people, and they have pretty handedly, it looks like Measure A will pass, and clearly the development agreement is being proposed at this point to circumvent that because they don't want to be under the effects of Measure A. There are lots of issues with the project. It's probably the largest truck stop that's going to be in California. 105 trucks, 46,000 square feet of commercial and truck stop hall and buildings. So it's a huge impact, and we need to go through the environmental impact process to find out what those mitigations are and what they will be. It's also not true that the CEQA is not applicable. We've sent a letter where we cited the cases where development agreements are in fact subject to CEQA. They are considered to be projects, and we asked that the proper environmental review had to have been done for this development agreement as well. There were the findings that Ms. Godspeed recited with respect to denial of the project, and the 2-2 vote was in fact a denial. The recommendation from the Planning Commission is in fact a denial. So we would like you to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission and deny the development agreement. The evidence included, and the findings that you have to make to approve a development agreement include that they are consistent with the public health, safety, and general welfare and good land use practice, and also that the development will not adversely affect the orderly development of the surrounding community. And faced with Measure A, which passed on Tuesday, or looks like it's going to pass,
I think it's hard to make those findings in light of what the people feel is an orderly development of the community and what is best for the health, public health, safety, and general welfare and good land use practices. So we don't believe that those findings can be made to support the development agreement at this point. There's also the question of the 500,000. Honestly, it feels like a pay-to-play situation where if you give us our development rights, we'll pay you money. And that seems to circumvent good land use planning where it goes through an entire process, all the environmental review is completed, and decisions are made on the facts, decisions are made on consistency with land use plans and all the proper planning, not on an agreement that just kind of came in at the very last minute in light of trying to circumvent Measure A, as well as the full CEQA project. I also have some procedural issues. I found the noticing to be, I'm a land use attorney, and I read that notice and I read the report and really had to wrap my head around the appeal and the denial, and then kind of sandwiched in there in very small print is an or approve the ordinance. And so really the focus, the ability to approve the ordinance was not that clear in your public notice. Nevertheless, we are here today, and the recommendation of the Planning Commission is to deny the development agreement, and we would request that you do that. Also want to point out that ordinances take 2 readings, and I've attached the government code that requires that. I don't believe that this ordinance, if it passes or is up for pass, has had a first reading. So if there is a second reading, it has to be at a regularly scheduled meeting, which I believe your next meeting is November 26th. So procedurally, I don't think you're in a position to be able to pass that ordinance today if the board is inclined to do that. So for the reasons set forth in my letter, and I think you'll hear from the community as well, we urge that you uphold the Planning Commission's recommendation for denial, also that you deny the appeal, and that the findings, the 10 findings that the Planning Commission put forth in their project with regard to the $400,000 payment is not going to materialize unless there's a project. It's only that's somewhat illusory that there's a $500,000 payment, that the payment's not sufficient, that the development agreement seeks to circumvent the will of the electorate, including the Measure A. The architectural theme does not provide substantial benefit to the community. The proposed wildlife corridor could be sought as a mitigation measure for the use permit. And I know you've received letters regarding the inadequacy of the wildlife corridor, and that's beyond the scope of what I've analyzed, but you do have letters in your record about that as well. Then possible noise impacts, but the absence of an environmental impact report, which is a huge deficit in being able to go forward with this today, and consider the development agreement before the full facts and impacts relevant to the use permit have been really fully vetted. So we urge you to deny the request for the development agreement and uphold the draft resolution you've been presented with today that sets forth the reasons for denial of the development agreement and denial of the applicant's appeal. Thank you. Thank you. And we have Mr. Weiler. Are you still on Zoom? You have 5 minutes to do a rebuttal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I won't beat a dead horse here, but in working with county council, CEQA, we've been deemed exempt from CEQA and the need for an additional EIR because this project, unlike the few cases which are out there where a development agreement actually authorizes a project, physical project, this one doesn't. It's merely the status quo. So county council, after a real hard look at this, agreed. So all the lawyers agreed. So the statement by the opposition is just improper. It's just lawfully not the case. Same thing with takings. The standard for a takings, and not that we don't want to be contentious, is if a property owner has been deprived of all reasonable investment backed expectations. Well, in this case, it's hard to think of somebody who would be more screwed if after spending $1 million on processing, their rights were taken away. We applied for this application long before Measure A was, coming up to a vote. It was just a means to give some reasonable certainty to a developer, and that's why the statute authorizing development agreements exists, is to be fair and provide reasonable certainty. Again, even though we tried to do this a million times, and we're going to have it during the public hearing, even the lawyer conflates the application for the development agreement with the so-called truck stop, the application that's going to come forward in the next year or two. And it's not a truck stop, by the way, but it's not what we're proposing. We're not proposing any change, just the status quo. With respect to the amount offered, we knew we had to provide a benefit to the county. We initially offered $100,000, and in discussing this with the staff, they said, put your best foot forward. So we said, okay, well, it can offer more once we get a project approved and we can go and get some financing and find some money. We just don't make up money. And if nothing ever goes forward, the county wouldn't get the $400,000, but we're not going through this to have nothing go forward. Hopefully we'll get it, but the $500,000 is it's substantial. The wildlife corridor is a one-time opportunity. You can't make a property owner that's not adjacent to a development, not connected, make a dedication of 30 some acres of incredible mitigation property. So I think that's all I have to say. I think it's a win-win situation. It provides a county with incredible revenue eventually on a site that's been previously disturbed. It's full of 8 feet of 101 fill put there 30 years ago. It's not being used up to recently in the planning process for anything but trucks parking and driving by. So we think it's a win. The county gets revenue, and it certainly avoids the unfairness to the applicant of a possible taking of their property. And happy to answer any questions that the board has.
Okay, before we open it up to public comment, as chair, I want to thank all of the emails that came in over the last 24 hours. I also want to address and make a statement about some accusations that were put in the emails. My planning commissioner made a comment during a planning commission meeting on this item that there was an ad hoc created. That is factually incorrect. He was not informed correctly or assumed correctly. What had been done is there had been a discussion at a prior meeting, I believe it was a joint planning commission and board meeting, that we all agreed that development agreements are flawed and do not protect our county. They're flawed to the point that this experience has brought to light how flawed they are. There was no authority given to an ad hoc. What was given was a conversation with a rotating planning commissioner and a rotating board member with staff to learn and understand the development agreement process. This was the first development that was going through that complete process. We had one prior, but they backed out of negotiations or any conversation about a development agreement. What occurred is staff called the planning commissioner and the board member and asked to meet with them with county council. The developer was not present. This was not a negotiation. This was to help educate the planning commissioner and the board member, which any planning commissioner and any board member can do with staff. The hope of these meetings was to develop a policy so that development agreements in the future are more supportive of our community, the needs, and what is needed for us to ensure that we are not taken advantage by developers. The reason I'm making these comments is because there were several accusations in the emails that I received, and they were factually incorrect. I am hearing this appeal, but I also am recognizing that the process of development agreements are severely flawed. We had this discussion earlier today. We agree, and county council and staff are moving forward with proposing new policies on the processes of development agreements and an ordinance that will potentially be presented to the Board of Supervisors. I want to make it perfectly clear. I am not sitting up here representing developers. I'm representing the voters. And the voters have spoken, and it is very clear. It took several election cycles, but Measure A appears to have passed. The one thing I want to make sure also is that everyone understands that there is a best practices for development agreements. In sitting down with county council and staff, it is very clear that our best practices have not been put in place. I do not mean to speak badly about how it's been done in the past. I hope staff understands this is an opportunity to move forward with a future to ensure that development agreements are not used as weapons in development. With that said, I know we have lots of public comments. I want to apologize to my planning commissioner and Supervisor Sotelo for any distress this has brought them, because it is unfair to be told that this was a Brown Act violation when the meeting had no weight in any negotiations. It was an educational process to move forward for our information and policy in the future. What we have learned from this is we don't have a good policy. We don't have a good procedure, and the process is flawed terribly. So I take every bad experience and try to make it a good experience. Out of this, we will be addressing it. And most definitely the new board, I believe, will be very much on board with that. So with that said, I'm going to open it up to public comment. We have so many public comments that we are reducing it down to 2 minutes each. Otherwise, we will not be able to make it through all the public comments. I also want to remind everyone, if you're repeating the exact same public comment over and over, we got it in all the emails. I heard you. I'm assuming everybody else. And Vanessa, our clerk of the board, thank you for staying up as late as you did to make sure that we were all getting those. They were coming to us all night long. So with that, we're going to start public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the board.
To make a comment in chambers, please provide your speaker card. I have 15 or 16 with me now, but if there's any more, please bring them up now. And I have 4 on Zoom as well as at this time. So we'll start in chambers with Sally O'Neill.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Sally Burke O'Neill, and I represent the Burke family right adjacent to this property. And I want to thank you for your transparency in letting us know what's going on with the development agreements and the flawed system. So I do appreciate that. And that will cut down a lot of what I'm going to say, so thank you. I just want you to be aware that this project is so monumental. It may start as a development agreement, but it's not that. It's a hill, it's a landscape, it's an environment. We will never get that back. And for 11 cents a dollar, that will not pay for what a truck stop will wreak havoc in that community. You have a high school, you have everything. This is much different than what I was going to say. But you need to know you're not going to get it back. It's a $30 to $40 million project. It's going to make this one of the largest truck stops in California. It's hideous. It's hideous. That's beautiful property. People go that way towards, Santa Cruz, Watsonville. It's horrible. You're looking at a truck stop bigger than Santa Nella in that little community. It's beautiful property. That hill's going to be leveled. Let's just call it what it is. It's going to rape that land. You're never going to get it back, and you're going to be stuck with these consequences. This wildlife corridor that they propose, they have not provided anything that they've met with Fish and Game, nothing. So what's going on with that? It's just like the $100,000. Okay, so be prepared. I mean, yeah, it sounds great. We're going to have this corridor, this wildlife. But are you really going to have wildlife when that hillside's cut down and it's just a flat, truck stop? I just want you to be aware that it's so much more. It's our community. You're over here in a different part of the county. We get nothing. So really quick.
I'm sorry, that's the 2 minutes.
I have to say this. We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors.
We have so many
We borrow it
speakers.
from our
I
children.
cannot let you
If the
continue.
development achievement is
Order.
He's getting
Order. No, she doesn't get 6 minutes. Each of you can speak. It's 2 minutes, and I'm sorry, we're gonna go to the next. If you've submitted, no, I'm not gonna play this game of adding more time and adding more time. If
Okay.
they wanna speak on your behalf, they can do that.
Okay, if it's not presented in the current form, you will
Okay.
all be responsible for creating an environment.
Please respect the process. Order! I will stop public comment. I'm gonna just remind everybody, this is not a fun job. If you want it, run for office. Because I'm willing to give it up any day of the week because it is not fun up here. But respect us. We are listening, we are hearing, and I expect it to go both ways. So with that, we will continue with the next. No one's yielding their time to someone else. We will go to the next speaker. Thank you.
I'm going to call out 4 names since each of you have 2 minutes. As the person that's up is getting close to his 2 minutes ending, please, next one come up so we can get this going a little quicker. So Lisa Morris, you're next. And then after that, I have Mindy Shear, Seth Carpin, and Barry Katz.
Thank you, Supervisors. I appreciate you talking to us about your concerns for other matters. I lived in there about 25 years, and I'm very concerned about this project going forward with the high school and children nearby. There's going to be truck drivers, convenience store with alcohol, transient people. That's separate from the wildlife situation, but it is going to be a huge destination, and it's going to bring a lot of criminal activity, and I'm very concerned about it. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, I'm Mindy Shear. I've lived with my family on Brown Road in District 2 for 22 years. Our home would be just a couple of miles from the proposed development. I'm also a zone leader for the Anzar Hills Neighbor Network. We are neighbors who generally communicate with each other for safety and emergency procedures and purposes, and most recently for something like this development agreement. I have 2 brief comments. My neighbors and I find it unfathomable that a development agreement such as this would be crafted for our area without including our district supervisor, Colin Kosmicki, in the conversation. And I appreciate your awareness that your procedure is flawed, or, that there's more to be done. However, this agreement, if it proceeds, would affect our area so profoundly. So it leads me and others to ask, who was it that represented our area? Who from our district agreed? I believe the development agreement should be considered completely invalid given this negligence and the intentional bypassing of normal county procedures. To all of you supervisors serving districts other than my own, as we understand it, there is no going back after a development agreement is passed. There's a lot in fine print, and the lawyers know what that is. The final outcome then of this proposal would put an enormous truck stop a mile and a half away from Anzar High School. And I want you to just consider that if this development were going to occur within 1.5 miles of Hollister High School, you know that the idea would be off the table before it landed. Multiple wrongs won't make a right here. Please consider what it truly means to serve the community, the indigenous stewards, the current citizens, the future residents, and just as important, the land, water, air, and wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, Seth Capron, a 54-year resident of the Anzar Hills, and just a quick correction. It's a half-mile, a 10-minute walk from Anzar High, not a mile and a half. I strongly urge you to reject this development agreement for a number of reasons. Just for context, I voted against Measure A. I'm not against all commercial development along Highway 101, but I think this is the wrong project in the wrong place. And you may not need an EIR in some legal sense to approve this, but you certainly need one in order to make a good judgment as to whether it's a good idea. And I think you all know that the comments the lawyers made about this being totally separate from the truck stop project are ridiculous. I think once you sign this agreement, you've provided a de facto approval. The proponent's attorney is telling you otherwise, but I think we all know that if you sign a development agreement and you don't approve the project, you'll get sued. Approval is premature because you're not yet fully informed on the project. People have talked about the school. There's the 24/7 noise effects. There's a 35 decibel limit in our noise ordinance for rural properties that are adjacent to this. I can't imagine that could be achieved, but you'd want to know the answer to that in an EIR before you move forward in any way with this project. There's one specific part of the agreement that I want to call to your attention. In Section 10, it includes the larger 126-acre parcel as well as the smaller parcel where the truck stop is. And I believe what that would mean is that parcel would be subject to the regulations currently in effect before Measure A passes. And that would mean that that project would be exempt from Measure A. It wouldn't be subject to a vote of the people. I'm not in favor of Measure A, but I think including that in this development agreement is not a very transparent process that you guys should talk to your county council about. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
After Mr. Katz here, I will need John, Eladia, Bridget, Joseph, and Bill.
Thank you. Try not to be too repetitive, but I do share these concerns about the things that are frequent at truck stops. This is not rumor, this is not exaggeration, this has been documented all over the place. I didn't know this truck stop. I went to both of the meetings with the planning commission. I had no idea that it was the largest truck stop in the state. I mean, I've been to Santa Nella, and I didn't know to compare it to that it was that big. It's hard to picture the Santa Nella sort of truck stops in that little spot there, and I guess it's not. I guess it's because they're going to bulldoze a great big place. Okay. So my concern is about human and drug trafficking, right close to the high school especially. And then there's a question of the revenue versus cost again that we keep coming back to. You're going to have to, truck stops are famous for requiring services, fire, police, and ambulance. I mean, I think you're going to find yourselves with more cost than you could ever generate in revenue. Not to mention, of course, the traffic, the 24-hour light and noise. I worked for 40 years at a mushroom farm. We only had half a dozen trucks there at a time. But I could tell you, refrigeration trucks, the diesel coolers are running all the time. We have what's called a cooling chain, and if you have a break in that chain, you're likely to see your customers reject the product. So you must document and keep your coolers run by diesel running all night long. It happens like crazy. Also, the light pollution in the area, and very much our county, if you want to draw tourists and whatnot, we have wildlife. We need to keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. You want to re-announce those four?
John Parks? John?
Nope. I think he's right behind you.
Oh. Which one?
Oh, there's two.
This is John KJ.
KJ.
Okay, and then read the next three.
Oh, boy.
Hold on one second.
After him, Haladia, Bridget, and Joseph Howard.
Thank you. If you guys could come up, that'd be great. You have the floor.
Okay, well, 2 minutes ain't much, but let me put it to you this way. I had about 10 minutes I could have brought in here, but I've got a bunch of my neighbors. I'm the second closest neighbor to this proposed truck stop. The closest guy's 95 years old. Hey, I know I don't look it, but I'm 104. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, my God.
81 in December. I got my neighbors back here who live up on a hill. And we got a corridor that runs right up there. It's a big old canyon where I got cows and stuff. And we got sound coming up there at night. Sometimes it's so damn loud you can't even think. But most of the time it's pretty quiet. Now, when I was up here before, boy, I don't have much time. That was on, I think it was October 16th, and I brought up the decibel limit in your codes. The generous lady that was sitting on the panel there told me that her dad is a trucker and she knows that they're not loud. Then I brought up the thing about school. She says, hey, truckers are good people. You might meet a character there once in a while, but I like to take my kids to shop at truck stops. I brought this thing in for you folks to read. Very briefly, what it says is that long-haul truckers have some bad guys, and there's 850 unsolved murders from they think are long-haul truckers. Well, how about that? And we got a high school that's 0.6 of a mile. And we got little girls running up and down my street, running up down Searle Road, running up down Anzar in their little shorts. I don't know, what are they doing in their shorts? Who knows? But these guys see this, and it's going to take some young, slick guy who's evil as hell. And guess what he's going to do? He's going to be in that food hall, charming this little girl about how, hey, you ever ride in a Peterbilt? How about a Kenworth? Look at my truck. Come on, you want to drive it? Hey, it's not a matter of when, or if, it's a matter of when. What's a kid's life worth?
Thank you for your comment.
I would just like to make sure, my name is Nadia Dari and I live in Hollister.
Yeah, let's pull the mic down so we can hear you a little better. Thank you.
My name is Nadia Nardi and I live in Hollister. And what I am concerned about is that we voted and the people said don't go through with this enterprise. We canvassed and the majority of the people decided that they don't want the traffic. I think that you should abide by that. The other thing is that somebody mentioned the expenses that we're going to have, and eventually all of those expenses we bear. We, the people, pay for all the stuff that goes on. So if you have how many trucks? 100 and something trucks? That you're going to need bathrooms like crazy. And the septic system, we all have been arguing about septic systems. The septic system that you're going to need up on top of that flattened hill is pretty bad. All of that stuff is going to comes with this project. So I think that the will of the people should be respected. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Hi, thank you for giving me the time. My name is Bridget Baumann-Thorpe. I want everybody to go to the truck stop site, Sealy Road. I went there a week ago, and you get a sense of just how can they ruin this beautiful county. I mean, it's when you see these trucks on 101 driving by, and you just think you're going to have the biggest truck stop right outside of San Juan Bautista. To me, you get a sense San Juan Bautista will never be the same again. It will be ruined. Who wants to go to San Juan Bautista when you hear the truck stop noise 24/7? The noise, the light, the pollution. Like I said, you're going to be, people will only know San Benito County as an industrial county who doesn't care about the environment. That's as far as I can see with this truck stop. And then to the revenue, you don't even know how much revenue you're going to get. How are you going to pay for the sheriff? How are you going to pay for, do you need a fire station there? We had already a severe drought. We had fires now on the east and west coast. It was just super dry until we just had the rain. I mean, this area is prone for fires, wildfires. Then you have 100 truck stops there. It's also in an earthquake zone. I mean, this must be the worst place I can think of for a truck stop.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, I just have a couple of concerns to come up with to bring forward. The county will receive $500,000 in funding towards county infrastructure and public services to avoid any dispute or whether a future change in the law, such as that proposed by the November initiative, will constitute a taking of real property without just compensation. It feels more like an implied threat, to be honest. Which, to be honest, doesn't really feel even like that much of a threat, more like a paper tiger. I mean, Citadel Exploration at least had a case 10 years ago when they tried to sue us. That $1.2 billion paper tiger, as I like to describe it, surrender or die lawsuit against Measure J. They retracted it the very next day, and I haven't really heard from them since. And that was actually kind of different because like they actually had that their minerals like right there in their hands, and they just nope. So, I mean, in this case, we have the question of does that even apply here? No, it's a partial transfer of one very specific kind of power from the supervisors to the people. It wouldn't really count as a taking. It's a transfer of jurisdiction. And this is not my backyard. I have no personal stake in this matter. I have no loyalties. It's purely ethics. And when you consider the fact that it doesn't really seem like any elected District 2 officials are in favor of this, most of the people who have come up here today who are from District 2 have opposed this. I think it's kind of common sense that however the District 2 official may vote against on this, the rest should follow. However the people feel about this, the rest should follow. If the people don't want this, do not impose this on them. That's horrible. How could you impose something on someone? And I invite all persons, organizations, governments affected or interested to sue and find out if such development, if this development is legal and the process involved, and of course all future disaster victims. I think that people should be allowed to decide their collective fate on this matter. It's a matter of justice. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
After Bill, I do have John Parks, the other gentleman, Dan Hudson, Mary Hashira, and Carly Robles.
So I am one of the neighbors that lives real close. And all I can do is say that this whole thing seems totally inappropriate. So I would just like to read the listing description of the 126 acres. To discover your own slice of paradise with this exceptional 126-acre listing in San Juan Bautista. This expansive property offers endless possibilities, whether you envision a luxurious family estate or developer's dream project. Enjoy stunning views and serene tranquility, perfect for creating a peaceful retreat. With space for horses, a private winery, you can indulge in leisurely activities amidst nature's beauty. Design your dream home or a sanctuary to escape, and the opportunities are limitless. Well, this seems a little bit inconsistent with what they're proposing. I know they don't want us to call it a truck stop, but he even said there's going to be places you won't have the trucks out on 129. So who are we trying to fool that the end game is not one of the biggest truck stops in California? So everything about this is just inappropriate. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, friends, neighbors, family, my neighbors and family have spoken very well. So I'll have to weed through this to honor the board's request and not repeat what has already been spoken. With respect to Mr. Weiler and what he said, I'm going to speak to where we all know this is going, and I do mean with respect to him, I mean it. Many things in life are unfair, we know that. One of those things, at least this morning, or pardon me, this afternoon, I'm used to speaking to a church, it's always morning when I speak, is a small handful of people with the ability and power to cast a vote that would destroy a neighborhood that they don't themselves live in. It sounds and seems wrong because it is wrong, but that's life, isn't it? A yes vote destroys the peace in a primarily elderly neighborhood. And I want to reiterate, this is a neighborhood. This is not a spot, some random spot where no one lives. This is a neighborhood. I know because I live there. This is my home. This is their home. This is my mom and dad's home. With regard to the school, these children are precious. They're very precious. I'll leave you with this. What would you do if the shoe was on the other foot? If I had the ability to cast a vote to bring this monstrosity, and that's what it is, into your neighborhood, into your children's school, how desperately would you be praying for a no vote from me and from my neighbors? Time is a very valuable thing, and I appreciate yours. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Please.
Hi, most of the people have already spoke my thoughts, our neighbors and such, but I just wanted to point out to the supervisors that aren't in our district that probably none or very few of your constituents know that you're voting on whether or not to allow a truck stop in their county, because none of us knew about this because it was never presented to us for what it was. And so I just want to know that I'm sure that your constituents, if they could vote on it, wouldn't be that excited about having a truck stop at Searle and 129.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. My name is Mary Shaw Cora, and I just want to mention that our attorney Mark Wolf had submitted a letter, but I don't have enough time to read it, so I just want to refer you to his letter, which is really excellent. I did want to mention that even though this is supposed to be a practice development agreement exercise, it is real though, so you guys are going to be voting on this, and many lives are impacted. I myself have a property that's not far from there, and I do want to remind the board that in March of 2020, 60% of voters voted against having development at this location. This is one of the Highway 101 nodes. There were 4 nodes altogether. This is one of them. And 60% of voters, not just people who live near this location, but probably most of the people in Hollister voted against this. And so what happened is the supervisors allowed this to come back. And this was before your time, of course, but I don't think that the residents of San Benito feel that our elected officials have been respecting their wishes. And so that's why we have Measure A, and I think that you need to honor the wishes of the people who voted for Measure A, which is approaching 55% right now. And that initiative, Measure A, includes in it not having this truck stop, not having development at Searle Road, 129, 101, or in any of the wildlife corridor. It's a really important wildlife corridor to the point where Caltrans is actually going to build a bridge or a tunnel. I know some of you may not care about wildlife, but they are very essential in protecting the mountain lions. Actually, since they're a keystone species for this area, we do need to protect it. So I hope you'll honor the wishes of the people. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your comment.
Hi. Today I stand before you to raise a critical concern regarding the potential establishment of a truck stop near Anzar High School. While truck stops are often viewed as a mere convenience for travelers and truckers alike, their presence carries significant risks that we must carefully consider, especially in a community that wants to prioritize the safety of our children and families. Recent studies indicate that areas surrounding truck stops have a higher incident of crime compared to other neighborhoods. In fact, the National Association of Truck Stop Operators reported that truck stops are often hotspots for drug-related offenses, human trafficking, and violent crimes. For example, in California, where the trucking industry is booming, truck stops have been linked to a 25% increase in drug-related incidents over the past 3 years. Furthermore, property crimes, including theft and vandalism, are reported at alarming rates, with an estimated 40% of truck stop areas experiencing such issues. We've all been made aware of the risks if this moves forward. The proximity of a truck stop to a high school raises additional concerns. Our teenagers are particularly vulnerable, and having a truck stop nearby could expose them to dangerous situations, including potential drug interactions and inappropriate behaviors. In a study conducted by the California Department of Education, 30% of students reported feeling unsafe in areas near truck stops. citing issues such as loitering and aggressive solicitation. Moreover, the traffic congestion caused by a truck stop can lead to hazardous conditions for our children as they travel to and from school. Increasing the number of large trucks on our roads poses a risk not only to the pedestrians, but also to other drivers. In fact, truck-related accidents account for 20% of all traffic fatalities in California, a statistic that should give us pause.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, Fallon Gregg, Valerie Harmson, Stacy Bautista, and Dan DeVries.
Yeah, this is a great request. If you could just state your name right before you start talking so we know who you are. I'm trying to catch it as we go. So if you could state your name first before you speak.
Good afternoon again. My name is Fallon Gregg, and I am here to say I agree with everyone that has spoken against this development. A developer's agreement is a toe in the door, and it opens the door for further activity and the consequences of raping the land. San Benito County, the jewel of San Benito County is its green rolling hills. It's beautiful scenery. It's why we will attract tourists. But driving down 101 and seeing the massive truck stop is not going to cause anybody to want to go to San Juan Bautista or come to Hollister. They're going to want to get out of there as soon as possible. So I just strongly recommend that you listen to the vote of the people. How many times do they have to vote? This is number 2, that they don't want these kinds of developments. Please respect the voice of the voter. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And if we could just remind the audience, do not react. Respect each speaker as we are respecting you.
Okay, I'm Valerie Harmson. I don't live anywhere near the truck stop, but I agree, I have strong feelings about this because, I don't know, I was talking about Benito and I had it wrong, but when I'm hearing that they're going to have a tourist thing at Betterbilt so they can come and you can tell them about how great our truck stop is. I don't understand it. I don't understand why we would even anyway want this. And I tried to drive to this meeting off Merrill Road and I couldn't get down that road to save my life. It took me forever. I'm thinking, if there's a truck stop there, how are you going to get on 101? How are you going to 129? What are we thinking? What is going on here? $500,000 is chump change. It's ridiculous. And this guy's saying, oh, but we're not really going to develop it. Come on, everybody in this room is smarter than that. If you're not calling it a truck stop, then it's not a truck stop. I mean, we're not ignorant. We have a right to our county and have it done properly. We have to have very, very intelligent things done in this county. That is not intelligent. It's ridiculous. The kids, my high school child trying to drive to that high school with truck stops and trucks coming through. What are you doing to these kids? What are you doing to the people that live in this county when they try to drive out? How many more accidents do we need? 25 is a disaster. So let's make this even a bigger disaster. I'm sorry. I'm so against this, and everybody in this county should be so against this. And you guys need to vote intelligently and respectfully of the people in this county. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Stacy Batista. So I am an exact neighbor of this property. Actually, my house sits right above it, so this would be my view. And I feel really bad for the developers that have spent $1 million so far, because everybody in that neighborhood that has recently bought a house has spent $1 million on their house. So what happens when the well water that we're all on is contaminated? What do we do with our houses then? They're not going to be worth anything. Who are you going to sell it to? And who's going to be responsible? Because our wellhead for Live Oak Water Association, which intakes that neighborhood, is right next to where they're saying they're going to put their septic system. I'm not sure that that's a good idea. And this is going to be, and let's let it settle in, 24 hours. A 24-hour truck stop. So that's what I'm gonna, everybody in that neighborhood, and like I said, it is a neighborhood, is gonna have to listen to a 16,450 square foot convenience store, a 12,500 square foot truck service building, a 13,500 square foot cold storage building, and 111 overnight parking spaces for trucks and 6 RV parking spaces. We're worried about our water, we're worried about fire, we're worried about policing, we're worried about traffic, we're worried about noise. And again, this is my view. This is where I bought my house to live, to be quiet, to relax. That's why I bought there. And now you're saying that because the county needs money, that you don't care what goes there, what everybody, all these people in here, all the neighbors, all the people that live there, that bought their houses.
Thank you for your comments.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Dan DeGree from San Juan Bautista. I had the distinct honor and privilege of being the planning commissioner for San Benito County District 2 for 14 years. And I thought it'd be beneficial to just spend a minute talking about how we got here today. Because unless I'm mistaken, I think I'm the only one in the room besides Barbara. Barbara was there when the general plan was created, your general plan that you're using now, that contains these so-called nodes. First, let's talk a little bit more context. This county is now broke and has been broke for a long time. So during those 14 years as a District 2 Planning Commissioner, the board was on us as commissioners constantly. We got to find ways for us to make revenue. We got to learn. We got to figure out how to make revenue. We have thousands of cars going through our county every day. We're not making one penny on these motorists. Not a penny. There's one gas station in this entire county that's not City of Hollister or City of San Juan. One. Anyone know where it is? Tres Pinos. 2 pumps. That's the one county gas station. Earlier someone said 250,000 cars a week on 101. No, 500,000 cars a week on 101. Going right through San Benito. We don't get one penny from any of them. So the board asked us, they said, please tell us where we can put what's suitable, what's appropriate for capturing motorist dollars. And we all had stickers, and we put them on a big map. The board was there. It was a joint meeting, the board and the planning commission. Everyone put a sticker where they thought it might be appropriate, and that's how the nodes were born. So my question to you, in all sincerity, is where would you put your sticker? Is there an opportunity to have any roadside motorist attractions anywhere in this county? Or are you going to find ways to make money some other way?
Thank you for your comments.
In chambers, Maureen Nelson, Elias Salinas, and Julio Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, I'm Maureen Nelson. Thank you for the opportunity. So election outcomes impact all citizens in America, and we did have an election, and there is an impact. Just wanted to bring that up. When we start looking at this project, this truck stop, and we hear that there's a truck stop in Gilroy and there's a truck stop in Salinas, and oh my goodness, they have to go a long ways between where a potential truck stop would be in San Benito County to Gilroy or Salinas. It's not a long ways. Give me a break. There is a school there. It's a danger to both girls and boys, men and women alike, of being seduced, to being given drugs, to being taken hostage. Do we want to put that burden and that threat upon our families and our children? I don't think so. There's a saying, if you build it, they will come. Well, they are not the people bringing the money. They could be the people that use, abuse, and disrespect. Once an approval door is opened, the floodgates come and you're inundated underwater. So if you say we are just approving that it will be a truck stop, that it will be just very small, very simple, It will expand. Once it's approved, the footprint is there. They will take it. And we don't need it. You've heard from the residents who live there. I don't live in that community. I feel for them. It's a serene, beautiful area. Why are we taking the beauty that San Benito County offers and has free? But it will cost us billions if it's abused and taken. Please think about it.
Thank you for your comments.
Elias Salinas, thank you. All these people that are so concerned about the minors going to Anzar School, where are they right now? Because those trucks are parked along San Justo Road, all the way closer to where the school is than where, if there were to be a truck stop, it's on the other side of the freeway. And let's not forget, we're talking about a development agreement. And that being said, Madam Chair, I kind of take offense to you saying that all the development agreements have been taken advantage of San Benito County. Well, it wasn't the developers, because the developers are going to make the best deal they can for themselves. It was the Board of Supervisors sitting there before you that made those deals. And if you're sitting at a Board of Supervisor and you don't know how to make a deal, then you tell yourself and be honest and have somebody else come in and be in those meetings to make those contracts so that they are in favor. San Juan Oaks, they're going to build a fire station. Anybody ask if they could build a fire station first? Of course not, because you didn't ask. Had you asked the developer, they would have done the fire building first. The mini mansions, all these people that are complaining, you know, my view, you know what they should do? They should pull their money together, and why don't they buy that property? And the Measure A that the people have spoken, I'm really tired of these people in the background interrupting me. Order! The Measure A was based on the fact that people thought it was going to stop housing and it was going to stop traffic. The traffic and the housing are there no matter what. It's going to continue, and traffic is traffic. It was misinformation, and this is a development agreement. That's all it is, and that is what you should go with. And if you have questions, then you should be having meetings in closed session with your county council so that you do not get the county into a lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
I would first like to say, you know, being the chair and running these meetings is a very difficult job. With that being said, if you didn't want the heat, Colin should have been the chair. Now, as I was going to say, the truck stop, we ask ourselves, why do we get these proposals? You don't see these proposals coming to Carmel. You don't see these proposals coming to Monterey. And that's exactly what it is. That's what we're seeing. We're seen as a second-class county. And this goes back to even the 1890s, the 1900s. This is an institutional problem. It's way deeper than that. Obviously, the community is tired of being second class and run like a second class community. Our roads are in abysmal shape. We have potholes. And, you know, the impact that these trucks have on our roads, and now we're going to invite hundreds more. I mean, was there a nexus done? Was there any, I mean, we don't know because the environmental report isn't out, as one speaker said. You know, I think this is a classic case of San Benito County, you know, kind of just buying in whatever is sold to us because we're this poor, subservient county that is so desperate for money. Why are we so desperate for money? Why are we not charging developers the right impact or impact fees? Why are projects not paying for themselves? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay, so let's start on Zoom. First up, Parveen Sharma, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes. Sharma, did you want to speak or not?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity again. I live on Merrill Road, that is right next to where this project is going. A couple of things I need to bring to your attention. Does the the very concept is very misleading. It does not accurately depict the hilly terrain, and even the name is misleading, like an ag center. There's no signage indicated, but extra large signage will naturally be required. There is no way the big rigs can enter, exit in the narrow space depicted, and then navigate through the parking lot to the truck service area. It is common sense that the site is untenable for the amount of traffic and the activity. I know that many people have brought up the corridor, the wildlife corridor that necessitates wildlife to cross Highway 129. At its most dangerous curve, that will be increased traffic from the big rigs and the cars. And most importantly, what impact will this massive project have on the already hurting merchants and restaurants in the city of San Juan Bautista? Moreover, Colin Kosmicki, our supervisor, was not even consulted when this project was designed and approved. And last of all, eh, I've forgotten what I was going to say. Last of all, have you considered the impact it would have on the neighborhood that is already hurting for bad roads and lack of water? The water table is very low, and we have to buy water almost every couple of weeks in order to make use of it. And are they going to provide us with a well and a water storage facility? That would be very, very important if this project is to go through. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Next up, David Rodriguez, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. And
they're doing this to our area, when we wanted to guess.
hello? Okay.
Go ahead.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for listening to my comments and everyone else's that has major concerns. I live within the mile of the corridor and want to echo that the reason why we purchased this house was because the quiet, the uniqueness of the surrounding community. You're totally going to upend that if this agreement is to go forward. There are lots of agreements that are bad. Just because we wanted a eyesore, or someone wanted an eyesore maybe 2 or 3 years ago, doesn't mean we need to have an eyesore now. We could definitely reject it. They could find somewhere else. Casa de Frutas is so close. I mean, we're going to have a truck stop at every mile. And again, to go back to the person that mentioned, they're not doing this in Monterey. They're not doing this in Carmel. Well, the reason why they're not doing it is because rather than putting money into these lose-lose agreements, they're putting money into the businesses and supporting those businesses. With a truck stop, you're in fact going to kill those businesses that are within the community and surrounding communities. That includes Gilroy, that includes Hollister. So to go further than that, I mean, you're really also putting yourself up for lawsuits because the truck stops would be so close. There's a difference between having a truck stop and just having trucks there that you're inviting them in. You might as well be ready for lawsuits for giving away the farm for pennies.
Athena, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes. You need to unmute your stage.
Good afternoon. My name is Athena Hernandez. Again, I'm the General Counsel for the Amamutsan Land Trust. I just have a few comments. First, I'd like to speak to the public benefit part of this development agreement as proposed. The public benefit doesn't really make too much sense to us. There was a wildlife corridor talked about, there was an easement talked about, Both of those things, are not a public benefit that has to come as a result of a developer's agreement. Those two things can come as a result of the normal process of environmental review, which this project, the environmental review for this project, is currently underway and ongoing and very, very far from completed. So as proposed, the development agreement would interfere with the project's CEQA review. Mitigation, again, like I just said, mitigation in terms of any public benefit, in terms of anything the county has to do to offset the environmental impacts of that project, should be developed through AB 52 consultation and the CEQA process. Lastly, I'd just like to point out that on the prior item, item 3.3 regarding the subdivision of the Bettabell project site, many of the Board of Supervisors and public comments in favor of going forward with the subdivision reasoned that because the project was already approved, it wasn't really a big deal to go forward with the subdivision application and to approve it there. I'd like that same logic and reasoning to be employed here. Basically, the Ag Center is far from being approved. It's far from the review being completed. And both of those, the environmental review, the CEQA process, and AB 52 consultation have really just started and are underway, have a long way to go before they're completed. So I think the Board of Supervisors should use that same reasoning in denying this application for the developers agreement. Thank you.
Speakers do we have right now?
3 more on Zoom.
Okay, 3 more, and then we're going to take a break.
So next up is City of San Juan. You've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, this is Jackie Morris Lopez, City Council member of the City of San Juan Bautista, longtime resident of San Juan Bautista and the west part of the county. I appreciate all the comments from the previous speakers. I am in agreement with most of them, if not all. I want to take it down to the basic level here. And this is directed at the chair of the supervisors. You spent great length at the beginning of this public hearing to dispel the myth or the facts from your emails from numerous people that there was no ad hoc committee. I want to remind you, Chair Guro, that the chair of the Planning Commission, Robert Gibson, at the meeting 2 meetings ago did announce, it's recorded, that you and himself formed an ad hoc committee. That is exactly for everyone to hear if you play the tape. So I'm not quite understanding your great length to dispel that. So that takes me to the basic of this appeal to approve the development agreement. It was a 2-2 vote, which is a failure. So there was a denial. But let's go back further. This ad hoc committee that you are in disagreement with, that I heard clear as day and everyone else did that attended that meeting, but Mr. Gibson, should not have been formed. It was not formed by the proper process. If you look at your county board of supervisor forms an ad hoc committee by a formal motion during a public meeting, typically initiated by the board chair or another supervisor to address a specific issue for a limited time with a designated group of board members, usually consisting of less than a quorum. So 2 is fine and is dissolved once the task is completed. So I'm going to ask you, did you form an ad hoc committee or did you not? Because that was clearly stated in the meeting. So if this was an ad hoc committee or a non-ad hoc committee, did
You've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Stacy McGrady, a 25-year resident in San Benito County. I've been listening with great interest, and I've just got to say that I find, and thank you, Madam Chair and Board, for your endurance. I find the depiction of truck drivers to be pretty disturbing and fairly disgusting, actually. Most truck drivers are hardworking small business owners, independent operators trying to provide for their families. The guidelines and requirements to be a independent operator to maintain their commercial license, it's very challenging and they're held to very high standards. Truck drivers in general don't present any more threat to school children than do teachers, aides, coaches, and U.S. gymnastics doctors. So again, I find those depictions really to be very disgusting. You also might recall that the area around Highway 101 and Searle Road has been for a very long time a commercial area. Those of you who've lived there in the area might recall my grandfather, Mel Williams. He operated the sand and gravel quarry on Anzar Road. Lots and lots of truck drivers went through there every day for decades, and I spent a lot of time up there at my grandpa's, and I remember them before the quarry was sold to Stevens Creek Quarry, where it again operated for many decades. The sales tax for diesel is 9.06% with an additional 44 cents per gallon. So if you take those numbers times hundreds and hundreds of gallons of diesel per each truck, that's going to generate lots and lots of income for our county. And that's why it is critical that this property be developed to help sustain San Benito County. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I actually have two more. Next up, Celeste, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the last caller for her comment about the truck drivers. So today I just want to emphasize that it's to lock down the development rights only, but the EIR, the CUP for the project will come back another time. Again, I want to emphasize that this project is important at a later time because the truck drivers are currently there at the moment, just spread around in different areas of the 129 and the 101 area. So this will be more of a secure location for those individuals. And if there were to be any crime, there would be more of a visual of other bystanders to be paying attention to that. So please take note of that. And I hope this project is approved because unfortunately I couldn't be there to pass this forward. Thank you.
Last on Zoom, Leslie Austin, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, supervisors, for the opportunity to speak. With Measure Q on the ballot in 2022 and Measure A on the ballot this year, it's clear that our community is divided. Some are passionate about preserving our open spaces and farmland, while others see responsible development as crucial for meeting our county's economic needs. Both sides want what's best for San Benito County, and both perspectives deserve respect. However, neither preservation alone nor unchecked growth will solve our challenges. Preservation without resources limits our ability to invest in schools, in our infrastructure and essential services. Meanwhile, development without careful planning risks changing the unique character of this place we all love. This isn't about choosing one side over the other side. It's about finding a balanced path that truly serves everyone. I urge the board to lead us in creating an independently facilitated space where all voices can come together to tackle these issues collaboratively. We should use this moment to shape a future that respects our heritage, supports responsible growth, and benefits the entire community. Thank you.
Back to the board because I've been requested for a break from staff if we could get to that. So I'm going to bring it back. Do we want to take a break now? Do we want to come back, or let's take because staff has been asking me for about an hour and a half for a break, and I've been putting it off. So if we could do 5 minutes, if everybody could just hold on for 5 minutes, we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll come back and deliberate at the dais.
Recording stopped.
Okay, we're just waiting for 2 people here. Hold, please. Okay, so now that we are back, we're bringing it back to the board for discussion. Is there someone that would like to go first with questions, comments, concerns? I'm looking.
I can do it. It's my district. I'll take
Yep.
a shot.
Supervisor Cuthman.
Thank you so much. Thank you everybody for being here. And so I just want to start off, from my perspective. This is my perspective, Planning Commission Chair. I watched the meeting in September. I reviewed it. I found it alarming. And Planning Commission Chair Robert Gibson explicitly stated at the September 2024 meeting that he had created an ad hoc comprised of himself and Supervisor Sotelo to negotiate this development agreement. And no matter what Robert Gibson described after the fact, it's completely inconceivable to me that the Planning Commissioner wasn't involved in discussions about the terms of the development agreement or negotiations about the terms of this agreement. He literally said he formed an ad hoc to negotiate the development agreement. There's nothing remotely similar between negotiating a high-level contract and listening for education, and he wouldn't have said he negotiated the development agreement if he simply attended a meeting for education. And the board never approved a policy. We may have had a informal discussion about development agreements and having a planning commissioner and supervisor involved at some point, but there was never a policy put in place related to that. And I will also say, just putting that aside, that staff was also never given authority to negotiate a development agreement of this nature either. I'm not saying that. I think staff was put in a hard place. I think I'm not here to accuse even my fellow supervisor of anything. I think from all I know, she was roped into this as well. So as for the appellant's representative, his comments at the outset here, I do find it interesting that the developer's representative didn't want the public to talk about the project itself, but he went on to speak in glowing terms regarding details about the project and the supposed benefits. First, I want to emphasize that my primary focus today is the development agreement. This truck stop concept, I believe, is certainly relevant. It's unfortunate that folks were told they couldn't speak to the actual truck stop at the Planning Commission meeting in September, but we are here to make a decision on what I believe is an extraordinarily flawed development agreement, not a concept for a major truck stop along 101 at Cerro and 129. But I do believe it's relevant to the discussion, of course, because it provides context to what we're considering here today. The first time I heard about the development agreement was right before the Planning Commission meeting in September. And I know from history that development agreements in our county are relatively rare, but they are always relatively consequential as well. And they do really, from a practical point of view, they do really require the Board of Supervisors as a body, the Board of Supervisors' involvement, and the Planning Commission as a body, their involvement. I knew it didn't just drop from the sky, and I highly doubted that staff would just negotiate something of this nature on the county's behalf without getting consent from the Board or Planning Commission. And I only learned how this came to be after the 2-2 vote at that September meeting. When the item was presented and discussed and voted on, there was no mention whatsoever of how the development agreement came to be, and the Planning Commission chair didn't acknowledge his involvement in the least. And then not coincidentally, later in the same meeting, and I think this speaks to what I initially said in my doubts about this concept that this wasn't a negotiation and an ad hoc. At the very same meeting, at the end of the meeting, there were proposed bylaw changes under consideration to allow the Planning Commission chair the authority to establish ad hoc committees to negotiate development agreements. So in essence, he was seeking retroactive authority to do what he had already done. There is no coincidence whatsoever here. And then when put on the spot from my district's planning commissioner, Rich Way, he explicitly stated that he set up an ad hoc committee to negotiate the development agreement with Supervisor Sotelo. This was an ad hoc. It meets the definition of an ad hoc. And we all know, because our county council has stated it repeatedly, and I believe that's why there's this backtracking now, that ad hocs absolutely legally must be ratified by the Board of Supervisors. They should be ratified by the Planning Commission and the board, but certainly the board. And the board should have a say if you're just looking at it from a practical perspective. First of all, do we want to do a development agreement? Second of all, what would that what would be our purpose? What would be our directives on the development agreement? And who would be on the ad hoc involved with that development agreement? And so I acknowledge, yes, the county does need to clarify processes for how these development agreements are negotiated. I think that's very crystal clear at this point. We need to address this, and we need to address it very soon. But that certainly doesn't excuse from what I believe is just a lack of logic, with this backroom, secretive notion of people essentially going rogue and deciding they have the authority to negotiate a high-level contract on the county's behalf. And I do believe it was extremely inappropriate. I've been around local politics for over 2 decades, and I've never seen anything like this, especially on something of such a significant nature as this major truck stop proposal. So, we never had the process that I spoke of as far as getting consensus from the board. None of that ever happened. And Robert Gibson never had the authority to take it upon himself to represent the county. This is wrong. He is one planning commissioner. He is not elected. And this entire development agreement, as far as I'm concerned, should be invalidated. And not only that, it appears there wasn't really much of a negotiation. This is just, another example. I think we had a speaker come up and talk to the fact that it's not the developer's fault that these development agreements are so terrible in the past. Well, here we are again. We have what is undeniably a terrible deal for the county. Even if you would somehow support going forward with this concept right after the voters voted on Measure A, which is really, an affront to our democratic process in itself. Even if you were to support this concept of a development agreement, they're essentially offering us $100,000 to offset traffic impacts, service needs with deputies and firefighters that are going to, in perpetuity, $100,000. We know what $100,000 buys us these days, Zippo. Okay, so the $400,000, the rest of the $400,000 is, they're essentially saying, we'll give you another $400,000 once the project is approved. And that to me is tantamount to a bribe. And regarding the $100,000 offer and the $400,000 bribe, how do you establish an appropriate dollar amount without an EIR showing the actual impacts? So what are we actually basing these dollar amounts on? Nothing. So let's be frank, there was really, there was a negotiation, but there wasn't really a negotiation. It seemed like we just accepted what the developer requested. And again, I believe that the developer's representatives, in a sense, roped in players on the county side. I think it does need to be examined further, but I'm not here to say anything negatively about Supervisor Sotelo, because as far as I know, she was just asked to be on an ad hoc, and she did that, and I don't see a problem with that. And again, we're not here to make a decision on a truck stop, but there is significance with it. There's significance with Measure A, and I do believe it's unacceptable that this was done in secret and without following county rules. And I will just say finally that this is the type of behavior that it's exactly why so many residents, no matter where you stand on Measure A, there are so many residents who are rightfully skeptical of the political process in our community. And it's another example of developers manipulating our community to get what they want. Thank you.
Okay, who would like, no, that is not gonna happen. There's no applauding to any of us. Thank you. Supervisor Gonzalez.
First of all, I want to say thank you, Madam Chair, for your conversation and clarification, and that yes, this has been a flawed process of our developer agreement. When I was chair 3 years ago, I brought it to the CAO's attention that we need to find some sort of process. So when people go back and refer to that this is not the normal process, there is no process, and that's been the problem. Today alone, we had item 1.13, and we had a robust conversation regarding the developers agreement leading to the approval of the final map for Santana Ranch. And for the last 4 years, Supervisor Kosmicki, you have been complaining about the developer agreement. So this process, whether flawed or not, there was never actually an ad hoc that was established. As soon as we got our first letter of complaint from the community, I went ahead and I called Chair Gibson to find out what happened and who was part of this ad hoc and how did it arrive. And he and I had been talking for the last 3 years regarding developers agreement and how we can get things right. Again, there's been a lot of dysfunction in this community over the past, well, the county, over the past couple of years. And we have been trying, at least I personally have been trying to make sure that we right this ship and we avoid going down the same path and repeating the same problems. But apparently the way this conversation materialized, there wasn't any sanction from this board. I wasn't part of the agreement for the ad hoc. I wasn't part of any kind of negotiation. I'm aware that staff went ahead and worked with Chair Gibson as well as Supervisor Sotelo to meet for an educational purpose. And so there wasn't anything that was nefarious, underhanded, that lacked transparency. Staff was aware for the last 3 years that we have had a flawed system, and they have done everything they can to try to right that ship and get on the right path. And so I don't fault them in doing what they did. They were probably remembering what conversations they had 3 years ago when you kept bringing up issues with the Santana Ranch developers agreement, and you complained repeatedly how you didn't have a say in this. So I could only surmise that the inclusion of Chair Gibson and Supervisor Sotelo materialized out of conversations that were had over the years on how to do things properly this time around. But I would agree with what Supervisor Curro said about the flawed developer agreement process. We need to fix it. We need to work on it. So I would hope that rather than calling your constituents and raising some concerns about some nefarious action, get involved with county council, and I imagine you'll be chair next year. So make sure that you're on the committee that's going to serve for developing how we're going to move forward with developers agreements in the future. That's how I would just suggest. Thank you.
Okay, moving to this side of the room. Who would like to go? Supervisor Sotelo? Thank you. Yeah, just to clear the air, I was not appointed as an ad hoc committee member. I was emailed by staff to attend a meeting, and that's what I did. And I will talk to anybody. I will have a meeting with anybody. And so when staff asked to meet with me, of course I will. Presented the development agreement. We looked at it. My comment was, well, this isn't enough for the county. So I think it's really unfortunate how this has turned into this whole conspiracy theory. But that's how things seem to go in this county. So I've got a couple questions regarding the project. Let's kind of get back to task. So with this, there's been a lot of talk today about a truck stop, and I want to know exactly what are we voting on today? What are we being asked to vote on today? Because I feel like I think I kind of know what we're voting on, but then a lot of the public comments had to do with it seems like a larger project, and I just want to make sure that while I understand that might be kind of the end game, that would need to go through its own process. So can you kind of speak to that, please, Ariel?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. I'm happy to answer that. So what's on the table is that the applicant went through the process to update the zoning to then match the general plan combining district designation of rural and commercial thoroughfare, and then they updated the zoning to have a C1 zoning. They also did a parcel map to separate previously the commercial parcel from the rest of the 127 acre rural parcel. What the applicant wants is to be able to maintain the existing general plan designation and existing zoning. So a lot of times with development agreement, the project that's being approved, so the San Benito Ag Center would be the project, would be tied in all with the development agreement, but not this one. This one is only to maintain the existing general plan designation and zoning. So it is a little bit unique in that sense. However, because the San Benito Ag Center is still going through the planning process, we haven't even gone to an admin draft of the EIR yet. You know, they're still working on studies and because of that, we don't have a lot of results of what are the impacts of that project. That's going to come at a later date, most likely sometime next year at the soonest. So this is running ahead of the actual project.
So essentially this locks in the zoning.
Correct.
But the project would still need to be completely vetted.
Correct. The project still would need to finish its EIR, release it, the public draft of the EIR, then receive all those comments, final EIR, and then come before Planning Commission to make a decision on the use permit as a whole.
Okay, thank you very much.
Supervisor Zanger.
Yeah, thank you. I don't even really want to discuss the specific issues within the development agreement because I believe it's totally invalid at this point. To use an unorthodox procedure to sort of rush this along so it gets grandfathered in prior to Measure A being active, which was passed handily by the community, it's a big problem. I think it obviously would make this is an invalid agreement. To approve this development agreement would be, I think in practical terms, a big mistake, and as well, at best, an incredibly bad look for the county. That's all I really have to say about it.
Okay, with that, if anyone had cared to call me from the side that was not supportive of this, and there were a few that did, you would know I don't support this agreement. I don't support this project. Nobody wants to hear they assume. They assume because of the rhetoric that's being spread in social media and to the community. They assume that they know where we stand on things, when in actuality, they haven't even asked. So with that said, it's very frustrating to have a political coup of basically bashing this body because there's an assumption that something is going to go a certain way, when I am adamantly not only against this development agreement, but the process that was used to try and bypass Measure A. I do respect voters. I respect them very well, but I also expect them to respect me back. If you don't know where I stand, or you've heard where I stand on something, call me. I'll tell you. But what I won't tell you is I won't tell one of my other supervisors unless it's a solo supervisor. I cannot talk to staff about it. So when this issue came around, one, that a development agreement had even been submitted. Who submitted this development agreement? I'm assuming it's the developer.
Correct.
And the process, there's a process for reviewing development agreements, I'm assuming.
Well, we're going to have a joint meeting to discuss a better process. We have a limited process in the DA agreement. It just says that, the planning director, shall, review. We had a meeting with staff, administration, assistant county counsel, and a commissioner and supervisor, and looked at it. And one meeting.
No developer.
No developer.
Okay, because the reason I'm bringing this forward and why I'm making a point about this is we have a flawed system. And the system is flawed because we don't have policies in place to ensure that, one, the order of events are happening. Best practices are, what the project is, how it's going to impact the environment, and it's approved And that development agreement is then negotiated. I don't see that that's what's happened at all. And I'm sorry to the developer and the developer's representatives, but after sitting down with council staff and seeing how this process has happened, it's very sad that it is a way of bypassing the system. And Measure A, yes, there was Measure L, then there was Measure Q, now there's Measure A, and Measure A looks like it's going to pass. And we will respect that, but we also have to realize what that means. A cost for elections is very great. My understanding is that election cost is going to be borne by the county, not by the developer. So I respect it, but I'll tell you right now, this is not how I expected this to go out. And if it's being called in by county council, being accused that I had a supervisor and a planning commissioner, I have no excuses for my planning commissioner. I don't know where he got his information, but I will tell you, I don't talk to him because I am the appeal to him. When I talk to him, it's never about county business. I can't, because this is the appeal level. So I'm very happy to hear that this is not going to go anywhere, and I hope that that's where the majority of the board is going. But also, Measure A has consequences, and the crossfire of Measure A, developers are going to be hurt, because if they have to go to the vote of the voters, if it's not understood, and we don't have the say, you're going to advocate for any development anywhere in the community. But we have to start recognizing we had one speaker that was very eloquent in what was said, and that was we have to start getting together and having conversations. We have to start talking about what the needs of the community are and what the reality of lack of resources in the community is. And once we're able to do that and we set a plan forward on how we can make this community great, because I think it has the potential of being great, wonderful. With that, is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to uphold the denial recommendation from the planning commission and deny the appeal.
I'm sorry, I did not hear you. Can you pull your microphone?
And adopt the resolution denying the appeal.
Is there? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's 5-0. Okay, so now we're going to move on to item number 3.2. We're going backwards. So this is the conduct a public hearing. They make me read this. I don't make these rules. Conduct a public hearing on the appeal of the land of the Lee subdivision project and adopt a resolution to deny the appeal and sustain the findings of the planning commission based on findings to be specified by the Board of Supervisors with support evidence in record. Are you doing this one?
I am. If you could give us just a minute to pull up the PowerPoint.
How many speaker cards do we have on this one? We have 16. Okay, so we're going to 2 minutes. Sorry for anyone that had a predetermined speech. Did you say 25? Okay. I'd like to thank all the public that remained and stayed for this long meeting to be able to speak today, so hang on there.
Through the chair, is it okay to begin now?
Yep,
okay.
Go right ahead.
Pull up the PowerPoint, please. Thank you so much. So my name's Ariel Goodsby, Principal Planner for the County of San Benito. Thank you so much for letting me continue to talk today. This next presentation is on the Lee Subdivision Project Appeal. It's located 291 Old Ranch Road. And the appeal county file number is PLN 240072 to the county file PLN 200051. For those who aren't familiar, but I'm pretty sure everyone in this room is familiar with this project at this point, it's located off of Fairview on Old Ranch Road. There's existing vineyards to the north, residences east and southwest. There's also existing development, Fairview Corners, 189 lots, Roberts Ranch, which has 192 single-family residents and 49 multifamily residents. West of Fairview has 507 single-family residences and 60 dwells and 100 multifamily. West Santana Ranch to the north. So a little bit about the project site that you're seeing in front of you. They're gonna part of the project is going to demo the existing on-site residence, the barn, the septic system, leach field, and replace it with a subdivision of 141 lots. 121 of those would be 1 and 2 story single family detached units. 20 of those would be single family duet. And then we'll discuss the affordability component that is part of the project. In addition, it will also include a 2.13 acre public neighborhood park and a 0.5 acre passive open space, internal roadways, sidewalks, and improvements to Old Ranch Road. So what you see in front of you is the current designation as residential mixed and the current zoning as rural. As part of the proposed project, it does need to amend the land use zoning designation to residential multiple, and it's also being proposed to include a planned unit development combining district. This is consistent both with the general plan and the proposed zone change to residential multiple district for the combined district of PUD is to allow for areas of multiple family dwellings in areas already developed to urban density, as well as having utility services to allow the density to continue. As part of having a planned unit development, the applicant is required to provide some sort of recreational amenity that is consistent with the natural and cultural resources element of the general plan. This requires a ratio of 5 acres of parkland per 1,000 persons. The Planning Commission may allow the applicant to substitute such an amenity. The applicant is not only providing the required acreage of which is 2.12, and as stated between parcel C, E, and F, they'd be providing 2.13 acres. Are also providing 0.5 acres of open passive space, and in addition, they'll be building out the parks. Rough estimates had it around 750,000. That number could easily change and possibly go up. So they have met the requirement for having a combined district of planning and development. The utilities that were part of the project were proposed. They will have connection to the Sunnysville County Water District. Wastewater would be city of Hollister. It'll be done through Sunnysville County Water District's contract with the city to convey and treat the wastewater. There'll be a manhole at Fairview and Old Ranch intersection, and wastewater treated at the Hollister Water Reclamation Facility. Stormwater, there's on-site conveyance to on-site detention basin below the proposed park and discharge into off-site drainage. And recycled water, future connections from future off-site pipe. So a little bit getting into the affordable housing options that were proposed as part of the project. Option 1 is what was part of the recirculated EIR and amended project application included 31 bedroom attached junior ADU rental units that would be deed restricted for 55 years. So that would be about 17.5%. So what is that? You have 30 units, 100% of them are low income, 100% of them would be rentals. It would be 5 more affordable units than the county requirement. Option 2, which was brought to the first planning commission meeting in addition to the revised project, included 21 bedroom attached junior ADU rental units, deed restricted for 55 years, and 6 moderate income duet homes, deed restricted for 30 years. So 26 units total, mix of low and moderate income, mix of rentals and for sale. The duets would be the for sale. It would equate to essentially 2 more affordable units in the county requirement. The third option was then brought to the second planning commission meeting and brought as part of the appeal as well, is 15 one-bedroom attached junior ADU rental units and 10 moderate income duet homes, deed restricted for 30 years. So you have 25 units total, mix of low and moderate, mix of rentals and for sale. The rentals would be deed restricted for 55 years, the for sale for 30. This option, I just want to clarify, would result in 1 additional unit underneath the ordinance. What is it? So, under our inclusionary ordinance 2103, there are specific aspects that are varied from if you approved one of these options. So one of them being is that the on-site rental inclusionary requirement, if it's for rent, then it requires 5% of all the units to be very low, 5% to be low, 5% to be moderate. If the for sale, if you were doing for sale, it requires a 7.5% for low income and 7.5% for moderate income. In addition, variation from the ordinance is under the development standards, and the number of bedrooms in there requires 3.2 rooms for single family, and then it also includes minimum unit sizes for single family, including duplex or triplex, for 1 bedroom units to be 950 square feet with 1 bathroom, 2 bedroom units to be 1,260 square feet with 2 bathrooms. In addition, the in-lieu payment or alternate mechanism requirements, it allows, and its requirements allow to have an alternative compliance mechanism in your inclusion ordinance, and that is why it's here, is that it would lead to, and how it was revised is that it would lead to the production of more affordable units. And then further down, it does provide some options, land donation, construction of rental units adjacent to for sale, and provision of subsidies to nonprofit. So those are some of the options. It doesn't quite specify how many more units in there. So we haven't, classified, what counts. That is actually a policy decision to be made by the board if an alternative compliance option is met. So as part of the affordable housing plan, if this was adopted, one of the 3 options as presented would be included. Really quick, I just want to go through the changes of the previous EIR to the existing IR and the changes in the project description, just for clarity. So number of affordable housing units, 21 units to 30 units. Again, this is under option 1. The acreage, no change. The sequence study area increased. The county provided direction to include the 3-acre slope easement and almost 3-acre natural drainage easement as part of the evaluation for the sequence document and impacts. The residential lot acreage was modified, just slightly from 16.98 acres to 16.43 acres. The accessory dwelling units changed 25 ADUs to 30 ADUs. This was proposed by applicant. It is a little bit different. The ADUs that were proposed as part of the previous project weren't deed restricted for low income. They were just to be included in addition, where the 30 ADUs would be deed restricted for low income. And then the park acreage changed from 1.9 to 2.13. Through the chair, may I have a few more minutes?
Fine.
I
You're
apologize.
fine. Keep going. Keep going. Sorry for the beep.
Even I get buzzed. Okay, I'll move this along, I promise. The residential, the net residential density, 8.3 dwelling acres was to 8.58 dwelling units. And so this is the residential, and then the gross residential density is 5.14 acres. And then again, through the planned unit development combining district, it changes the base district of residential mix, and it is allowed with the combining district. Street fee, 33, it was modified, and this was mainly done to increase that the setback to Leal Vineyards. So it went from 33 feet to 95 feet to the nearest vine. The stormwater basin was sized to retain the 95th percentile. It just was more, the description was changed to specify that size basin would be able to be sufficient if there was runoff from a 500-year storm. The wastewater agreement was added into the recirculated draft DIR that was approved by the Slansville County Water District October 17, 2023, and by the City of Hollister November 6, 2023. And that agreement included Winsley as well as additional projects such as Fairview and Gatlin. In addition, the previous draft DIR included 2 wastewater options, and since then there's only one option as provided. The impact for noise in 2022, this was significant and unavoidable construction noise, and this was mainly it then became less than significant. This was due to wastewater option 1, and so when you eliminated that option, it also reduced that noise impact, and so that was modified. And then in addition, the significant and unavoidable VMT impact was removed mitigation TRA 2, VMT reduction strategies. A new appendix was included in the recirculated draft, Appendix I, additional VMT analysis, which explains why impacts were found to be less significant. And if through the chair, I just also would like to provide a little bit more detail on that one. So, to assist the public agency in implementing SB 743, the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, or OPR, recommends that measuring VMT for residential areas on a per rate basis. Therefore, to determine trip generation rates for affordable housing units, the 11th edition of the ITE trip generation manual is used as a point of reference. The affordable housing, also referred to as AH, has a trip reduction rate of 49% based on the ITE manual. This was then used to calculate the combinations of deed restriction low income units. The proposed project of 30 deed restricted low income units will provide a less than significant BMT capita of 17.75. The threshold for the county residential BMT capita is 19.6. The project came out to 21.26 BMT per capita prior to incorporating the affordable housing. So in order to maintain the reduction then less than significant BMT impacts, there had to be at least a minimum of 15 deed restricted low income units in order to be able to reduce that BMT generation. And I also just want to note that we do have the traffic engineer that worked on that available for additional questions after. And this is the previous traffic reduction mitigation that had been included in the previous EIR. So just a little bit of what occurred. We had public notice went out. We had our September 11th special planning commission was held. It was continued to date certain to address items such as the affordable housing plan, one-story homes along the perimeter, Fairview Road improvements, sales tax, and bicycle and pedestrian connectivity. At the October 23rd, 2024 special meeting that was held, it was continued to a date 6 weeks later. The public hearing was conducted, ample opportunity for attendees to participate, and ultimately the planning commission denied County Fire PLN 20051 under Planning Commission Resolution 2024-19. The applicant the very next day submitted an appeal under County File PLN 240072. They made various claims of the Planning Commission, such as actions on the revised project were inconsistent with controlling law, without limitation, U.S. Constitution, federal statute, failed to provide due process or be impartial, failed to follow the California Housing Element, California Housing Accountability Act, density bonus law, and requirements of California planning and zoning law. More specifically, failed to follow the overall requirement of the California Subdivision Map Act, including failing to act on the substantial evidence in the record. And in addition, they requested to have the appeal heard today, which it is. So some of the analysis that's included in your packet and included in the resolution as part of the packet. In staff's review, they're under California Government Code section, there's a set of laws that establish planning agencies and their functions, and to evaluate land use decisions. In addition, under County Code, Planning Commission is to review and approve or deny tenant subdivision maps. It's within their authority and shall act as advisory body for all amendments to general plan and zoning. Due process, the county duly provided adequate notice of the hearing on the applications and held a hearing which allowed the applicant to fully present the project to the commission and to fully respond to any concerns raised. In addition, staff's analysis of, were we consistent with California Housing Element Law, Housing Accountability Act, density bonus. Under Housing Element Law, local jurisdictions must accommodate their fair share of housing needs for all income levels. Under the California Housing Accountability Act, requires local agencies to approve housing development that comply with applicable zoning standards unless specific findings can be made. That was included as part of the Planning Commission's recommendation, but they did not see that the alternative mechanism compliance met the inclusionary ordinance requirements, and thus that this was not able to be complied with. The California Density Bonus Law, the Planning Commission evaluated whether the applicant's proposed options for alternative compliance, and it just did not lead to the production of more affordable units that otherwise be provided on site at a significant level. And there's evaluation in that analysis because part of it was the reduction to one-bedroom units instead of multi-bedroom units. That is the aspect. In addition, the findings reflect the legal framework. Household compliance should only be used when it benefits the overall housing supply. In addition, Planning Commission's actions were inconsistent with CEQA. I just want to state that the Planning Commission, under Public Resource Code, the Planning Commission's independent review of both the draft and final environmental impact reports reveals significant inaccuracy, particularly those related to traffic analysis and growth inducing impacts. And as mentioned, today to discuss with all of you. So staff's recommendation is to conduct the public hearing, receive the staff report, the applicant appellant's presentation argument in support of the appeal, receive public comment, and deliberate, and then to hear the matter, close the public hearing, determine whether A, to grant the appeal and approve the project, or B, deny the appeal, thus denying the project. And regardless of determining whether to grant or deny the appeal, direct staff to return to the board on November 26, 2024 with a resolution to adopt the appropriate findings. As part of the packet, there was a resolution with denial findings. If there was modification to that, staff are recommended. However, you could direct staff to just incorporate those findings and have it sent through the chair and out today as well. And I am done.
Okay, with that, we're gonna have the applicant speak first, and then we'll go to the appellant.
Good evening, Board, Madam Chair. If it's possible, I don't want to use all 10 minutes and reserve a few for later in the event that we need to rebut any public comment.
You have 5 minutes to rebut after.
Okay. Before I get started with my presentation, I want to clear the air on something. I have heard rumors through this town that a member of the board, as well as some folks in the audience, have called into question whether I'm an out-of-town developer or not. And for the record, I want to clear, I've lived in this town since 1989. I do reside here full-time, but the truth is that I do own and manage real estate in other locations, and I do travel a lot. Currently, my wife is in Arizona. My hearing-impaired son was admitted to a special STEM program there that is connected with a major university. She's caring for my aging in-laws, and she's been helping my 92-year-old father who broke his hip and has been in a nursing home there. When I annexed property 25 years ago on San Felipe Road into the city of Hollister to build a larger factory, nobody objected that I owned property in Georgia, Florida, Texas, or Southern California. I'm a California resident. I pay taxes here based upon San Benito County, and I've done so my entire adult life, roughly 35 years. I currently have a full-time job based in San Jose, and have held that position for the last 6 years. What inspired me to propose this project is watching people like my other son, my adult son, and his wife, who couldn't afford a home here. So he and his wife had to move out of state. We need housing for our native sons and daughters. I also own a small house in South County near Pinnacles National Park, and that is my plan for a retirement home. I'm deeply involved in this community. I care deeply about this community, and I have and will remain committed to the long-term success of this community. In the end, it doesn't matter if I'm a good guy or a bad guy, where I live, or what my family lineage is. What matters is the merits of this project, and this is a good project, and in a moment I will show you why. I also, just for clarity, want to clear the air. My project is not subject to Measure A. It's already designated for residential in the general plan. You probably, if you saw the letters that came in when this was before the Planning Commission, and I don't know if you're aware of the testimony that was received at the Planning Commission, there's a lot of broad community support for this project. Gary Byrne, formerly of the Community Foundation, spoke. He won't be speaking tonight. He's in Ireland and won't be returning until tomorrow. It's the one and only time he's ever spoken in favor of a project in this county. Monterey Bay Economic Partnership, United Way Housing Justice, Gavilan College, San Benito County Business Council, Salvation Army, Hollister Community Outreach, the San Benito County Seniors Council, the California Housing Defense Fund, YIMBY Law, the Center for Sustainable Neighborhoods, CHISPA, 5 former supervisors, 2 former planning commissioners, and a whole host of other community members have weighed in on this and give it support. You've seen the map of the project, and while the map's up, I just want to point out a couple of...
Can we put the map up? There we go. Thank you.
I just want to point out a couple of things that we made modifications to at the request of the Planning Commission. You see Street B here at the top. There's no houses up against the winery to the north end of the property. That was requested, and we adjusted for that. You'll also see that to the west, there are 2 5-acre parcels. Those homes are all designated to be single-story to ensure privacy for those folks. The basic principle of this project is smaller homes on smaller lots to attempt to be more affordable. Nothing is going to be incredibly affordable in this area and in this economic condition. But to build stuff that's smaller that will sell for significantly less than the other new homes being built is innovative and really does make a difference. We haven't built small homes since World War II, when we built the 2-bedroom, 1-bath, 800 and 900 square foot homes. We don't have starter homes anymore. And because it's so hard to get entitlements, developers often end up building the largest homes that they possibly can to get the return. We are building smaller homes on smaller lots. I proposed 30 deed-restricted low-income rental ADUs or a couple of other alternatives. The Planning Commission wasn't fond of ADUs. I can drop it as low as 15, and that's where those other 2 proposals come from. But you need the ADUs and you need the low-income units. These are the 3 options. Ariel already covered them. There's the ADUs. And here's the calculations on the VMT. And as long as there's 15 low-income ADUs, we can get it done. But if we have the 30, we'll be 9.6% below the threshold. When I came before you 2 years ago, I was 8.3% over the threshold, creating a significant traffic impact that required a statement of overriding consideration. There is no longer a significant and unmitigatable traffic impact. But I do want to talk about your housing element in HCD because this is very real. You didn't build any very low or low-income units in the 5th cycle. In the 6th cycle, you're charged with 444 low and very low units. You had plans when you submitted your draft 6th cycle to get them done. That included Taylor Farms, which is known locally as the Farm Worker Project. That application's been withdrawn, and with it went away 168 of the low and very low units. The Baylor Project, which is also known as Riverview, is struggling. They have not been able to get water or sewer from the city, and it appears unlikely. So that 60-some units will go away. And then my project, which gives you 30, which ironically enough, the housing element update that just finished circulating yesterday still is banking on the 30 low ADUs that I'm doing, even though that acknowledged that the Planning Commission turned it down. If you don't get some low-income units, HCD is going to be crawling up your backside. I've had several conversations with HCD, and HCD actually has a meeting with me and my attorney tomorrow to start technical assistance in this matter on the county. The Housing Accountability Act actually prevents you from being able legally to deny this project. There's 5 different findings that you would have to have in order to be able to deny under the Housing Accountability Act, and none of them apply here. This county has not approved a significant housing project in 4 years. And HCD is well aware of that, and the community needs affordable housing. I realize there's traffic on the roads and the roads are impacted. And that's why I went back. I solved the sewer issue, got it going to the city instead of Ridgemark. That was something that you all asked me to do. The same five-member board did last 2 years ago. You asked me to solve BMT and you asked me to increase low-income housing, and I've done that. Is the project perfect? No, it's not perfect, but it does set a new standard. Extra money for the high school, various things that I've done. I'm not perfect and I'm not completely altruistic, and this project's not a complete donation to the county, but it is a private project that can get built that will give more back to the county than any other project previously has, and set the bar much, much higher. So I request and urge you tonight to hear my appeal and approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have the appellant. We have the appellant. Oh, no, sorry, I'm saying that backwards. Sorry, it's been a long day. I need to hear from the other side. Can we get somebody from the other side? Is there anyone here representing? Is there no one here? How about on Zoom? Do we have somebody on Zoom? Oh, are you gonna assume that role? Okay. So, okay, we're not at public comment. This is the appeal process. We have the 10 minutes, the rebuttal, and then we'll go to public comment. Don't worry, not there yet. So you're gonna do the.
I gotta address the affordable housing issue.
Okay, and so is this? I just want to ask counsel, because I'm not an expert at this. Is there a designee for this process, or can anybody get up there and talk? Because right now we are at the point of the appellant presentation for the argument. But 3 minutes is going into public comment, so then okay, so okay, I don't want to be breaking any rules. Do we if we don't have an appellant present, are you representing the appellant? I'm sorry, not the appellant. I keep getting my words wrong, you guys. I apologize. So it would be the applicant of the opposition of the project. So if we don't have anybody here to speak on that, then we're gonna go to public comment, okay? I just wanna make sure that I'm following the rules. So you have an argument in favor, argument against, and then you have a rebuttal. Right now we have no argument against where we're at here. Okay, so now we're gonna open it up to public comment. But before we do that, how many public comments do we have?
As of right now in chambers, I have 22 in my hand and I have 6 on Zoom.
Okay, so we need to make sure that we try and keep these as short as possible. Because of the volume of, we're gonna have a lot of repeats. I really would like to break it down to a minute and a half, because this is a lot. So a minute and a half, you can each take your turn. Please try not to repeat. We want to hear from everybody, but that is a lot of public comment. So we're gonna go to a minute and a half as we go forward on this. Not 2.5. There we go. That's one public comment out of 22 plus 6. I think we're at 28 comments. Yeah, we're at 28 comments right now.
We're at 28 right now.
Okay. So with that, who's first?
We're going to start in chambers with Barbara Tadeo, and following her, Linda Lampy, Barry Katz, Maureen Nelson, and Joseph Howard, if you're all still here.
Yes, and just a reminder, if everybody could state their name when they come up, just so we know who you are, because we do take notes on this. Hi, welcome.
Hi, my name is Barbara Tadeo. My biggest concern is, you heard about the insurance. I'm getting insurance for your home from the state. So what's going to happen with this project when you've got the homeowner putting down the deposit for a house, having an ADU in the backyard,
do you really think that the insurance company is going to say, oh, sure, we'll cover that? Now, many ADUs, and I know in my own neighborhood, the granny units that have been put in for other family members, not a stranger in the backyard. And the third thing that I want to bring up is this 55-year thing. So what if the person dies that owns the house and the family wants to sell it? Are they going to run into a problem? These are my concerns. Yes, we do need low-income housing, but this isn't the type of project that should cover it. And I'm worried about, like I said, them getting homeowners insurance. As you know, how many people, even in this county, have been dropped for their homeowners insurance. Those are my real concerns besides the traffic. But we do need low-income housing, but not in a unit like this. That's what I want to really bring up.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening, I'm Linda Lampy, and it's been a long day. And you know, as I sat over there, I looked at all your lovely faces, and I do want to thank you for your service and your patience and your wisdom. But I also was looking behind you. If everybody would just take a look. In God we trust. San Benito County, established in 1874. We're celebrating a 150-year anniversary. I wonder what this community was like 150 years ago, and how many people were welcomed and how many people were rejected. And I look at that American flag and that California flag, and you know, America, everybody wants a home. And the California flag, don't we all want that California dream? And yet there are certain people that have theirs and they want to push away. Now, I have something really scary to tell you. The other day I was reading my local newspaper online from Jackson, Tennessee. The worst place to retire in the United States, in a bedroom community outside of a metropolitan area. I almost fainted. It was Hollister, California, not some rural town in Tennessee or some inner city, and it was based on the cost of living. So I don't think we're going to have a whole bunch of people rushing here anymore because the word is out. What I think we need to do is respect and love our community and our citizens that need decent housing. That's what we need. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Oh, you know what? I think Marie Nelson left and she was going to be on Zoom possibly. So
Okay, we'll
Joseph
put her to
Howard,
the
are you
back.
still here?
So, as before, there are my concerns about the evacuation routes. According to the map, it looks like there's one road in and out. If there is a fire, there'll be people competing to get out. At the same time, firefighters are competing to get in. It just so happens to be the case that the one road in and out leads you to one of the worst roads around, which is Fairview. I don't like my chances taking a left turn on Fairview on any given day that I try to take a left turn on Fairview. It's always one of those moments where I hold my breath and jump. And so the question becomes a question of, like, can this county be held? I always like to think of this from a lawsuit perspective. Can we be held liable for, by survivors if there is a fire? I mean, we will definitely see complaints from people who live near that fault. So I believe 2 years ago in 2022, we had an earthquake. Oh God, 30 seconds already? Jeez. I'll skip over that. I'll just forget about that for a second. But the lightning threat is very, very real. I mean, we had a lightning blitz in 2020, and in 2023, which all those years, I went out to John Smith Road to watch the lightning come down. It was very beautiful. And it's a fortunate thing that we had a lot of rain. But like in 2020, though, we had a lot of lightning and not a lot of rain, and that became a big problem very, very quickly. And I would hate to see that happen to newcomers who don't know what they're getting themselves into. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Elvira Robinson, followed by Carly Robles, Mary Hashia, and George Spindler.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Elvira Zaragoza Robinson. I'm an attorney here. I've been a lawyer for over 40 years, and I've been in this county nearly that long.
and I'm a former 20-year board member from Gavilan College, and I'm the chair of the Gavilan College Measure X Bond Oversight Committee. And I'm here to strongly support the Lands of Lee project. You're going to hear a lot of people here. We need housing, and we need this kind of housing. I have so many clients that just live in a room. An ADU to them would be a dream home. You can't imagine the people that would want to live in something like this, or any of the homes that are being created by this project. So I support this. It's bringing smaller housing to our community, an access road for Gavilan College, a large amount of low-income housing, and much more. Mr. Lee has done everything that the county has asked him to do. If you read the 17-page review by his lawyer, it's very meticulous about what he's done over these last few years. So,
Thank you for your comments. Sorry about all the restricted time, but to hear everybody, we're going to just keep going.
Hi, I'm Carly Robles. So Mr. Lee wants you to approve this project, and he doesn't even know which option he's going to choose. He has 3 different options that he's given us, and he wants to fast track this because of Measure A, which I think is going around the will of the people, because the people have said they want slow growth. We do need affordable housing. I'm very much for affordable housing, but the kind of affordable housing he is suggesting I'm pretty sure it's Section 8, which means it's not necessarily going to be for our county. It's going to be for Santa Cruz, Monterey, Santa Clara. It's not just for our county. We need low-income housing for our county. I urge you to deny this project. He has been trying for years to get this approved. He's been giving money to all the local charities and schools and everything around to dig his way into this community, and he just won't quit. He got his way at city council with the water and the sewer because he threw a little fit. So he got what he wanted, and who knows what deals he made to get that. And I think this needs to be rejected. And we need to get affordable housing that is for San Benito County residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Mary Shaw Coron. I also urge the board to reject this project because I don't think it's ideal affordable housing. My family actually has an ADU, and an ADU is not one where you have just anyone living there. It's usually a relative or a friend, and to have a total stranger who, I just think the design is not ideal. I think that Mr. Lee is really stretching it. I agree totally that we need affordable housing. That's been our problem in our community, that we're building so much unaffordable housing. But I think it needs to be more deliberate. It needs to be something perhaps that the community comes up with the plan for it, getting grants, and really build, as Carly mentioned, housing that's for people in our community. Not for, if it is, I don't know if it's for Section 8, but then you'll have people from all over who can qualify. It's not necessarily serving the needs of our community. So I hope you will reject this project and give us some time to come up with better plans for providing affordable housing for our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
My name's George Fendler. I was expecting to have a little bit more time to do this. I'm a proponent of slow engineered growth in the county. This project is not like some of the big projects that you're used to seeing. This is a relatively small project. It'll provide a positive effect on the community. The project is being proposed by a local person who's been here for a very long time and has given an awful lot back to the community. If this project is approved, it doesn't have a significant impact on traffic. It provides more money in impact fees than is required. It provides housing at prices that are affordable to many of the people that are currently priced out of the housing market. And it will help make our much-needed second high school a reality. I believe that if this project is rejected, it would be a major blow to the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next up, Bridget Bauman, and then followed by Zeke Lopez, Emmanuel Bueno, and Bob Tiffany.
Hi, I'm Bridget Bauman Thorpe, and thank you for letting me speak. The problem with Lee planning development is we already have a dense community there. We already have Santana Ranch being built. We probably built 300 homes more. We have the Fairview Corners. We have Galvin College. We have the Roberts Ranch. I mean, Fairview Corners, Fairview Road will be extremely busy. And then, and we don't know what's, God forbid we don't get there annexed into the city, and then our city will build a 5-story housing on Fairview on top of it. And another problem is with the ADU. I mean, if I would buy a house and I have an ADU in my backyard, I have no control over it, but it's on my property. And again, there was during a planning commission meeting, the question, how are you going to insure your house? What are the legalities? I feel like the county really opens the door for a lot of legal issues in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Yeah, you got to keep it close on that one.
Thank you. Hi, thank you for listening to me. My name is Zeke Lopez. I run the Bulldog Boxing Gym here in Hollister. Been doing it for over 30 years. I believe the project that Bill's got going on is going to help a lot of our natives in this community because that's what they need. We are losing a lot of our natives from our community because of the housing. It's too expensive. They can't afford it, and there are people living in garages, houses, little houses behind a house, and they do very well. Your Measure A here says too much traffic. If it's for the natives, the traffic's already here. It says slow the growth. Again, if it's for the native, the growth is already here. This is not making it any worse. If anything, it's helping our community. And doing what I do for our kids in this community, I notice a lot of kids wanting to go to school and college, and that's going to help our young youth be able to afford something and go to school right across the street from where they're going to be. So I hope you approve it, and I thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Hello everyone, my name is Manuel Bueno. I have lived in Hollister for most of my life. I'm here to speak in support of the Lands of Lee subdivision housing project. I've known Mr. Lee for a few years now. He has contributed significantly to numerous causes. I have known him to be kind and trustworthy. This project should be a reflection of his humanity, as to using his land as a community project for those who can't afford a new house. San Benito County has 621 homeless people living on the streets or in shelters. That is 264 more than in 2022 and 339 more than in 2019, which is consistent with the California rising homeless rate. San Benito County's homeless population has increased by 73% within the last few years. Homelessness has continued to contribute to the county's housing crisis due to the inability of renters being able to afford the high rise in rent, a contribution to the 73% homeless crisis. The access to inexpensive housing which can be provided by this project can help reduce stress and other negative health impacts. People who live in safe and affordable housing are less likely to be exposed to hazardous circumstances at home, rather than living in a car or a garage infested with mold or rodents, which has been the norm for most families, as well as living in fear at labor camps where children are likely to be put in unsafe circumstances such as child molestation and other horrors. This project would not only be a great opportunity, but a chance for positive change of direction in the lives of families who would be able to have a roof over their heads because of the Lands Lead project. The Benito Lee continued to remark,
Thank you. You did really great being able to get all that in there, so that was a good job. I couldn't stop.
That was quick. Good evening. Although I do believe that the county must be selective when it comes to adding housing, this project is exactly the kind of positive development that we should be approving. It checks all of the boxes, with the applicant having favorably addressed virtually all of the concerns that have been raised by your board, the planning commission, and the planning department staff for the past couple of years. At my last meeting as a county supervisor in December 2022, the initial version of this project came before the board. Although at the time I felt it was generally a very good project, Mr. Lee was asked to go back and update his project with a low-income housing component before moving forward. Mr. Lee did just that, and in fact, the project now actually provides more in the way of low-income housing than is called for in the ordinance. Currently, our community has had almost no low-income housing built, and it is badly needed. One more comment. The county absolutely needs this project so it can start to meet its RENA requirements for low-income housing. The state expects cities and counties to not just plan for affordable housing, it is now demanding that they will be built, as we have seen in a number of cases where local municipalities have been taken to court and lost. In conclusion, Mr. Lee is a local resident who has gone above and beyond to create an outstanding residential project that is good for our community. It truly sets a high bar for possible future housing developments, and I urge you to grant his appeal and approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Up next, Graham Mackey, followed by Mary Anderson, Devin Tack, and Seth Capron.
I had good afternoon, but it's good evening. My name is Graham Mackey, and I've been part of this community for 45 years. I'm here to ask you for approval of this Lands of Lee project. Benefits include extra funding for the new high school, connectivity to our new Gavilan College, a large amount of low-income housing, and much more. The county has not approved a single housing project in 4 years and will not meet its low-income goals for the 5th and 6th cycle housing element. As already been discussed, there were 3 projects that were going to provide low-income housing, and most of them are going by the wayside. The Baylor project being the second one that went by the wayside. This will leave the county unable to meet its legally required low-income requirements. The Planning Commission did not like ADUs, even though the county's draft housing element called for 233 ADUs. How does this work? You tell the state you're going to provide low-income ADUs, but then when the project proposes low-income ADUs, you reject it. This location is perfect for smaller ADUs, and this could be utilized by students and professors at Gavilan College. It seems to me that you should simply comply with state law. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I'm going to have Mary Anderson who would like to say this.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. I listened to you via Zoom for the 2.5 hours it took me to get here from San Jose and the wonderful traffic we have. I am the neighbor, and this proposal would put a minimum of 8 houses on my backyard fence, which means for any community fencing, I would be responsible for any damage between those 8 people and their ADUs, if there's ADUs, which I think is really unfair. But we're here tonight because counsel for the applicant demanded that the Planning Commission make a decision that night. All the meetings that we've gone to, we're toggling back and forth. They're working on it. But the demand for appeal to force a situation to happen is not applicable, and it's not fair. It needs to go on until it's the right way to build it, not the demand way to build it. The state may try to enforce, but Capitola, Monterey, Carmel have found a way to push back and to allow us to build properly. I know it's going to happen. I'm going to sit on this development with my 5 acres and my animals and my horses and watch 140 cars go by every day. But it doesn't need to be pushed until it's right. And it's still not right. ADUs with 55-year deeds. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. My name is Devin Pack. I'm speaking tonight in favor of the adoption of this project because it serves a compelling public interest in terms of providing workforce housing, specifically teacher housing and student housing. Tomorrow is going to be the opening day for the first college, a junior college, the Gavilan College Extension in San Benito County. Colleges thrive or fail based on the quality of their teachers. In order to attract and retain quality personnel at our new campus, it is necessary to ensure that there is adjacent, nearby, affordable housing for adjunct professors, part-time instructors, and other employees such as custodians and janitorial staff. So this project, it serves our housing needs, our affordable housing needs. It would be a substantial gesture of good faith and participation in the state's sixth RENA cycles, a show of compliance. And most importantly, it is important with regards to affordable housing projects that we do not allow the perfect to become the enemy of the good. We have not had any housing projects approved in the last 4 years. The fact is that housing has to be affordable for all impacted people. We cannot just restrict it to 5th generation native unicorns of San Benito County, so to speak. So I hope this board will consider approving this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Hi, I work with elected officials as a citizen and then became a member of the Housing Advisory Committee to help craft the affordable housing ordinance that applies to this project. I'm concerned that the Lands of Lee proposal that you are considering today does not meet the letter or the spirit of the ordinance that you voted to approve. The revised project being brought back to you today now meets the VMT requirements, but it falls far short of the requirements in the affordable housing ordinance. To meet the VMT requirements, it proposes that the affordable units, or a large portion of them, be met by 400 square foot, 1-bedroom, deed-restricted ADUs. Fewer occupants in these units equals lower VMTs. Fewer occupants in these units also means that the project will serve far fewer low-income families than is required by the ordinance. It's laid out in your staff report the many ways that this project does not meet the requirements in the ordinance, the bedroom requirements, the square footage requirements. In order to approve this project, you really need to make findings that the proposal is consistent with the chapter's goals. I don't think you can reasonably make it that finding. The ordinance, with its requirement for an average of 3.2 bedrooms per affordable unit, is clearly intended to include housing for families and children. No children and families will be housed by these ADU units. From a common sense point of view, there is no equivalency between the size and bedroom count of the proposed units.
Thank you.
What is required in the ordinance.
Thank you for your
Up
comments.
next, John Casey, followed by Maria Romero, Matt Huerta, and Elizabeth Dirks.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is John Casey. I'm a resident of the county and also a former Housing Advisory Committee member. I'd like to focus on 2 aspects of the project. However, I think there are significant other aspects that the board should consider in the documentation. One of this, I believe the project certainly complies with the ordinance active in San Benito County. If a developer includes ADUs in their project, these units can certainly count toward the affordable housing requirements. This is because ADUs often provide more affordable housing options due to their smaller size and lower construction cost. This flexibility can be particularly beneficial where land for new development is limited. Clearly, the land for new development is going to be more restricted in the near future. First, when this project first came to the board, there was a 3-2 split, with one of the supervisors concerned about the vehicle miles traveled, or VMT. The project has provided findings that support a reduction in VMT with these homes. The basic response was the affordable component of the project will leave fewer miles traveled because there's a trip reduction rate of 49%. There's lower vehicle ownership, increased use of public transit, smaller household size, proximity to employment, job types, and flexible work. I Other advantages of the Land O'Lee project include the 30 ADUs. How much time? 17 seconds. Affordable housing, increased housing supply, rental income, multi-generational living, and efficient land use. Finally, we need a mix of homes for the overall community. I refer to the community as supporting the missing middle-income earners that be able to afford a home, especially with associated rental. I would request that you support the project.
Thank you for your comments. It's a marathon. We should have water at the back, sorry.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Maria Romero, and I'm officer from the Salvation Army, and I'm here to support the LEED project due to the need in this community. I serve this community, and I've been noticed there is very need of housing, and especially the low-income housing. Why? We have a lot of seniors, and with all respect, I say this: if you have your house, you're blessed. Be thankful, but there's seniors is living in the vehicles, and I think they need a chance for them, you know. And it breaks my heart when I see where I can put it. I have a nice place, I can say, you know, in our building, but sometimes they stay in their vehicle and I put it in the back of my building. And I think this project will bring more hope for them. And I will say, you know, it will take care better this community. So hopefully you put your hands on your heart and think about others. Yes, you have your own land, your own house. God bless you. But think for those they really are in need, and those they really need to buy affordable houses as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening, Supervisors. Matt Huerta, Housing and Community Development Director with the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. We support Bill Lee's appeal to overturn the Planning Commission's denial of this project. The environmental clearance was deemed adequate, and the county should also waive park impact fees. This project meets our criteria, including a mix of housing types and affordability levels that will serve the needs of many low and moderate income residents, including seniors, students, and families in San Benito County. The inclusion of the junior ADUs is an innovative approach to meet the environmental impact requirements. This is a good outcome of the county's inclusionary ordinance, which does allow for the alternative proposed because the county is receiving more units overall. It will add complexity, but based on consulting other homeownership program experts who have created affordable housing in San Benito County, it is doable. I have over 24 years of experience developing deeply affordable homes. It takes an average of 7 years and tens of millions of dollars of local, state, and federal funding and private investment to produce homes that can be accessible to very low-income households. It is not perfect, but without direct public subsidy, this project will produce affordable homes, moderate-income homeownership opportunities, a new park, and many other public benefits. This is a thoughtful and positive project that deserves your support. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you for your comments.
After Elizabeth, I have Elia and Julio left in chambers. Please.
Good afternoon. I'm Elizabeth Dirks, also known as Betsy Dirks. I have sat where you have sat, and the responsibility is real. You have a responsibility not only to the constituents of this county, but also to California state law. And we're in a situation right now where we are in a housing crisis. And the state of California is taking that very, very seriously. As a supervisor, I sat in on one of the first conversations that the State Housing Authority had about what was going to happen and the consequences of not meeting RHNA numbers. This is not a joke. This is not let's just go ahead and put it in and say we did and not do it. They are holding people accountable. We have Elk Grove, who was sued by the state of California almost 2 months ago, and the state of California won. We are a smaller community than that, but don't for 1 second think we're not on their radar. Linda Lampe just mentioned an article about how difficult it is with affordability here. The ADUs are going to provide a level of affordability that our community needs to see. In one of the workshops I was at, there was a woman there and she had 2 kids, and she had come because she was hoping that we had a solution. We have a solution now. This project is going to help provide that solution. Thank you so much for your time. Please support this project and vote yes.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening, Elia Salinas. I too am in support of this project, but more, I am in support of San Benito County doing the right thing. First of all, you received a letter on September 17th, and in that letter, it specifically tells you your fifth cycle does not satisfy the statutory requirements. Your sixth cycle was due in December of 2023. We are now in November, and you have 1 year from the date it was due to file it, and it yet has to be certified. Mr. Lee has gone above and beyond everything that was asked of him. He would go and come back and present. They were even asking him things that legally could not be required of him. And he was still trying to say, okay, let me see what I can do. No, there's a time, there's a limit. You either approve or you don't approve today, because Mr. Lee will go forward and the state is going to come after the county. We cannot afford to get sued by the state. We don't have the funds. By law, you must approve this or you're going to get sued, you're going to lose, and you're going to look really, really bad with a black eye. There are numerous agencies that are looking at San Benito County on what decision is made today.
Thank you for your comment.
This is about our economic system is predicated on the idea that there's no conflict between economic value, form, and housing and its lived form. In short, we have 50%, it's probably more now, according to the Regional Transportation Report, that commute. This is not normal. This is, what kind of society are we really creating? What I implore all of you to do is to take on the state. What the state is passing is something called regulatory capture. What developers seek is regulatory capture. Then is certainly that the development process from application to certification occupancy will move forward with the minimum expense and delay. Most California's new housing legislation aims to maximize the certainty by de-risking private developers' investments. This is about protecting the investments, the entitlement process. Excuse my language, but fuck those state laws. We have
Point
to.
of order. Please, not language like that. I will end it right now.
Excuse my language. Take on the state mandates. This is about protecting the investments of private developers and their interests. I understand it sounds altruistic, and I apologize for my frustration, but this is what it's really about. Why hasn't the private industry solved the problem? Take on the state, take on those mandates. We voted you guys in for a purpose. Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna start on Zoom, and we'll start with Tim Frank. You've been unmuted, and you have 1.5 minutes. You need to unmute your video.
Terrific, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Tim Frank, and I represent the Center for Sustainable Neighborhoods, and we are in strong support of this project. It's a classic example of missing middle housing, and both the small single-family homes and the ADUs are important product types that actually will help diversify the housing stock in San Mateo County and provide an important missing product that's really desperately needed in a county that actually has a significant displacement crisis. And it'll do so in a way that'll actually reduce VMT, which we think is incredibly important. I served for nearly 10 years on the Location and Planning Technical Advisory Group for the USGBC, and I can tell you that the compact housing and of the type that you see here is one of the most important strategies for actually reducing VMT and making life more convenient for blue-collar workers that need an opportunity to live in counties like this that actually have their own employment needs. You have teachers, you have janitors, you have all sorts of folks, you have agricultural workers. who can't afford larger homes. And the smaller homes that you see provided by this project are critical to meeting their needs and to reducing and to making it possible for people who work in San Benito County to live in San Benito County. So we encourage you to support the appeal and support this project. Thank you.
Christina Chavez Wyatt, you've been unmuted and you have a minute and a half.
Good evening. My name is Christina Chavez Wyatt. I'm a minority small business owner, a neighboring property owner at Sunny Slope in Fairview, a member of the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership Housing Advocacy Committee, and when possible, the County Homeless and Housing Committee. And on behalf of the San Benito County Business Council, I'm speaking following the support letter we submitted to the county September 10th. Established in 2001, the Business Council is a 501c6 nonprofit member-based organization supportive of cooperative solutions, representing over 45 local and municipal organizations, businesses, trade organizations, major employers, and more than 6,000 employees in our region. And our support of the project comes following the review of project information, county meetings, comments by the public, presentations by the applicant, and many deliberations at our executive committee meetings. The Business Council supports the project as well as myself on many reasons. First and foremost, importantly, maintaining our ability to tap SB1 funding, continue eligibility for CDBC grant funding, and maintaining good graces with the State Housing and Community Development Department and all state and federal partners. In an area long planned for future growth, more than 30 years, by the way, and contiguous with infrastructure development, including housing, roads, broadband, wastewater, and due to the proximity of existing residential development that is planned in the process.
Step Jamila, you've been unmuted and you have a minute and a half.
Yes, thank you. Just know there isn't showing a timer on Zoom for me currently, so I'm trying to do my best within the time allotted. But yes, Jamila Salka, resident of City of Hollister. Our region and San Benito County is complex and it's intricate in terms of our housing needs. And at this point, I don't feel that this project fully meets our complex and intricacies that we need for housing. I suggest and request that the board provide clear, concrete direction to the developer and to follow the ordinance. At different occasions, representatives for the developer have indicated that they may continue to still build the 30 ADUs. HCD will also provide suggestions, hopefully in their meeting, of how those ADUs could be non-deed restricted, but still potentially be considered lower income units for Arena. And so my suggestion would be for the developer to follow what is currently written in the ordinance, providing multiple types of housing at multiple types of income levels, along with the 30 ADU units. I appreciate your time and I appreciate everyone's suggestions. So thank you so much.
You have a minute and a half.
Good evening. This is John Freeman, resident of San Juan Bautista. It's been a long day for you guys, I realize, and so I'll try to make this real quick. I'm speaking in support of the project. As a previous speaker said, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. This is a good project. I'm going to speak to ADUs. We have them in San Juan Bautista in one of our newer subdivisions, the Copperleaf subdivision, and they are ADUs that are separate from the home, and they have their little fencing around the area, and the people are not necessarily related. It's not a granny unit or whatever. They're not necessarily related to the person who owns the home in the front, and it's worked out well. So I just wanted to say to all those people who think that's not going to work, we have proof right here in San Benito County that it does work. I will admit those units are not deed restricted, but the approval happened well over 10 years ago, so that wasn't a big issue back then. I personally think the VMT will go down because I'm always an optimist in this type of stuff, and I'm hoping that the major people who buy or rent those homes will be employees or students at the Gavilan College, which is just literally a block away, and they can walk, bike, hike, whatever, without a car and make it there easy peasy It's good for the environment, it's good for you, and it's good.
Elise, you've been unmuted and you have a minute and a half.
Good evening, San Benito County Board of Supervisors. My name is Jessie O'Malley Solis, and I live at 287 Christopher Drive in San Benito County. I previously submitted a letter of support both to this body and to the Planning Commission for this project. And tonight I urge the Board of Supervisors to approve this project. It is compliant with the county's general plan. The project provides open space, trails, much needed affordable housing, and an extra commitment to school fees in our community. We need to provide affordable housing options in our community that help prevent San Benito residents from being displaced. We all have friends and family who've had to move away because they can't afford to live here. And projects like this help keep our population local. Thank you, and I urge your support.
I have Mark Medina, you've been unmuted and you have a minute and a half.
Good evening. It's been a long day for you all, and I've been there before. Want to thank you for taking your time and listening to what everyone has to say. I've changed my thoughts many times during this couple hours. One thing I do want to say is we're missing one thing. About an hour, maybe 3 hours ago, Colin said something that made me think twice. He was talking about compromise, that one of the other applicants did not compromise. From what I've seen with Bill, he's compromised day in and day out. He's changed this plan several times to appease the Board of Supervisors along with the county, with the commissioners. The project you have at hand checks all the boxes. I was surprised that it was denied simply because of the ADU problems. I strongly urge you to think about the decision you have at hand. Look at what he has done. He has changed his plans many times. Please, I urge you to vote yes on this project. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Okay, so we made it through that. Congratulations, everybody. Take a stretch. Okay, we're going to bring it back to the board. Are you wanting to make, there was no argument, there was no, I'm going to say it wrong. I'm so tired. There was no, there's no rebuttal because there was no opposition. So.
Yeah, I was hoping that part of the shortness of the presentation I gave, I was hoping to get a couple minutes just to rebut some of the things that were said.
Point of order, but that's not how this works. How this works, if I may, how this works is there's an argument, there's your time, 10 minutes, then 10 minutes for someone against you. Then you get 5 minutes to rebut. There was no one against you. This was just public comment. So I'm going to have to say there are no more comments. Unless you put in a comment card, you can have 3 minutes.
Okay. Minute and a half.
Oh, minute and a half. Sorry. Thank you. Good call there, Supervisor Zanger.
I'll give you a comment card for a minute and a half, and then my attorney.
And you get a comment card.
There's just a couple things that I didn't cover in my presentation before that I want to explain how the ADUs work. You know, the county will require them to be deed restricted. The homeowner can rent them on his own. He can use a management company. The reason we like the ADUs, besides solving the VMT issue, they provide housing for seniors and for the college that the 3-bedroom units don't. Seniors are the fastest growing demographic in this state and the most likely to become homeless. And so when your ordinance was written, ADUs weren't allowed to be used for low income. They now are. They now can. So your ordinance is out of date. When I came before you 2 years ago, I offered to comply with the ordinance to a T. At that time, with 5% low and 10% moderate. But that makes the VMT over threshold. Even if I comply with the new version of the ordinance, 7.5 and 7.5, VMT is still over the threshold. And I was given clear instructions to get the traffic impact down to less than significant. Your ordinance is very clear. If we provide more units as an alternative means, that is acceptable, and that's what we've done here. We don't have the funds to get sued by the state. They are very serious about this. I'm not up here trying to make a bunch of threats, but it is real. We're struggling to fund fire. We really don't need to go down this when you have a project that's this good to begin with. Thank you.
Fire breathing on. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. A minute and a half. Here I go. So there is a common mantra in this county that we only have to plan for it, and that we heard that at the Planning Commission. It's no longer the case. Modern day law is that you must approve it and you must construct it. You have a 0 now on your 5th cycle. HCD has said you can't use it anymore, and you're out on your 6th cycle, okay? You're about to have a mandatory state. They will make you rezone everything, and you'll get no grant funds. All of these good speakers who gave those grant funds by name, you won't get them, all right? This is the state law you want to come up against. I think the state wins. I thought the law won. All right, so HCD is on you. We are talking to two different folks, compliance people who are sending you letters and enforcement people who are meeting with tomorrow. They're the ones who get the state attorney general to sue Citrus Heights and win, okay? So that's who's on your doorstep. The Housing Accountability Act says you cannot unapprove, you cannot deny a project unless you can make one of the 5 findings by a preponderance of evidence. You don't have a single bit of that evidence in your record. Your housing regulations allow for alternatives which have been proposed to you, but that regulation itself is remarkably legally flawed. It's not consistent with your own general plan. Your own 6th cycle housing element calls for ADUs, but it doesn't. Good people like Seth have their heart in the right place, but they're wrong about the law.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, bringing it back to the board, can we have any comments from board members? Any conversations, questions for staff? Who would like to go? Supervisor Zanger.
Thank you. Yeah, some questions for staff. Thank you. So thank you everyone for the comments. Thanks for being here this late. I had some questions. First of all, regarding the VMT, so the new calculations here at the VMT. So the affordable housing has a trip reduction rate of 49% based on the ITE manual, right?
Correct.
So can you explain how the 49%, how they come up with that, I guess, in the ITE manual?
Yes, so it's based on, my understanding, socioeconomical pieces such as people at a certain income level, travel less trips, and I also just want to say that I do have Michael Smith from Henry Moore who's on, and I would love to just pass it on to him.
Keep talking in the mic so we can hear you.
My apologies. Michael Smith is on, and he is traffic engineer. I would love to pass it off to him. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and Board. To answer the question, the 11th edition is the 11th edition of this manual. It's been updated consistently for several decades now. Basically, they go out and count traffic in different contexts. So they would take a single-family residential area, count the traffic with pneumatic tubes, or similarly, and then would take affordable housing and count the traffic. So it's a direct count in several different contexts throughout the United States. The IT Trip Generation Manual is also the basis for nearly all of the traffic analysis that's conducted throughout the state when you're talking about traffic impact analysis. And in fact, it's frequently used within the county for that purpose. Thank you.
Okay, so it's just to be clear, it's a rule of thumb that it's not like a specific Seminole County thing that was come up with. It's just in the manual for everyone in the country.
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay.
Sorry.
So if we, in Appendix I, when, regarding all the VMT, there's a table there with scenario A, B, and C. And just so I understand, if we're talking about the VMT per capita, what was the VMT per capita in the project 2 years ago that was rejected for VMT purposes?
I believe there was...
That's scenario A in the table, is that right?
Yeah, I believe there was at
21.26, right? Okay, making sure I had this right here. Okay, so that was the project before, which we said was unacceptable. That's, the VMT is too much, and so it was reduced to, I guess in the best case scenario here, 17.75, right?
Correct.
So to me, that is a very insignificant, unsubstantial difference. It's a negligible amount that has been reduced. It's extremely marginal. So to say that this is somehow corrected all the problems that we're going to experience from the hundreds of cars that are going to be resulting from this, I have an issue with. I don't think that's at all a significant improvement. I think we're still facing the issue there that we were facing before. And I know one of the speakers mentioned, 140 cars on their way to Fairview passing by. It's a lot more than that. It's going to be more realistically, I think, closer to 300 a day probably. So I would just say that difference to claim that now the project is all reworked with some adding some affordable, as if that doesn't change things. It doesn't change things very much at all, is what I'm trying to say. And I think to just take that small difference and say, okay, things are great now, would be a total mistake. And that leads to the issues with everything else associated with that, with widening of Fairview, which is desperately needed but can't really happen with the blue valve situation where it is. Fairview's already overcrowded. There's accidents there all the time. At this point, the traffic issue is essentially a public health crisis in the county, what people are dealing with. So the traffic issue still seems to be there as far as I can see. Now I heard from Mr. Lee in some comments that this will be good for housing for locals. So I guess how many of the units are restricted for locals, and what's the method we're doing that?
We don't have a specific number restricted for locals, but when we bring back the affordable housing plan as part of one of the conditions of approval, if approved, then in there it would lay out the system on advertisement, on if someone who is a local or works here essentially has like a higher percentage in that like lottery system, and so that would be spelled out in that affordable housing plan on how that would look.
Okay, got it.
Which would come back. My apologies. It would come back to the board of supervisors for review and approval.
Got it. Okay, and then that brings up the affordable housing. As Seth pointed out, this has not met the county's inclusionary housing requirements. I think that's pretty cut and dry. I think it's absurd to be making an exception to our own inclusionary housing rules to get this to pan out. I'm totally not in favor of that. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that makes sense. I don't have much to say about the project. I know I heard during the planning commission that it was, I kept hearing that it was a good infill project. I mean, this is single family housing east of Fairview that butts up to open space. This is not an infill project. I mean, when you say infill, this is not what conjures in your mind when you think infill. And so I just want to reiterate that the vast majority of the community, as far as I can tell, is opposed to this project, and that's for good reason. And so if we're going to say that we respect the voters, then we have to respect the voters. We have to actually do that. So that's all.
Okay, Supervisor, who would like to go?
I can go.
Okay, Supervisor Kosmicki.
Yeah, so, very serious concerns about the fact that the project doesn't come close to meeting our own affordable housing ordinance mandates. And, I just don't know why we have an ordinance like this if we're not going to ensure that projects are following the ordinance to a T, and this one doesn't. I don't believe the ADUs would meet the ordinance requirements, and I don't believe they really meet the spirit, as Seth Capon said, the spirit of what we're trying to accomplish with ADUs and providing affordable housing for families and all levels of income, all levels of lower income to moderate income. And so on that basis, I think that it definitely falls short. And then I do have very serious concerns with, with the related impacts to VMT, whether it's health and safety, transportation infrastructure, being where this project is located, the proximity of it, the traffic issues that come with that. And I will say as well, I think we're facing what Supervisor Zanger appropriately termed as a public health crisis with this lack of adequate traffic infrastructure, and we continue to go down the same road of approving projects that really aren't what we would want to consider smart growth or responsible growth. So, I think the project is flawed, and there's flawed logic. I believe that essentially we're saying that lower income people don't drive as much as other people, and I just don't happen to believe that. I think that that's illogical actually, and lower income people drive, and they, as far as I know, they drive just as much as middle income and higher income people. Thank you.
Supervisors Gonzalez?
Yes, my concern is that if we do not approve this project, I'm just worried about the landslide of lawsuits that are going to be coming our way as a county. It was mentioned earlier that we're a economically poor community, and we're not going to be able to afford to fend off all of these lawsuits. When this came to the Board of Supervisors 2 years ago, I was very supportive of it. Also, Bill Lee's willingness to work with the planning staff and to revise the plan over and over again. I heard former Supervisor Dirks in favor of this, former Supervisor Tiffany, and former Supervisor Medina, and I concur with them. We need to do something affirmatively. We have sat there, the Supervisor Kozmicki and I have sat here for 4 years, promising that we would address the affordable housing issue in this community. And for 4 years, we've done nothing to address it. And this is going to be our one opportunity in this 4-year time span to push a project that is beneficial to the community. It checks all the boxes, as everybody says. It gives us the opportunity, but it also allows us to avoid all these lawsuits as well. You know, I'm concerned about the fifth and the sixth cycle and the county's inability to even meet the proposed projects, much less not even addressing the numbers. And so this project would at least help us hit on the sixth cycle, because we know that we are definitely out of compliance for the fifth cycle. But I would be supportive of this project and moving it forward. That's it. Thank you.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Thank you. Would it be is it okay if I ask the applicant a couple of questions about the project? Bill, if you don't mind. I actually had some questions regarding kind of how the ADUs would work and so I know you started to touch on it, but I was hoping that you might be able to go into it a little bit more, how exactly this would work with the ADUs. So if you don't mind kind of going into that a little bit.
I'd be happy to expand upon that. So there'll be 30 homes that'll be constructed with an ADU. And the ADU will have a bedroom, a bathroom, a kitchen, a living room. It'll have a separate entrance from the house. The folks that own the house will be required to rent that ADU to someone of the appropriate income strata, which would be 50 to 80% or under 80% AMI. That means that a senior couple living exclusively on Social Security, for example, would be able to afford the unit. And when one of those of the two dies, the surviving spouse would still be able to afford it and live there. That's one of the problems that I see in my work, both in San Jose and here in Hollister, is that when one spouse dies, the other ends up in the car and so forth. There were concerns voiced about homeowners insurance and things of that nature. It's going to be a single house with the ADU in it. It's going to be a single homeowner's policy. This is done regularly. You heard John Freeman mention they do these in San Juan. They just didn't have the deed restriction to force the income level to stay down. These will be restricted for 55 years, and the rent from these will go to the homeowner to help them actually be able to afford the home. So you're getting a double benefit when you do this, because you're actually helping people be able to buy a home, and you're helping someone else be able to get into a unit. I understand the arguments about, doing the 3-bedroom units as opposed to the 1-bedroom units, and they house different demographics for sure. And that's why, and the Planning Commission asked for that, and that's why I gave you 2 other alternatives, so that if you want to do fewer ADUs, we can do some duets as moderate. Now, the duets would be for sale units. And that's, Ariel was kind of explaining the lottery ball system. So we have to be careful here in terms of who we put in it. If I had my druthers, all these units would be exclusively locals. But you can't violate the Constitution, can't violate federal housing rules. So there's some ways to tilt the odds in favor of locals. And that method is the lottery ball system, which when the affordable housing agreement comes back, that's how I will propose it. So anyone gets one lottery ball that wants a unit. Someone that already lives here gets an additional lottery ball. Someone that already works within the county gets yet another additional lottery ball. And if you like, which I like, you can take certain industries and say if someone is a civil servant working for the government, if someone is a teacher, a nurse, a firefighter, or a policeman, they get an additional lottery ball. So now you could have certain categories getting 4 lottery balls or at least 3 lottery balls, whereas some random person that might be coming from out of town would only get 1 lottery ball.
Okay, got you, thank you. Who would manage the ADUs, like, you know, that they've got renters in, that meet the income requirements and all of that?
That's a great question. So the homeowner has the option on how they do it. They can manage it themselves. They can say, hey, look, I got 1 rental unit. It's right here on site. I can keep an eye on it. They can use a management company, someone like Hollister Rental Property, Covetti Company, etc. There's a variety of ways that they can go about placing that person. The one thing that the county will do annually is just ensure that it's being rented to the appropriate income level so that the targeted income class is in fact being served properly.
Okay, so we would be kind of the accountability arm of making sure that they're renting to the appropriate income thresholds.
Correct, but how they rent it would ultimately be the homeowner's choice of management.
And would the homeowner also have the ability to decide who they're renting to?
Yes, they would. So when I bring an affordable housing agreement back to you, I actually intend to mimic what some of the other communities have done. And what the other communities typically do with ADUs is say, as long as you rent it to someone of the income category, you can pick who you rent it to. So if you have elderly parents that are in that income category, or if you have a young child that's a college student, for example, that's in that category, then you can turn around and rent it to them. And what I've seen in some of the other county ordinances is typically you can give that family member an option, but you still have to honor the income restriction. So if your parents make $1 million a year, you can't put them in it.
Okay, come on. Okay, and so then, I don't remember what I was.
If I may, the audience question about the lottery, that's for any for sale units. There's for rent units, there's for sale units. So for rent units are deed restricted for 55 years guaranteed. For sale units are deed restricted at 30 years.
And in looking at the plan, it appears that the lot size is a little bit smaller than maybe what we would typically see in other developments. Is that correct? And so the affordability, the properties will probably be less than what we typically are seeing in newer developments with larger lot sizes. So the homes potentially are going to be more affordable just because of the smaller lot sizes. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's exactly right. Both the lot size will be smaller and the average home size will be much smaller. I can tell you that in this project, for example, the largest home in this project is still smaller than the smallest home that was built at the promontory there behind the tennis courts at Ridgemark, just for reference. Because entitlements are so costly, normal developers push for the largest units they can get. And I'm trying to push for something that still pencils, because if I don't make it pencil, it's not going to get built. But creating smaller homes. Yeah, would I love to build 1,200 square foot average? Absolutely. The average on this project is 1,700 square feet, which is still much smaller than most of the other projects that have been built both in the city and the county have been 2,500 square foot or larger averages.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. I appreciate you answering all of my questions. I was supportive of this project 1.5 years ago, or almost 2 years ago when we voted on it, and I am still supportive of it. I think Mr. Lee has really gone above and beyond. He has compromised, he's worked with us, and I would just say that while maybe it isn't infill, but everybody else along in that entire area has been given the green light to go ahead and develop. And now we've decided, even though it's in our general plan, to not allow growth beyond, east of Fairview. And I just don't think that's fair. And so for those reasons, I'm going to be supporting this project. So thank you. Okay, I want to thank everybody for being here this evening. I mean, this is a long day, and I appreciate all the public comments. Mr. Lee, I know at the beginning of this year, it was walking into this and having to say, I can't do an overriding consideration on VMT, and to have it not only said by staff, but by others, that it's impossible was the word that was used, to get rid of the overriding consideration on VMT. Now, it may not be my colleagues' priority, but it is a priority to have affordable housing. The problem with affordable housing, and it was hinted at by a few people here, it costs multi-million dollars from your local agencies to match grant funding, and it takes years. If we want to get into that kind of conversation, we really need to start talking to the people that do this for a living. Right now, it's $1 million a door for affordable housing development. $1 million a door. These are high density, affordable apartment projects that only deal with affordable housing. That is not going to happen in this community. We don't have enough revenue and resources to be able to do matches to that level. But what we are being given here is, and it isn't matching the ordinance. I will agree, it's not matching the full intent of the ordinance. But what it is doing is it's finally checking off a box that we have not been able to check off yet. Low income housing. We have students that are living in their cars. We have seniors that are on the street. Being on the AAA and having to hear the seniors' challenges of what's going on in this community, that an increase in our homeless are because spouses pass away and they can't afford to live in the residence that they have. This is a great opportunity to have a smaller, more affordable unit that they could then live in. So I thank you so much. I really, the questions I had were almost all asked. I mean, Supervisor Zenger, you went right where I was going on a couple of things with VMT. How was it calculated? Was this did you just pull numbers out? But that, and thank you to our Zoom guest. I just want to say, it's not perfect, and we're not going to find perfection in this county because we can't afford perfection. But what we can do is give this the opportunity it needs to be able to give housing to the residents of this community that is so desperately needed. So I'm going to support this. With that, is there a motion? Now, the one question I have that I didn't ask is, we have option 1, option 2, option 3. Is there a reason that we're being, because what was it, from the Planning Commission to here, are we being asked to select a one and ask you to bring it back for findings to approve the project? I just want to make sure I'm understanding why the options.
May I clarify on
Sure.
that? So the proposal that I brought was 30 low-income ADUs. Personally, I think that benefits the county the most because it gets you the most units where you need it most. The Planning Commission was the one that said, we don't understand ADUs, we don't like them. So I couldn't come back to them with 0 ADUs because I would have a VMT problem. So I gave them a couple of alternatives. So that was the reason for it.
Okay.
As to the other question, you can make the findings tonight and have the chair sign the resolution of approval so that you don't have to bring it back. I think Ariel can explain.
No, I think we have to bring it back. We have to bring the findings back and bring it back before the board.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood what staff had told me.
Yeah, sorry. I had already talked to council about how this works because it was very unclear when I read the agenda item. Go ahead. So, any comments?
No additional comments, just as part of the recommendation, if you could also select which housing option to.
Okay, so for me, the 31 bedrooms, if there are others that want to chime in, I have no problem.
The 31 bedroom ADUs is really where the option is that I would be going with, because it's going to give the most for our community. I believe this is on page 4 of the handout that was provided by, yeah.
So can I make a motion then? So
Feel free.
I'm gonna try. So I make a motion to grant the appeal and approve the project with option 1, returning on November 26th with a resolution to adopt the appropriate findings.
Oh, oops, I was gonna second that.
Is there something you need to? Please into your microphone so we can hear.
To make a motion, I wanted to confirm that the public hearing is closed as of today.
Mm-hmm. Okay, sorry about that. That's my bad.
On the 26th at 9 a.m. It will come back on the regular agenda because the public hearing will be closed.
Okay, so we're going to close the public hearing, and then we have a first and a second going with option 1, bringing the findings back on at the 26th
November
meeting.
26th meeting at
Trying to
9
get a little
a.m.
punchy up here. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
So it's a 3-2. Thank you, guys. Can I get a motion to, oh, actually, sorry, one thing is, I didn't look, do we have anything on future? Nope, we didn't. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second. I got a second. I'll take whoever you want. All in favor? Aye. Thank you, everybody.